In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea.
Get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager. New Jersey and New York only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. In New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369.
This summer, stay cool and hydrated with the official water of Major League Baseball, Primo Brands. With Primo Brands water delivery, you get premium hydration from trusted brands like Poland Spring, Pure Life, and Saratoga, delivered right to your door. Stock up for the game or just keep everyone refreshed. Still, sparkling or flavored, there's something for everyone. And the best part, you call the shots. Whether you need a few cases or a few weeks supply, Primo's flexible delivery fits your schedule. So step up to the plate, hydrate like a pro with Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
The More to Move You summer sales event is on at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Don't miss exceptional offers on our most popular models. The versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 is just $229 per month for 33 months. Or lease the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50, now only $239 per month for 33 months. There's more to move you at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Click, shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored
sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Yankees getting a little closer to whole. Ahmed Rosario expected to be activated off the IL in time for tomorrow's game with the Rays as J.C. Escarra was sent down to AAA. Unclear if Giancarlo Stanton will return to the outfield for the 2 games with the Rays as Aaron Judge still not ready to play in the field. Mets looking up at the Phillies coming into the day 5 games back, and Philadelphia is scoreless with the Mariners bottom 1. As far as Phillies ace Zach Wheeler, underwent a procedure to remove a blood clot from his right upper extremity. Unclear just how long he's on the sidelines. Mets off on the road for the Nationals tomorrow. Francisco Alvarez has been on a tear since his return from AAA. Still unclear, though, about that thumb injury with the MRI expected to be today. Meanwhile, Juan Soto's just trying to enjoy his day off, but still took some shade from a 12-year-old.
Pictures you want to get of any players in specific? I want to get Juan Soto. Okay, all right. Juan Soto's a popular one. Misha, what about you? Juan Soto on your list as well?
Kind of overrated.
Kind of overrated.
He's all right.
He's all right.
Cal Raleigh.
Canadian Little Leaguer Misha Lee not all that impressed with Soto, that courtesy of ESPN. And this report is brought to you by Maiden Cookware. Some of the finest dishes in restaurants around the world are made in Maiden Cookware. Not surprising, since Maiden is crafted by chefs for chefs and designed for restaurants and home kitchens alike. Discover all their cookware at maidencookware.com. 72 degrees, sunny skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, the Fan, WFAN.
Here, right back at it on the Fan. Shout out to Positive Tommy. Tiki Barber. Happy birthday, Loogie. You just had 4.5 hours of Positive Tommy. Now, everybody's testing positive. Followed up by 5 hours of me, Keith McPherson, your night host. Oh, man, what has WFAN turned into? WFAN has fallen. Hey, let's have some fun, man. 888-808. 1019. I'm streaming live on WFAN YouTube. I can see you. Can you see me? I can see you in the chat. I know they can see me. Join up. Just search WFAN on YouTube and look for WFAN overnight. The first thing in the chat they said is, it's 7 p.m. How is this overnight? It will stream from now overnight. Shout out to Gallo, who will be filling in for Big Mac tonight. And yeah, I just said, everybody's testing positive, but the energy is positive, no? Yes? Start with Mets Nation. I feel like it's been a Metsy day. Mets Nation, you feel like you're out of the woods yet? You feel good? You all right? You won the series against a good team? If the postseason ended today, the Mariners are a playoff team. So are the Mets. Spoiler alert, the season doesn't end today. It never ends today. And there's still a little bit of a ways to go. But I think when you have the debut of Nolan McLean and he comes out the way that he did, competes, and you start to learn some things about the guy. Like, I don't care about his Wagyu steaks and his beard. I mean, this guy has a pitch arsenal. This guy is a former quarterback, dual threat, like a multi-sport athlete, Oklahoma State. He's got some moxie. He's got some way about him where, he came in to compete. The stage wasn't too big, and what you hope is that he can duplicate that. You hope that if he was able to do it against this vaunted Mariners lineup with the guy that they're trying to force down our throats as the MVP over Judge, then, maybe he can do that coming up against the Braves and, every other turn through the rotation. So it started off Saturday, good vibes at Citi Field, seeing his mom and dad. And, I think the players, and I said this leading up, the players get a perspective of watching someone make their debut because they all had the day where it was their debut. And then the fans, it generates buzz because the fans want to see what's this guy going to be like. This is the first time we've seen him. We've heard all about him. It's actually happening. They called him up. David Stearns, I called for help. David Stearns and his Ivy League education, maybe he knew this whole time. I have a plan. And when we get later in the season, after there's enough seasoning and development of these young guys, we're going to bring him up. Maybe they bring Sproat up. Maybe they dare bring up Jonah Tong. I think that's a little adventurous. But maybe, he's dominating at the AAA level. His start caught my attention over the weekend. I was saying last night, if you heard my Sunday Sauce show, like that kid looks like he's got some swag too. He's got a way about him, and that's what you need, right? You need guys that are going to come in and compete. The Mets have had a glass jaw through this whole stretch. It's like they'll have leads and blow them, and then their woe is me feeling sorry for themselves when Ryan Helsley gives it up or whoever, Reed Garrett gives it up, or the starters can't go deep in games, and then it's like they can't get off the mat. They can't fight back. But you saw that recently. You saw them tack on Saturday, and then you saw them last night. You know, behind Clay Holmes, who starts the game off. I was in here last night watching Clay Holmes hit Randy Arozarena in the head, first pitch. It's like, that's not a great start. Settle down. And he did settle down. And Clay Holmes is a guy that we talked about going to the bullpen. He outlasts Frankie Montas. Montas is a bullpen guy before him. Montas, who missed half the season. Clay Holmes was able to go 5 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, and get out of that 5th inning and escape with 4 Ks and leaving you in good shape. And the Mets were able to score. And you look at this Mets lineup now, and Lindor has broken out of it. Another multi-hit game from Francisco Lindor at the top of the lineup. This team goes as Lindor goes. When Lindor homers, they usually win. When Lindor is setting the table, they usually win. Juan Soto had 3 walks, leading the league, going to set the record for himself in walks, and he's already broken his own record for stolen bases. Juan Soto's out there having fun again. Juan Soto's out there talking to Julio Rodriguez. Juan Soto loves being a Met. That's a positive Tommy line. Juan Soto's doing the shuffle for the kids. He had to get away from Citi Field. He won't do it in Flushing, but the kids want to see Soto shuffle. Soto shuffle. He gave him a little, yeah, Soto. Not all the kids think he's overrated. So it's just good vibes. It's good energy. Mark Vientos, primetime player, swaggy V, big game V. This kid has a 3-run homer yesterday, and 3-run home runs win ball games, is a great Sweeney Murdy used to say. So you got to get him in the lineup. Now you're thinking about, hey, can he catch? No, he can't catch. I'm still waiting on word on Francisco Alvarez, my favorite Met, El Troll, because he's another guy. Since he went down and came back, he has been a force. And you saw how disappointed he was Friday with that loss. And I know he's got to be disappointed when he exited the game last night after that slide. I'm like, no, terrible timing. Yeah, I'm still waiting to see because he was supposed to have an MRI today in New York. And I keep refreshing Twitter to try to find out what the deal is, and there's nothing. And, as we compared the Yankees to the Mets over the last 2 weeks, and it was almost exactly 2 weeks ago where I said, hey, big bro is shielding lil bro. The Yankees struggles are overtaking the Mets struggles. The Yankees losing is blocking everyone from pointing at the Mets and saying, hey, they're losing too. I feel like Mendy is very similar to Booney, and I feel like right now we are waiting the same way Yankee fans wait to find out what's going on with Paul Goldschmidt, what's going on with Giancarlo Stanton. Every time there's been anything going on with Judge, they kind of wait, they drag their feet, and then they lie to you. And I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out. 888-808-1019. Somebody call me if you have the information. Somebody in the live chat, tell me if you've got the info on Francisco Alvarez and his thumb. Like, we need to know, because that'll kill all the vibes. That will be a buzzkill, right? As you beat the Mariners on national television for everybody to see, Sunday Night Baseball, and now you're set up here to put together a little win streak against the Nationals and get right. You got all these division games coming up. You've got this whole stretch of games in a row. You're feeling good about things. Paul Blackburn, see ya. Frankie Montas, you're in the pen. The compete level is rising. Like Kodai Senga was able to compete. You've got guys coming back from injury, and it's like, okay, this is it. Did we get out of this little rut? Did the Mets, finally clear this, or is there another rock bottom for the fans? Is there another, choke slam? Are they going to, stone cold stunner us at some point? So, yeah, waiting to hear about Francisco Alvarez, right thumb. He's day-to-day. There's nothing else. Yeah, he'll return to New York on the off day, which is today, to undergo an MRI. And I highly doubt that he's got an MRI scheduled for 7 p.m. So somebody knows. They're just waiting for the public to know. You will get some guys back. You know, we will see, some guys return to this team. And then this team just evolving. Last night I was talking about the Yankees evolving, and I was kind of using the way that the Yankees handle injuries and how I think the Mets are probably handling this. They don't want to tell you that, Francisco Alvarez is hurt and going to go on the IL after. Maybe he's not. Maybe he just needs a couple days. But the Yankees do that. And going into this Yankee series over the weekend, the Yankees told us between August 15th and 20th, Aaron Judge would be back in right field. That was the time frame. It is the 18th now. Will he be out there tomorrow in Tampa or Wednesday in Tampa? I highly doubt it. And what a luxury it is to not need Giancarlo Stanton. Where the first game, I'm like, okay, let Jose Caballero play. Let's see what he's got, And then as the second game came, and we're all kind of looking at that first game like they barely won 4-3. You kind of need Stanton's bat in this lineup. He's the best hitter on the team. He's hot. Don't cool him off. What's going on? And some folks like myself said, come on, it's Busch Stadium. It's not Yankee Stadium. There's not a short porch in right field. You don't want to throw Stanton out there. And then we come to find out general soreness. General soreness rears its ugly head again. And Stanton, after playing 3 days in the outfield for, the first time since he was a Marlin. I don't know if he's done that. I don't know when the last time he did that as a Yankee. Maybe there was 3 days in a row. But either way, 35-year-old Giancarlo Stanton, he's a little sore. He's a little beat up. He's slow to recover from that. He was able to pinch hit, work a walk. But ultimately, he's not ready to resume playing in right field. We do get the news today that J.C. Escarra was sent down. And now Ahmed Rosario, who ran into the wall in right field and injured his shoulder. Yeah, Ahmed Rosario will come back to help the Yankees. You can expect to see him in the outfield probably before you see Stanton and Judge. But George M. Steinbrenner Field down there in Tampa has the same dimensions as Yankee Stadium. If Stanton can go, you'd like to see his bat in the lineup. You'd like to see him out there. I don't know. I think they're just going to take it easy. I think you'll see Ahmed Rosario, Jose Caballero, obviously Belly, Belly, who's the best first baseman and outfielder on the team, Grisham in center, and Jason Dominguez. And, I've been hard on Jason Dominguez because I was rooting for the kid. I was rooting for the kid so much last year to come up at this time and join the team because I was sick of Alex Verdugo. And then I was rooting for the kid to overcome his struggles in spring training this year to play left field. But you know what? There is no more time to embrace the Martian. There is no more time for Jason Dominguez's development. Yes, I know he had a hit in every game and he contributed to help us win, but I fear that the bad outweighs the good. And when you play good teams, not the Twins, not the Cardinals, which he didn't play against the Twins. That's because the Yankees are starting to tighten up. Do you not feel that, right? Positive energy is coming out of them tightening up, them having urgency with the bullpen, with the lineup, with their decisions. Who's pinch hitting? Who's coming into the game? Like, there have been some decisions now, even as Ben Rice emerges, and Ben Rice has his career high RBI game, on base game. What a revelation this kid has been this year. Behind the plate, I did not have that anywhere for this season, him going behind the plate. I know he came up as a catcher, but I didn't know if he was ready to actually be now the primary catcher over Austin Wells, and Austin Wells has been struggling. Anthony Volpe have been struggling a bit, but you know what? If you mark the day that Jose Caballero was traded from the Rays to the Yankees in the game, and just that threat of, okay, Volpe, there's another shortstop here. It ain't Ahmed Rosario. It's this guy right here. He's a utility guy with speed. You got to be on your job, or you could lose your job. Volpe went bad. He went evil. He went dark Volpe. And, he hit us with the silencer after he had the game-tying home run in Miami. All of a sudden, he's throwing the ball hard and in the air. He's making plays. He's a vacuum out there. He tightened it up a bit, but then his hitting did struggle. So they put him on the bench for a game. And I don't really want to say he was benched. They gave him a day off. They gave him a double day off. I expect to see Anthony Volpe in the lineup tomorrow in Tampa, but what a series for Jose Caballero, who I've been calling Cabby 2.0. You know how Booney comes up with the nicknames? Oswaldo Cabrera was Cabby. And now you have a better Oswaldo Cabrera with a better last name that makes sense to be called Cabby. So this is Cabby 2.0 because Cabrera was a guy that could play the infield, outfield, pinch hit, defensive replacement, had some speed. Caballero is a better player than Oswaldo, and we sorely missed Oswaldo more than we realized. But now that you're seeing these moves that Cashman made at the deadline, specifically with a David put-him-to-bednar, you have a closer now. And Devin Williams, low-leveraged Devin Williams, the first guy out of the bullpen Devin Williams, has had a solid week. They broke me Friday of the Astros series, pitching him in a tie game, with that game on the line, where honestly, I feel like if they would have taken that first game, they would have taken the series. But now it seems like there is no time left to play stupid games and win stupid prizes. Sweep them so I know that it's real. They swept the Cardinals. I know the Cardinals aren't anything, but they couldn't complete the sweep against the Twins when the Guardians lost, who were right behind them in the standings, 3.5 games back in the wild card. They couldn't complete the sweep against the Twins when Toronto lost. You know what I'm saying? When Boston lost. And they did that yesterday. So good vibes in Yankee land as you see Cody Bellinger, play first base, as we do avoid Goldschmidt going on the IL, and he's able to come in and have a great game on Sunday, player of the game in his homecoming. And there's a lot of good things to report in Yankee land from the way this bullpen is being used. Luke Weaver, good to see you become the setup guy that we wanted you to become originally. They got to figure out something with Camilo Doval. But you still have Tim Hill, and you have Fernando Cruz and Ryan Yarbrough coming back. So with players coming back and with the schedule being where it is, like the Yankees have a stretch right here of 6 games in the division. They're 14-19 in the division. Do I expect them to take all 6? No. But I do expect them to take both from Tampa in our building, where those guys go to spring training for months every year. They're very comfortable down there. They're there right now, hanging out, probably going to dinner, relaxing. Some of them have apartments, homes. Good. Kick your feet up and get ready to kick their ass and be done with Tampa for the next 2 days. The Red Sox will play tonight. They'll play tomorrow, and then they have an off day before we have a 4-game set with them at Yankee Stadium. Now, I don't know how I feel about, not having the off day in between, whatever. It's a quick flight. But, man, these 4 games against the Red Sox are everything. You're right there. You're a half game behind them. At the least, you got a split in your building. But they have swept you. They have owned you. They have embarrassed you. Alex Cora can't wait to come to Yankee Stadium and embarrass you. So a 4-game set, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The Yankees take 3 out of 4. And then a lot of people will be back on the ride. A lot of people will be back on the bandwagon, the roller coaster, whatever you want to call it. I got to break it down. We're 20 minutes in. Keith McPherson on the Fan, another KM to AM. And at 8:15, Ryan Garcia and Sam Lucchini from Fireside Yankees will join us to talk Yanks. And then at 10:15, Anthony Recker, who you hear on Odyssey Mets Radio, former Met, my pal from MLB Network, he will join us at 10:15 to talk Mets. In between, we will talk Dart and Abdul Carter and Justin Fields and Garrett Wilson and all the football stuff that's percolating out there. And there's a Monday Night Football game on tonight. It's the Bengals versus the Commanders. I'll have eyes on that, and we'll pass the time till 12. Again, we're streaming live on YouTube. I see you guys. When we take this break here, I will jump into the chat. Dial 888-808-1019. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
Baseball heartbreak, football glory. WFAN covers every win, loss, and headline from the Yankees, Mets, Jets, and Giants. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
This is Sal Licata. If you live in New Jersey, your electricity rates are going up again. If your current cooling system is over 15 years old, get ahead of that rate increase now with a new high-efficiency Carrier AC system. There's only one company to call. It's my friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's air conditioning experts for decades. Take it from me. You'll save money and stay cooler. These guys are experts. Contact my friends now at EdisonHVAC.com. That's EdisonHVAC.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates. It's not easy being an accident victim these days. I mean, how do you choose the right lawyer? The radio, TV, buses, and billboards are filled with law firms making the same old promises, bragging about the same big results. They talk about their proven track record and hope they'll get you to sign on the dotted line. But then what? If a lawyer tells you from day one what your case is worth, please turn around and run. If a lawyer tells you how quickly they'll get your case settled, I beg you, turn around and run. The right lawyer is not a fortune teller. The right lawyer is honest, straightforward, and knows every case is different. He or she will have the experience to get you every dollar you deserve at the right time. So if you want to know your rights and you want to be told the truth, call D'Agostino & Associates today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24 and ask for me, John D'Agostino, because I've been there and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, law, bite back.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
This August, Route 22 Toyota is closing out the season with end-of-summer savings. Flip your current car into a brand new Toyota with available zero-down leases on the area's largest selection of new Toyota models. Qualified buyers can score 0% APR financing for up to 72 months on select new Toyotas. Huge savings over the life of your loan. And if you're shopping pre-owned, Route 22 Toyota has all makes and models of used cars starting under $10,000. Get them while they last. End of summer savings at Route 22 Toyota in Hillside, New Jersey.
Looking for the ultimate family day trip? American Dream has it all, and it's just minutes from Manhattan. Over 25 indoor attractions, plus hundreds of shopping and dining options. There's something for everyone. Book now. Your kids will thank you. AmericanDream.com.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. I had a tomahawk steak last night that was absolutely cooked to perfection. Now, you already know how it was done with the Chef IQ Sense, the wireless thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether you're cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat, and the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even when to flip them. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense right now at chefiq.com and make sure to put the code word Boomer in for 15% off.
WFAN congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated, more than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Step
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
And we're back. New York City. Call me up, man. Let's talk about things. Mostly Yankees things, Mets things, some Jets and Giants things. You know, I was on last night talking about the preseason, and I just don't get too deep into it because nobody's going to care about it. Nobody's going to think about it by week 2, 3. Playoffs, nobody's going to go back to, well, in the second week of the preseason. But what I will say about Jackson Dart, swag, aura. The national audience is paying attention. There's a lot of people that cover the NFL because the NFL is king, but there's a lot of people that cover football that are paying attention to what he's done in the preseason. When you're a rookie coming in, when you're a rookie quarterback drafted in the first round, almost a surprise trade back into the first round to specifically get you, it could go the other way. You know what I'm saying? Like if he's throwing interceptions like Dylan Gabriel, if he's not looking the part, then that gives people something to say about the pick. It gives people something to run with that really isn't valid. But, man, so far, very good. Jackson Dart, and not just Jackson Dart, Brian Dable and Kafka and the Giants coaching staff and the players that are making plays for him as well. There's something to be said about that. Like, I think just looking at this kid, he's got the headband. He's got the eye black over one eye. He calls it like Anakin Skywalker. He's got the silver chain. He's got the wristbands. He's got the Jordans. Like he's got handshakes. He's scoring a 1-yard QB sneak exhibition touchdown. He's getting up. He's gyrating. He's giving this to the fans, giving a little come here to the fans, playing into it. It's got to be a good feeling for the Giants fans that had to watch Daniel Jones. And what I was also saying last night is if you are watching Daniel Jones, where he could win the starting job for the Colts, he still looks scared. He's another year removed from the knee injury, the neck injury, but he still looks a little gun shy. And so that helps Brian Dable. That helps Joe Shane because they inherited Daniel Jones. So if Daniel Jones is not doing anything in Indy, and now they've got their guy. Stay tuned, folks. Just don't rush him. Do not rush this kid. Do not rush this kid into the starting job. Russell Wilson is here for a reason. Russell Wilson is going to get the first crack at it. If he stays healthy, it's his job to lose. But I think there's a good shot that Dart plays himself one more preseason game. He plays himself into QB2 territory where, like, you're one play away. So 888-808-1019. We will get to that. I will also give you my spiel on Justin Fields. But we got to talk Yanks. Moose is in Jamaica. First up on the Fan. What's up, Moose?
You're Keith. What it do?
You know.
I hear that. So, yeah. I'm looking at, well, first, Yankees, please. If you have a backbone, finish your breakfast when it comes to the Rays. In our spring training home, take no prisoners, leave no survivors, win both games, if you can. If nothing has happened, I won't trip. And that being said, Keith, I have not gotten off the roller coaster.
Good.
In the 16 games.
Good.
With the teams over 500, we go 8-8 and continue to win series against the rest of the schedule. We'll probably have the second or first wild card. And if Toronto, who ironic, or I don't know if it's ironic or just weird, how they lost 10-4 to the Rangers, who have slipped out of the wild card, and they're falling fast. So, I don't know. They say the division is not up for grabs. It's highly unlikely. But stranger things have happened in baseball, if you remember the 07 and 08 Mets.
I mean,
That's all I have
of
to
course.
say, Keith. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Moose. We're a long ways away I never believed this team was winning the World Series the entire year. I've been pretty vocal about that. As soon as Cole went down, I'm like, it's not meant to be. But I love what we saw out of Max Fried in the first 2.5 months before July. And it's a real concern about Max Fried right now. If Max Fried is not Max Fried of the beginning of the year of Cy Young contention All-Star, then pack it up. And what I mean by pack it up is he's going to pitch no matter what. If he's healthy, he's pitching. Now, is there something wrong with him that the Yankees aren't telling us? It was the blister. Then it's not the blister. And then it was something else that was bleeding on his pinky or his hand, but not the blister. Is he just tired? Is he fatigued? Is he just, I don't know. Is he just folding? I mean, if Max Fried is not Max Fried, who's your game one starter? Now, what I will say is something else like in line with, Ben Rice, the revelation he's been. And being in St. Louis over the weekend, thinking about Nolan Arenado, where's he now? And how many Yankee fans said, Keith, why can't they just go get Nolan Arenado? He's right there. Make the trade. Well, they got Ryan McMahon. Hello, Ryan McMahon. Hit his first homer as a Yankee. Can you do a little more of that with the short porch and right field in the Bronx this weekend? Would love to see it. But, as I was thinking about the bat that we were all obsessing over, looking at this lineup when Stanton goes down. We need another bat. We need another bat. This lineup's not good enough. Trent Grisham and Ben Rice, that's 2 bats. Trent Grisham was a 4th outfielder. Ben Rice, we looked at as like maybe he can duplicate what he did a little bit last year, but, he plays first base and Goldie's going to play first base and he's a DH. And when Stanton comes back, he's going to, man, that kid has been a star for the Yankees this year. But we've also gotten some performance out of, guys like Cam Schlittler. Had that nowhere in the future for the Yankees this year. Didn't know if they were going to get to the point to need him or call him up. And then Will Warren. Will Warren has been great. And I know you can't take out the Toronto Blue Jays start. You can't take out the start in Chavez Ravine against the Dodgers. But that kid has a way about him, too. He belongs. He's a whole rookie. And he goes out there and he performs. He strikes guys out, and he's been a revelation as well this year. He was supposed to be depth this year. We started this year with Carlos Carrasco in the rotation. Now Luis Gil is back. Gil-matic. And he had some help by the Yankee defense with the double plays, but he's revving up. He's getting his pitch count up. We're trying to get him back to Rookie of the Year form. Carlos Rodon's last outing was good. Can we see more of that? Rodon is also getting the ball in the postseason because of his contract, because of his experience. So it's like Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Luis Gil, Will Warren, Cam Schlittler. Who are you throwing in October, assuming that the Yankees do make it there because they have this soft schedule, which we'll talk about that tonight. I want to go through the schedule, and I want to look at some of these teams and show you that there is no soft schedule. Some of these teams are playing spoilers. Some of these, like the Orioles, it's not going to be a cakewalk for the Red Sox against the Orioles. The Orioles just went and, played tough against the Houston Astros. They're not a pushover. They got some guys that can hit, and a lot of guys are just going out there knowing their team is cooked. But, hey, the back of my baseball card is not going to be cooked. I'm playing for my individual stats. So there's still a lot to be seen with the Yankees. I feel good about where the pen is going to be. The starting rotation, though, I think they're going to try and stretch Yarbrough out. But if Max Fried doesn't return to form, then what are we talking about? His last 10 I don't know. No Garrett Cole, obviously. Max Fried stepped in to kind of assume that Cole day, Fried day role. But if he's not right, you probably are afraid to throw him in game one and lose game one of a wild card series. And then Rodon is not a guy that you really feel he's been better this year. Maybe it's the beard. He was an all-star this year. He's had some great outings. He's had some outings where he can't keep the ball in the park. You don't really go into a postseason start thinking he's a lock to shove. And then everybody else is young. Will Warren, Cam Schlittler, Luis Gil, Ryan Yarbrough, maybe. The lefty, I don't know what he's going to be. The crafty veteran lefty, I don't know what he's going to be when he comes back. So, yes, the lineup has a lot of guys in it that I think can deliver, that can perform. From Trent Grisham to Ben Rice to Cody Bellinger to Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, Paul Goldschmidt, even Volpe has his homers and his moments. Dominguez slapping some singles. Ryan McMahon hopefully coming along. Caballero being a threat, being a pest with his speed on the base pass. But who is going to pitch, man, in the postseason? Sometimes those games are 3-1, 2-0, 4-2, like tight games where, that starter that you throw out there has got to be able to give you 5-6 innings and then hand it over to the bullpen. And then a couple home runs off the bullpen can win. You guys know, you guys watch baseball. I don't have to tell you. Justin's in Tom's River on the Fan. What's up, Justin?
Hey, Keith. Thank you always for taking my phone call. I'm in exact lockstep with you. Our Yankees, if we're going to go anywhere this year, Max Fried has got to pitch like he did in the first half. It seems like ever since that Dodger series, he hasn't been the same pitcher. I don't know if it's health. I don't know, like you said, it's fatigue. But hopefully, when the Yankees hopefully make the playoffs, hopefully he is the ace of the staff. Like Cole last year kind of went through that lull where, he wasn't the same, and then he obviously picked it up in the playoffs. I'm hoping that's the same thing for Fried. But, the Yankees this whole season just have not been playing complimentary baseball. They pitch, then that day they don't hit. But hopefully the lineup is really starting to come alive. But also to my second point, Keith, I have a Jets question for you.
Yeah.
As a Jets fan, I've talked to you many times about my Jets. A lot of fans were excited after, obviously with Rodgers getting run out of town. I just don't believe in Justin Fields. And obviously it's a preseason game, but after what I saw, the kid can't throw. I just don't think he has it in him. Yes, he's very, obviously athletically gifted, but I don't think he can run a pro-style offense. And he showed he can't even throw a quick out. And I don't think the Jets are going anywhere. And I think it's setting up Aaron Glenn to not have success with the organization. And he's going to be on the hot seat in year 2 because this team with 15 years, no playoffs, the fan base is not going to get behind it, and he's going to be on the hot seat.
Understood, Justin. Let me take it from there. One, with, the pitching, I don't know. That's the one thing that can change, right? Especially when we were talking about the Mets and how, starters aren't going 5 innings. Like, the performance can change. Your luck can change. If guys are healthy, they can turn it around. Right? That's why you have coaches. That's why you have pitching labs. That's why you have all this data and videos and things to look at to kind of get a guy right. So I still do have faith that Max Fried, the veteran, a former champion, an all-star, a guy that's making a lot of money for the Yankees and came here to compete for the Yankees in October. Like, I think there is a chance that he turns it around, but maybe they need to put him on a phantom IL. Maybe they need to put him on a phantom IL stint. Maybe when Yarbrough comes back or something, they send him down. And this soft schedule coming up is a time that they could do that. Because I don't know. I think he might need a break. He might need a breather. He might need something to get right. Because he's been struggling with his location, struggling to put guys away, and even giving up some long balls. And he's just not looked as dominant as he looked in the beginning of the year. In the beginning of the year, I was not missing his starts. I was going to the stadium every time he pitched because I'm like, this guy is a lock. Free day on a Friday. Like, he's going to hold it down. Now, with the Jets, go ahead and I mean, it's nothing different. Go ahead and quit on the Jets now. Go ahead and back out on the season now. Go ahead and set your expectations for the lowest of lows, because then you can only be excited when Justin Fields rips off a 60-yard run. Or when Garrett Wilson beats coverage and he's streaking down the sideline and Justin Fields can just loft the ball up to him for a big play touchdown. If you see it and I see it, which he only threw 5 passes over the weekend, but if you see what you think is he can't throw, like I always have a problem with he can't throw the ball. There's just too many times these athletic quarterbacks, these dual threat quarterbacks get labeled as he can't throw the ball. Now, there's a difference, right? Like, he can make every throw in the book. He struggles to read defenses, they say. He's not a drop-back passer. He's never been. But that doesn't mean he can't be effective and successful. And if you see it and I see it and people are talking about it, you think Aaron Glenn doesn't see that? You think Tanner Engstrom doesn't see it? You think that the coaches of the Jets don't see that and aren't thinking about, okay, what do we have to do here? I guess you can give some credit to the Giants defense. That's what I did because I said there's familiarity. They played each other all week. They practiced against each other. So much so that Kayvon Thibodeau, we don't have to do the anymore. Reminder, there's no more Thibodeau in town. We can just stick to Kayvon Thibodeau. Talked about this guy running for his life. It's preseason, man. In the first game against the Packers, I felt like they were doing a lot of underneath passes, getting the ball out quick to fullback, tight end. They are going to play to his skill set. They didn't want Aaron Rodgers, right? Aaron Rodgers' skill set is the opposite of Justin Fields. Aaron Rodgers can read every single defense he's ever seen. Aaron Rodgers can drop back and throw the ball where he wants it and anticipate and put it into. Justin Fields, I think, is going to be a quarterback that you can win games with, but he's got to make the throws when it counts. I think it's clear, right? As I was reading something today about how, the Jets still don't have a tight end, and I'm like, Brock Bowers was there, Tyler Warren was there. Like they passed on tight ends in the draft back-to-back years and drafted, bookends for their offensive line. So what is the identity of the Jets going to be? Run the football. Aaron Glenn is a Bill Parcells guy and a defensive guy who understands running the football, controlling the clock. You can steal a lot of games that way. Also, it's not like they got a three-headed monster in the receiver room. It's not like they even have a two-headed monster in the receiving room. It's Garrett Wilson. It's Garrett Wilson. So I think their whole offense has to be predicated off of establishing the run, formations, motion, tricking defenses, and getting guys wide open for Justin Fields. Giving him half the field to read. Giving him one or two reads, and if it ain't there, go. Use your athleticism. And I think that you will see the most athletic quarterback you've ever seen as the Jets quarterback, and you will also see when it's real, it's different. It is different. It's different in practice when there's a red jersey on. It's different in preseason where some guys are going hard, some guys aren't. There's first string, second string, third string mixed in. I think Justin Fields, when you get into an actual game and they're competing and it's live and it's not thud and it's not exhibition, his athleticism and instincts take over. And I'm really interested to see what Tanner Engstrand, the first-time offensive coordinator and play caller for the Jets, is going to cook up. They are not going to put him in situations where he's sitting in the pocket. They are not going to put him in situations where it's on him to read the defense. They're probably not even putting him in too many situations to throw the ball on first down or third down. They're probably running the ball. And then you run the ball, and that opens up the play action off of it. I'm very interested to see what their actual... Why would they show their hand now? And as much time as Justin Fields has spent in the building with that little GoPro on his helmet, you think they're not working on it? Man, they are. Don't let one preseason game make you as Jets fans pack it in on this new regime, this new quarterback, and what they can do this year. It's been a long time since they made the playoffs. I wouldn't tell you that this is the year that they make the playoffs, but I don't think they're going to be trash. I think they're going to clean some stuff up. I think they're going to be disciplined. I think they have some talent. I think the defense is going to be good, and I think you can win some games with Justin Fields. Is he going to be Joe Burrow? Nope. But he could be a little mix of depending on the play call and the part of the game, he could be a mix of I don't know. I don't want to call him Lamar Jackson or Jaden Daniels because he's not of their level either. But we don't know. It's unknown. It's unknown. First-year head coach, first-year offensive coordinator, first-year quarterback, first year installing this offense for the Jets. There's much to be seen. 888-808-1019. In a half hour, I will have Sam and why am I blanking on? Sam and Ryan from Fireside Yankees join us to have a little Fireside WFAN Yankees chat. In 2 hours from then, it'll be Anthony Recker from MLB Network, SNY, Odyssey Mets Radio to talk Mets. And in between, I'll do little things like I'm doing right now, talking about Jackson Dart, talking about Justin Fields. There's still more to unpack from the Jets and Giants as we've got one more preseason game left. And then before you know it, real football, week one. 888-808-1019. Get your calls in now. We're also streaming live on the WFAN YouTube channel if you want to watch and interact with the chat. This is Keith McPherson, your nighttime host on The Fan. Right back after this.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
I would never be so brazen to say that I know more baseball than Brian Cashman. And trust me, I'm very tempted to say that, but I'm not. Well, you know what? I'm going to amend it to an extent. He contracts, bylaws, rules, no doubt. General manager, absolute advantage. Brian Cashman. Baseball, absolute advantage. BT.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh my God. When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Record numbers of residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you recently had a major life event such as marriage, pregnancy, or insurance loss, you may be eligible to enroll now. All health plans include preventive care, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Find out if you qualify at getcovered.nj.gov. That's getcovered.nj.gov.
Ready to score the biggest deal in breakfast? It's waiting for you at Dunkin'. Dunkin' is serving up the ultimate $5 meal deal. Get 1 premium hot or iced coffee and any 2 delicious wake-up wrap sandwiches for just $5. Whether you're fueling up for a big day or keeping it casual, this deal has you covered. A smooth, bold Dunkin' coffee paired with 2 warm, tasty wake-up wraps? Now that's what we call a big deal. Excludes espresso and cold brewed beverages. Modifications may be an additional charge. Participation may vary. Limited time offer cannot be combined with offers. Exclusion and terms apply.
More Mazda buyers choose Ramsey Mazda during the Mazda More to Move You sales event. Get 1.9% financing on a new 2025 Mazda CX-50. No payments for 90 days. Or lease for $239 for 33 months. Start shopping now at RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Call 833-853-2970 for lease details. VIN SN 319033. MSRP $32,785. Zero security deposit. APR $1748 for 1,000 finance. Hence 9/2/25.
Hey, Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 5th, when the Yankees host the Toronto Blue Jays, and be ready to receive the Yankees promotional giveaway. It's Austin Wells football jersey night. The first 18,000 guests will receive an Austin Wells football jersey, presented by Bank of America. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Blue Jays for Austin Wells football jersey night on Friday, September 5th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
At Hanover Bank, we're more than just your bank. We're your neighbor. Our decisions are made locally by people who live and work right here in your community and who understand what matters most to you. And your deposits? They stay local, benefiting the businesses, homes, families, and futures that make our towns thrive. We believe in true relationship banking, individual service, and commitment to community. Visit HanoverBank.com to learn more today. That's HanoverBank.com. Hanover Bank. Forward together.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Come visit the engagement experts at London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, yeah. Right here. On the Fan in New York. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson. We're streaming live on the YouTube, streaming on the Odyssey app. Obviously, you can hear us on FM, AM, WFAN.com, all that good stuff. You guys do not get tired of this. Talking sports, the same teams, over and over. Me either, honestly. I'm interested in this Monday Night Football game coming up. I know it's preseason, but 8 o'clock, Cincinnati versus Washington. I'm not sure if Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, they were warming up. I think they might go. They went in the first game. Not sure about Jaden Daniels, Deebo Samuel, but they were warming up too. So maybe. I know I saw a Deebo. I don't know if I saw Jaden Daniels. I did read something about Jaden Daniels, though. I am a Jaden Daniels fan, but also a hater. And I was reading about Jaden Daniels and what he did in the offseason. I just think he's a monster as far as like his game and getting better. You know, last year I remember telling you guys about how he uses virtual reality. He wakes up in the morning, he puts the virtual reality headset over his eyes, and then he goes through plays at like 2 times the speed. And now what he did in the offseason was go back and critique himself. So he spent the offseason improving his mechanics. He scouted himself for weaknesses. He was asked, what are the final results of months of doing that? He says now he's more accurate. He can throw farther. He said he's got more velocity. So if I need to let one rip so defenders aren't able to pick the ball off because of how fast the ball is traveling, it all ties into that for sure. So, I mean, he doesn't have Terry McLaurin, but they better figure that out with Scary Terry, but that is scary that Jaden Daniels, who got to the NFC Championship, Heisman Trophy winner, Rookie of the Year, arguably the best season for a rookie quarterback ever. I think it is considered that. He's not looking to have a sophomore slump. I'm rooting for him to have a sophomore slump. I think the only thing that slows him down is injury. If you remember last year, he got hit in the ribs. He had a little bit of a rib issue that slowed him down in the middle of the season. But other than that, Jaden Daniels he's a beast. And he doesn't even take that many hits. He's so good at reading the defense, knowing when to get rid of the ball, whether it's throwing it in the air, or reading the defense, knowing when to take off running. And he's so agile and quick. He doesn't take on straight on hits. He could just juke guys, get out of bounds. So, yeah, we'll see what Abdul Carter and Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns have in store for Jaden Daniels week 1. 888-808-1019. We opened up talking about positive energy and vibes around the Yankees and the Mets. Let's take another Yankee call before we break. Brian out on Long Island. You're on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, how are you?
Good. Happy to be here. Thanks for calling.
I'm a huge fan of yours. I think you have the best voice on the Fan. But
High praise. Thank you.
Thursday, starting the 4-game series at Yankee Stadium. I'm a huge Red Sox fan. I know a Long Island guy who's a Red Sox fan is tough to deal with.
Yeah.
I swear, I think the schedulers do this just to drive us crazy because it's going to be an amazing 4-day, right in a row, great weekend. Everything's going to come down to this.
Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be fun. It's like the summer is winding down. Red Sox Yankees is a premium series. I always talk about how when I was younger and I didn't have any money, I used to avoid premium series because of the ticket costs and all the casuals that come out. But I'll be in there. I think I'm going Thursday and Friday. And this is it right here. These teams are neck and neck. We'll see what happens over the next 2 nights with the Red Sox in Baltimore and then the Yankees with Tampa. But even so, it's 2 games. These 4 games are going to decide a lot, I think, just in the way that September feels in this race. And I'm afraid, honestly. You're a Red Sox fan? I've been honest. The Red Sox have outplayed the Yankees, and I think that they have a chance to smoke us. I think that they have a better chance of taking 3 out of 4 than the Yankees do.
Listen, I love your passion for the Yankees. I'm glad you said that because I feel the same way.
But you feel that way about the Red Sox?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think
I don't know. We got to see. We got to see, man. We'll see how it lines up. I know you guys have some injuries, but I just think Alex Cora always has a chip on his shoulder coming into this building, and he outmanages Boone. And there's something about the Red Sox-Yankees rivalry. As soon as people say it has no juice, wacky things happen, long games happen, crazy things go on.
Yeah. I'll be up in Saratoga listening to it. It's going to be an amazing weekend.
Thanks for the call and the compliment, Brian. I appreciate it. 1 hour down, 4 hours to go. Again, programming alert at 8:15. Ryan Garcia and Sam Lucchini from Fireside Yankees will join us. You've probably seen their content if you're a Yankee fan on TikTok, on Twitter, on Instagram. They do great work. The 3 of us are going to have a powwow and conversation about the team and players. And then at 10:15, Anthony Recker from SNY, from MLB Network, former Met, who you hear on Odyssey Mets Radio, Call the Games, will chat with us about the state of the Mets, and we'll talk all about the Mets team as well. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan. Let's go to Marco with the update. Hit it, Ray.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
And Keith, we're sponsored by Primo Brands, the official. Jackson Dart is impressed through a pair of preseason games, but it's not just the fans that are taking notice. So are his teammates, and that includes right tackle Jermaine Illuminor.
He's a really good player. I think he's going to be really good for this team. And just the progress he's made throughout the offseason and from OTAs to minicamp to training camp, you can see the progression. You can also see the way he's catching up with the speed of the game because from college to the NFL, the speed is a huge jump.
Meanwhile, the Mets are still awaiting word on Francisco Alvarez, who left their victory over the Mariners with a thumb injury. MRI set for today. Nothing new as of yet. Meanwhile, Phillies ace Zach Wheeler underwent a procedure to remove a blood clot from his upper right extremity. No further details at this time. Unclear just how long he'll be on the shelf. Phillies enter the day with a 5-game lead on the Mets, and they got a 6-0 advantage on the Mariners. They're in the bottom of the 4th. Yankees off as well. Ahmed Rosario expected to rejoin the club off the IL in Tampa tomorrow night. JC Escar has been optioned back to AAA. 71 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Yeah. Inside the 8 p.m. hour on the Fan in New York, looking at FedEx Field. We'll not have to look at FedEx Field in the future. They're going to get a new stadium down there in D.C., somewhere around there. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman getting ready. It's preseason for everybody. Monday Night Football. All my routed friends are here for Monday night. Bum, 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 bum. I need to get these fantasy leagues going. Well, I don't need to get them going. I don't ever want to be commissioner. I honestly opted out of a long-time league that I was in. Just like over it. It's too expensive. Too much nonsense going on with trades. And I feel like people gaming the system. And I think now I'm going to be in 3 Yankees Twitter fantasy football leagues. Because as the Yankees were losing, I think I put out a tweet like, I'm ready for fantasy football. Yankees suck. Anybody want to play in a league? And a couple people cooked up some leagues. So looking forward to that. I'm an NFL free agent. I don't have a team. I have my fantasy teams and my parlays. That's what I'm rooting for. And I'm going to watch the whole league. That's all I got for y'all. 888-808-1019. In about 10 minutes, maybe less, we will break to bring in my guys, Ryan Garcia and Sam Lucchini. I just ran into them at House of Highlights, Bleacher Report, doing some content where it was a bunch of Yankee fans versus a Red Sox fan. I don't know if you guys are seeing this content that comes out on the internet where it is one person versus a bunch of other people. I actually today was watching some of Amanda Seals versus 20 conservatives. Only a couple clips on Twitter, and I won't get into what that was. But what we did last Friday was, 10 Yankees fans versus 1 Red Sox fan, and it's a clash. It's a clash of the fans. It's called Fan versus Hater. I'm looking forward to it. So these guys, when I saw them there and we had a room full of Yankees fans, I'm like, man, I've seen these guys hustle their way up. And if you guys don't know, I'm a product of Yankees Twitter. If it wasn't for the support that I got from Yankees Twitter, I don't know if I would have been on. I don't know if I would have, got those commercials on the Yes Network. I don't know if I would have gotten this opportunity without people in the Yankees fan base online liking and retweeting and following and supporting me. And you know what is funny? I was listening to Tommy today open up, and for the first time I had the real thought, and I remember Spike used to tell me this, like, not everybody's on Twitter. Such a small percentage of the audience knows what goes on Twitter. Like I hear Tommy talking about, his positive Tommy tweets and the reaction it got. And I think a lot of times in this modern day digital area, the lines get blurred where we think social media is real life. It is not. It is not. You should see some of the things they say to me on social media. Nobody says anything like that in real life. But what I'm saying is, I'm bringing in 2 guys right now who are big on social media. I think when you hear them speak about the Yankees, you'll understand they're real fans. They're smart guys, but they're popping online. They haven't really broken into the mainstream media yet, but they belong. And I'm also saying, a lot of times as radio hosts, when we're off air and we tweet, we think that we're talking to a good amount of the WFAN audience, and we're not. Right? Even if you are seeing thousands of views and retweets on your page, some of those people interacting with your content are not listening to WFAN. I found myself today thinking, like, how many people just want to hear about the Mets and the Yankees, and they don't know our internet personas. My internet persona at times is a lot different than who I am on air. I think I'm straightforward on the air. There's no shtick. I'm not pretending. I'm never pretending. But I definitely troll and lean into the gimmicks that work on Twitter more. Elon Musk is paying me every 2 weeks. What I realized last year during the World Series run, I had over 3 million impressions through October. And I remember posting that and flexing that and telling somebody, yeah, look, I got 3 million people looking at my Twitter account. And he's like, are you monetized? He's like, I don't see a blue check mark. And I was like, yeah, well, I got monetized, or I'm not monetized, but I got the blue check mark before you could buy it. Like when I was on MLB Network in 2022, MLB Network made the call and they got that done for me. And then once you had to pay for it, I was like, I'm not paying for this. And he's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, if you've got 3 million people just looking at your stuff, that's money. You know, the $11 per month that you would pay to have a blue check mark, being a verified person, which you are in the media, like that money will make itself back, and it absolutely has. And, you know, I think Twitter is such a great tool for us radio hosts and sports fans. And, you know, like I said, I wouldn't have gotten my opportunity if it wasn't for Yankees Twitter. So I'm excited to bring a couple guys in who have worked their way up with their content. I think when you hear Ryan speak, and hopefully Ryan's listening right now, you know, Ryan can really run up some numbers, some stats, some just real information that, you know, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. It is what it is. And, you know, Sam is a little bit more charismatic with his delivery and his approach and his wittiness. I think I already took one of his, I didn't say it, but he wrote Devin Williams on Twitter as Low Lev Dev, a new nickname for Devin Williams. Low leverage Devin Williams, Low Lev Dev. So looking forward to having those guys on. And then, you know, shout out to Rec, who, again, on MLB Network, I worked with at MLB Network. We did some shows together. Former Met catcher. You've seen him on SNY. You hear him now on Odyssey Mets radio. And, you know, he's plugged into what's going on with the Mets. And as I say, hey, Mets Nation, are we out of the woods yet? Is this it, right? Is this it of the team, you know, picking you up and dropping you on your neck, rock bottom? This team just making you feel terrible. I was listening to C-Mac's show over the weekend, and shout out to C-Mac. No C-Mac tonight. Gallo will be on tonight. Gallo will hold it down. I was listening to C-Mac's show, and a kid called in, and he just was complaining about the Mets and being a Mets fan. He's like, it's miserable. This is what it's like being a Mets fan. And in my head, I'm like, this too shall pass. This too shall pass. I did see our very own Evan Roberts, who was off today, put out a tweet that the Mets raised his season ticket prices. And he said it's the biggest Mets season ticket price increase he's ever had. Well, that happens when you're selling out the building. You know, when Pete Alonso breaks the record, when you have all these Beatle nights and Minecraft night and all of these things like a mascot race and a dance crew and, you know, a Mets plaza where they do these pregame things. All that stuff costs to fund. And, yeah, Steve Cohen is the richest owner in the sport, but he hasn't turned a profit off the Mets yet. You also have Juan Soto at $765 million. Yesterday's price is not today's price. So looking forward to talking Mets with Rec. Looking forward to talking Yankees with Ryan and Sam. And then taking your calls in between about football. I think once this game gets going, I'm seeing Jaden Daniels. I'm seeing Deebo Samuel. I'm seeing Jamar Chase. I think they're going to at least get a series, which is good. I'm noticing this, too, before I take a call and then we break. I'm noticing this, too, about the NFL. Teams are playing their starters. You need to get reps. Football is only football when you actually are playing against another team jersey, another team live. And I think that these teams are going to be better suited for it when we get into the regular season. I cannot wait for this regular season. John is in Oxford, Connecticut. Before we go to the break, John, you're on the fan.
Oh, Keith, thanks for taking the call. My young Cowboy fan. Are you still a Cowboy fan?
No. Yeah. I hung that up after they lost to the Packers. Yeah. First round.
What did you say? Did you say to the Packers?
They lost to the Packers. They were heavy favorites. They got blown out.
Are you now a Packer fan? Is that what you just said?
No. I'll never be a Packers fan. That's too much pain. Aaron Rodgers, Dez caught it. Jared Cook down the sideline, and then Jordan Love and Aaron Jones and those guys smoking the Cowboys in Jerry World. No, I'm a free agent. My son's going to pick my team.
How are you a free agent? How you do that, dude? Explain that to me.
How do you do that? You don't wear the uniform. You don't go to the stadium. You don't represent the team anymore. You move on from it.
Well, I just don't know how you do that, because how much did you like them in the first place that you could then do that?
Yeah, it's not so much about how much did you like them. It's like, what is it worth to you? How much pain did you put in? How much suffering can you take? How much ridiculous Jerry Jones clips and comments can you actually stand before you're like, I don't got to do this? Thanks for the call, John. I'm in New York, baby. I'm coming up on 10 years since I stepped foot in AT&T Stadium. I'm a free agent. Anybody can sign me to be a fan of their NFL team, right? Wasn't long ago I told you I was a free agent in the NHL. And then I became a Devils fan. Woo! Woo! I can't wait for the Devils games. I cannot wait to go back to the Peru. But yeah, I'm a free agent. Because I'm not putting that evil on my son either, man. I'm not putting that evil on my son, man. I'm going to let my son choose a team colors, maybe a mascot, a quarterback he likes, a receiver he likes. We're going to take a look, and this year it starts. This is going to be his third season. He should be able to start to understand by next season, and then by the time his fifth season comes, all right, son, who are we rocking with? Who do you want to be a fan of? I'm leaning towards the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, Hard Knocks got me. They're building a new stadium with heat lamps, and it's like windproof, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. Bills Mafia, I want to go up there and see how they party, and you know what? You know what? Still a New York team. Still a New York team. I got no allegiance to Jerry Jones in Texas. I haven't given Jerry Jones any money. I haven't gone to that. I say, I'm out, baby. I'm out. If you don't renew your fandom yearly, you're not a fan anymore. I'm a free agent. I'm an NFL fan. You'll see me like Rob Lowe wearing the NFL shield. I am a fan of my fantasy teams and my touchdown parlays and whatever over-under spread bets I got going on Sundays. I'm a Red Zone fan. I root for Sky Hansen in NFL Red Zone. Keep McPherson on, fan. We got a break. We got to bring these guests in. 888-808-1019 if you want to join the conversation in about a half an hour. And stay tuned. We're coming right back.
Here's a high drive right field. Line drive, goodbye.
The Yankees head to Tampa to play the Rays. 7:35 tomorrow night. Driven by Jeep.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all of the action. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This August, Route 22 Toyota is closing out the season with end-of-summer savings. Flip your current car into a brand-new Toyota with available zero-down leases on the area's largest selection of new Toyota models. Qualified buyers can score 0% APR financing for up to 72 months on select new Toyotas. Huge savings over the life of your loan. And if you're shopping pre-owned, Route 22 Toyota has all makes and models of used cars starting under $10,000. Get them while they last. End-of-summer savings at Route 22 Toyota in Hillside, New Jersey.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same-day and next-day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit samwellpain.com.
BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager. New Jersey and New York only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. In New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Right now during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X 4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,659 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 9/2. Jeep is a registered trademark.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Cars for Kids, your trusted charity for car donations, also accepts donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
You want to get the most for your money. That's why more Mazda buyers choose Ramsey Mazda for selection, customer service, and savings. During the Mazda Born and Move You sales event, lease a new 25 Mazda CX-30 for $239 for 33 months. Start shopping now at RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Call 833-853-2970 for details. VIN SM842601. MSRP $26,880. Zero security deposit. Ends 9/2/25.
Looking for the ultimate family day trip? Just minutes from Manhattan, American Dream is the biggest indoor entertainment complex on the East Coast with over 25 major attractions, from water slides and wave pools at DreamWorks Water Park and coaster and rides at Nickelodeon Universe to ski slopes, shark tanks, arcades, and laser tag. There's something for everyone. Plus, shop and dine at hundreds of amazing spots all under one roof. Book now. Your kids will thank you. AmericanDream.com.
Some of the finest dishes in restaurants around the world are made in cookware. Not surprising, since Maiden is crafted by chefs for chefs and designed for restaurants and home kitchens alike. Discover all their cookware at madencookware.com. Ready to score the biggest deal in breakfast? It's waiting for you at Dunkin'. Dunkin' is serving up the ultimate $5 meal deal. Get one premium hot or iced coffee and any two delicious wake-up wrap sandwiches for just $5. Whether you're fueling up for a big day or keeping it casual, this deal has you covered. A smooth, bold Dunkin' coffee paired with two warm, tasty wake-up wraps? Now that's what we call a big deal. Excludes espresso and cold brewed beverages. Modifications may be an additional charge. Participation may vary. Limited time offer cannot be combined with offers. Exclusion and terms apply.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is
And we're back. Keith McPherson on the Fan, another 5-hour KM to AM. Joining us right now for the first time ever on the Fan, Ryan Garcia and Sam Lucchini from Fireside Yankees. What's up, guys? How you feeling?
I'm doing great, man. It is incredible. Go ahead, Ryan. You go ahead.
Yeah, let me, since it's three of us on the call, I guess Sam, the cadence will be me, Sam, Ryan. We'll go around that way.
Works. Hey, man, we're incredible. Keith, thank you for having us on, man. This is it's an awesome opportunity for us. We know we love talking ball with you. We just saw you a couple of days ago up in New York City, but Yanks are playing great ball right now. I'm very excited to get into it, and we're pumping out great content every single day, like you know. Yeah, I grew up listening to WFAN my whole life, essentially, so this is pretty insane. I'm really excited to get into this.
Yeah, awesome, guys. Running into you guys at the Warner Brothers building for the shoot, and thinking about, the first couple times I saw you guys pop up on Yankees Twitter, I'm always somebody that tries to pay it forward. I'm always somebody trying to, send the rope down and pull the next guy up. And, when this show popped up for me, I'm like, let me see if they'd be interested in joining us for a little fireside chat on the Yankees on the Fan. So let's get into it, man. Let's start with the manager. There was a lot of talk about fire Aaron Boone night. And it's Boone's fault. And we got to get rid of this guy. They're not going to win anything with this guy. And then, Cashman had a quote in an article over the weekend from Chris Kirshner about, he said, I'm not an advocate of becoming Randy Macho Man Savage or John Cena from WWE and providing a power drive to finish off the victim. That was him in support of, how, Aaron Boone handles struggles. And then there was more along the lines that let you know about, like, they're not firing Aaron Boone. And even though people like myself say that Aaron Boone's not hard enough on the players, that is an extension of the front office. That is how the Yankees want him to handle the postgame and handle the players. So your thoughts on Aaron Boone as well as Brian Cashman and the leadership of the Yankees. We'll start with you, and then we'll start with you, Sam, and then we'll go to Ryan.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of, the Yankees struggles. I mean, you will say that every manager has their faults. Don't get me wrong. I think that Aaron Boone's bullpen decision-making sometimes is a bit skeptical. I think that some of his lineup decisions are a bit skeptical. But kind of as you alluded to, it kind of goes from the top down. Like, you hear people talk about how these organizations run and, their lineup decisions, they come down from the front office. They don't necessarily come directly from the manager's room. I will say that, at some points in times, it is kind of frustrating to see, how Boone is, with outward criticism to the public about certain players. And that's for a number of guys that have struggled throughout the years. He's never necessarily came out and fully called out a guy or like been super aggressive to the media like you've seen with other managers in MLB, which can be frustrating. I understand to an extent that, there's conversations that are happening that we do not know about. We don't know how he is in the back room. I would assume that he's a lot harder on his guys in the back room and in comparison to what he says to the media. So I think that, at some points in time, yes, I think there's right and due criticism towards Aaron Boone and how he handles some of his managerial decisions. But I think it comes from the top down. As far as Brian Cashman, I am like one of the biggest Brian Cashman advocates there kind of is out there. I think he's terrific at his job. I think that, the biggest proponent against him is kind of with Hal Steinbrenner and his inability to spend money sometimes. So I don't necessarily have a ton negative to say about Brian Cashman. I think that with Boone, it kind of comes from the top down. So a lot of the decisions that, maybe you don't necessarily agree with, you don't necessarily like, I think there's always a story behind it, but he's a guy that's not without his faults. So that's to kind of sum it up.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm in agreement with Sam in the sense that, number one, I think that if there was an organizational issue, which I know is a hotly contested issue, I don't think that's strictly on Aaron Boone. Again, I also don't always agree with his lineup decisions. I thought he was a little too aggressive with getting Goldschmidt in the lineup against righties and not getting Rice in the lineup against righties. I thought that was playing at a disadvantage unnecessarily. And there are sometimes some bullpen decisions that, again, I don't always agree with. But I think for the most part, it's very hard to pin it all on a manager because we don't know what's going on behind closed doors, number one. And number two, they really don't have that kind of impact on a game the way that I think an NFL head coach or even an NBA head coach. Like, I don't think you can necessarily parallel, let's say, the Knicks situation with Tom Thibodeau and the Yankees situation with Aaron Boone, because if it's like Aaron Boone isn't drawing up hitting approaches, he isn't drawing up pitching approaches. Whereas for Tom Thibodeau, that is part of his responsibilities: offense, defense, scheming, those kinds of things. So I think, again, Aaron Boone, not the perfect manager. I don't know if there is a perfect manager, but I don't think he's the root of all of their evils or problems.
Well, the Yankees were able to sweep the Cardinals over the weekend, go on the road, complete the sweep. Obviously, we did see some errors, running into outs, some misplays on some balls in the outfield, but that's still part of the Yankees' DNA and who they are. Boone can't coach that out of them, but I did see some urgency. I did see some urgency with his pinch hits, with his bullpen decisions. I even noted, yesterday, like when Jazz stole the base. He stole second base, and Goldschmidt hit that ball off the wall, and he didn't score. He ended up being driven in after. Boone kind of checked him as he got back to the dugout, kind of gave him a look like, what were you doing? And Jazz, I couldn't see the ball. Like, I feel like Boone is now managing not just for his life, but for the rest of the season. I feel like there is the urgency we've been waiting to see. I feel like they are holding guys accountable, as you saw in the Twins series, right? Like, Dominguez wasn't getting run. But obviously with injuries and Judge not being ready to go, Stanton not being able to play out in Busch Stadium in right field, Dominguez got an opportunity to play. But even like a guy like Wells, they're not just running Wells out there. It's Ben Rice behind the dish. You saw with Volpe getting a day off. Hey, we have Caballero. And Caballero, they could have sat after the first day, but they said, you know what? Many times guys have 2 hits or get hot and we sit them down. Let's see if we can continue with the hot hand. And I think Caballero was a huge part of this weekend. So my question to you both is, are the Yankees back? Do you feel like they righted the ship? They swept this team, and are we out of the woods? Is the Boone swoon and the July you cry, August dog days over? Have they gotten right here? And do you feel better about the state of the Yankees after completing the sweep of the Cardinals?
I'm going to be completely honest with you, Keith. I think that I'm going to feel a lot more confident after this week if they can go in and do their business in Tampa against Tampa Bay, and then you have the 4-game set against Boston. When you play Minnesota, you should beat Minnesota. When you play St. Louis with the amount of injuries that they have right now, you should beat St. Louis like 110%. Them having a 5-1 week is awesome. And what I saw from them this week was, like you said, a lot of urgency. That team can still match. They have one of the best offenses in baseball, like hands down statistically. It's great how much they can hit. But at the end of the day, it's always going to be about their pitching. I'm still waiting for a Max Fried to step up. Like, he's looked horrendous in the second half. Like, you need that in the playoffs. You need that dog. You need that ace. So I'm waiting for him to step up and really be an impact player for this team again and not going out and giving up 7 and 6 like he did the other night. So I think that at this point, they control their own destiny. They have, 40, 50 games to go. They have one of the weaker schedules in the American League. So I think this weekend is going to tell you a lot about how good this team is and how deep realistically they can go in the playoffs, because they look a lot better after a 5-1 week. But I think that at the end of the day, you got to see what they can do against the playoff team. So I would watch Boston this weekend carefully and see how that series pans out.
Yeah, I'd have to second the opinion that, this Boston series is really the one where I think you're going to see a feeling of, all right, we're in, or, okay, we're back to kind of where we were a week ago, depending on how that series plays out. I will say in regards to the offense, one thing that this team has that I didn't feel like last year's team had is that they have a much deeper position player group. You look at the bench, there are useful players. You mentioned Jose Caballero. Jose Caballero is an awesome utility piece to have because he can play multiple positions, do it well. He's going to end up with 40-plus stolen bases this year. I know that Ryan McMahon isn't a superstar or anything of the sort, but, his OPS plus this year would be higher than Verdugo's last year, Rizzo's last year, and Volpe's last year. All 3 of those guys played every single day, and some of those guys hit, how many games did Alex Verdugo hit third for the Yankees? How many games did Rizzo hit fifth? How many games did Volpe lead off? How many games did Verdugo lead off? It's a much different group in that regard. I think, as you mentioned, Keith, with the playing time for some players, look, I have nothing against Jason Dominguez. I like Austin Wells, and I like Jason Dominguez as well, but guys are going to have to play their way into the lineup. I like the idea of, hey, if Paul Goldschmidt gets hot, he's playing over Wells, and Rice is going to catch, or if Wells gets hot, then they'll sit Goldschmidt and they'll play Rice at first. That's what I like to see. I like to see that this team is deep enough to have those kinds of open competitions in your lineup, in your offense, and it gives Boone the ability to play the hot hand. I think that's the one thing they really haven't had in the Judge era since 2017, which is just you have a plethora of position players who can play in a game, make a start, and help you out.
Again, we are on the phone with Ryan Garcia, who you just heard, and before that was Sam Lucchini. These guys are the guys that you hear on the Fireside Yankees podcast. You see their content on Yankees Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube. Sometimes I'm jumping into their YouTube live. Shout out to the YouTube live chat, as I'm in the live chat right now, and someone made a fake Keith McPherson account. Those things happen. Someone wants to troll in the comments live on air. Anyway, sticking to the conversation at hand here, you mentioned something. Like, I kind of set you guys up with that question, right? I said, sweep them so I know that it's real. Yeah, I think the urgency is real with the Yankees going to Minnesota, or not being able to sweep Minnesota, but then going on the road to St. Louis and handling the Cardinals, and they should, right? These are the defending AL champs. This is a team that was in the World Series. This is a $300+ million payroll. This is a team with all-stars. This is a team with expectations. But this week coming up is the real test, the real sign of, are the Yankees for real? Have they righted the ship here? But, we're waiting to see if Aaron Judge is going to be able to play right field. I just feel like, they told us August 15th through 20th, that's when it's going to happen, and it's not happening yet. We were all kind of worried about Stanton going into the outfield. He played well. He actually had his best game of the year being out in right field, but now he's sore. Ahmed Rosario is coming back, which I think tells me that the Yankees are going to throw him out into the outfield, and we're not going to see Judge or Stanton out there. But how do you guys feel about this upcoming series? 2 against Tampa and then 4 against the Red Sox. We haven't played good in the division, and I feel like you need both Judge and Stanton's bat in the lineup.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult for me to sit here and say that I'm comfortable leaving Giancarlo Stanton out of the lineup, especially against Tampa Bay and then especially against Boston, just because of how well Stanton has hit over the course of the season so far. Granted, he's only played like 50-some-odd games, like whatever, but he has been absolutely amazing this year at the plate. So I also kind of share this concern that with Aaron Judge's injury and him not necessarily being able to play the outfield just yet, or what's going on with the severity of that injury? Is it something that we don't know? Is it worse than we figure with the elbow? So that's a little bit concerning, but at the end of the day, I think that the two of them, if you want to be able to take these two series, mind you, that you need both of them in the lineup because these are two of your best bats. And realistically, they can end up righting the ship this week as far as their divisional woes, because like you said, they have been horrible in the division this year. Toronto's owned them. Boston's owned them. They cannot beat a divisional opponent to save their lives right now. So if you walk out of this week with a 4-2 week, with a 5-1 week, and you continue to win baseball games, you kind of change the narrative on, we're the big dogs in the AL East. We're back. Obviously, Toronto's lead is massive right now, but if you're able to have a successful week against these two teams, then you might be able to look at this team, going into next Monday and saying, well, maybe they're a lot better than they were over the past 2 months with the crazy swoon that they had. So I think that they really have a chance to prove themselves this week that they are a legitimate contender and that they can play well down the stretch. But you got to have both of those bats in the lineup. I will be upset if Aaron Judge does not play any right field again this week, because I don't want to see Stanton playing out there. You just know that he cannot move like he used to.
Yeah, and to second that, you can't go into a series in Fenway and not have Giancarlo Stanton hitting. I don't want to think about a Yankee offense or a Yankee Red Sox series, or you're not going into Fenway, you're hosting them, but I don't want to think of the guy who has been, as Sam mentioned, your best hitter over the last month not playing in a series, or not playing all 4 games in a series that is paramount to your season. You are 1-5 against Boston. You cannot afford to even split this series. You have to take this series. You have to go 3 out of 4 at minimum, and the divisional play has been the reason why they're in third place. If they're 500 against the Red Sox and even 1 game under against the Blue Jays, they're in first place. Those two teams have single-handedly put the Yankees in third because of how the Yankees have played in those series. So if they can play better baseball in this series, that'll be great. But in order to do that, I think you're going to need Stanton and Judge every day. And I also will say this, Ahmed Rosario, really good against lefties, but I don't love the idea of him in the outfield, because if you think Jason's a bad defender, which he has been, Ahmed Rosario is not much better out there. It's pretty bad with him too.
Yeah, he got hurt running into the wall in right field, just not aware, not ready for that. But Ryan, you brought up something that I remember I used to say. I had a tweet that went off, and I'm like, how do you guys hate on Giancarlo Stanton? All he does is go Barry Bonds against the Red Sox. He's got great numbers against Boston. Whether it's in Fenway or Yankee Stadium, you need him in the lineup. But let's talk about 2 other bats in the lineup right now. These are 2 guys that I've been talking about the last 2 days on the Fan, because, being in St. Louis, I was thinking about Nolan Arenado and how Yankee fans were pounding the table for months saying, just trade for Nolan Arenado. We need another bat. We need his bat. Take on the contract. His bat. We need another bat. Well, at the time, no one had any idea that Ben Rice would be this impactful as a bat, or Trent Grisham, a fourth outfielder who had a hamstring injury in spring training, would be your leadoff hitter, have a career-high 20-plus homers, have a game like he had Saturday. Like, let's talk about Ben Rice and Grisham and how they've just been revelations this year, how great those guys have been, on top of Cody Bellinger, who you hoped and expected, and Goldie when you got him, to go along with Judge, to go along with Stanton.
Yeah, Ben Rice has been a Fireside Yankees darling for a majority of years. Me, Ryan, and Alex have watched his minor league development and how good he was as a bat for several years. When he came up, he had the 3-homer game last year, but overall wasn't like what you fully expected him to be. Like, they still kind of had the shell of Rizzo playing first base over there. So Ben Rice didn't get a ton of run. I think right now, this is a bat that you need to have in your lineup every single day. Ryan and I talked about it on our show last night. Whether it's playing first base, whether it's catching, Ben Rice has to be in that lineup every single day, because when you're in this type of divisional playoff race, whatever you want to call it, you need to play your best bats 24/7. I don't care if he's going to play over Austin Wells every day, which he has been doing over the past couple of weeks. I don't care if they need to sit down Goldschmidt. Ben Rice is a bat that needs to be in your lineup every single day, because he absolutely mashes. He had the 7 RBI game the other day, and all of the numbers back up that he will be an amazing MLB bat, and already is sort of showing it. Trent Grisham was a throw-in in the Juan Soto deal that, coming into this year and even last year, we looked at as a bench guy, not going to do too much for you. It's going to be whatever, plays good defense, whatever, right? One of the clutchest players in Major League Baseball, like you mentioned, 20-plus home runs. He has been a revelation for this outfield and has completely changed the trajectory of this team. Because realistically, if you don't have that bat, there's a lot of games that the Yankees lose this year just because they don't have Trent Grisham and what he's able to do in the 8th inning, in the 9th inning, in the 10th inning. And he's still playing decent defense out there in center field as well. So I think Trent Grisham has also been a guy that's massive for this team, leading off every day for this team, and just absolutely rakes. And he's just 28 years old. Like, he's going to hit free agency this year, and he will probably get a bag from somebody because of what he's been able to do in Yankee pinstripes this year. So the two of them, ultra impressive. This team is nowhere without those two guys right now.
Yeah, as you mentioned with Ben Rice and Trent Grisham, I think the skills that they bring to the table too are so valuable offensively. They are in the 90th percentile in chase rate, so they don't expand the zone. Both are above average at making contact, and obviously both have provided a ton of power. 39 combined home runs between the two, and we're not at the end of the season, and they have been kind of cycling in and out of the lineup as we've tried to figure out, okay, who's going to step up and be the guy who starts every day at first or at catcher or in left or in center, et cetera, et cetera. So when you have patient hitters who provide power and make contact in front of or behind Aaron Judge, that's a scary proposition. I know that Cody Bellinger settled into that role behind Judge as the 4-hitter or the 3-hitter, depending on where Judge is hitting, but you're surrounding Judge with contact and power. And that's really important, because when you're an opposing pitcher, you can't just make bad pitches and get through that part of the lineup. You have to make really good pitches or give up a home run to guys who aren't Aaron Judge, and that's not even factoring in, again, you have to face Aaron Judge. The wrinkle that Stan brings to the offense by being another guy in that lineup who just can absolutely pulverize you. Jazz can pulverize you. I mean, you have guy after guy after guy. The depth in this offense is such a nice, refreshing change from last year again. This is not a diss on a team that did win the AL pennant, but at the end of the day, I mean, you guys know that feeling of, okay, we are past the Soto, Judge, Stan part of the lineup. It's kind of cross your fingers and hope somebody gets something going, or else you're probably not going to score.
Yeah, I hope that the Yankees look to invest in Cody Bellinger and Trent Grisham and run it back next year. There was a lot of talk about Kyle Tucker. I think, that ship is starting to sail, and he's going to be a top free agent. But I think there's a real chance that they explore, bringing back Grish, bringing back Belly. We know those guys are great. We have Jazz Chisholm, who this weekend really uses speed, stealing bases, applying pressure. And, the last position player I want to ask you about before we talk pitching, and I'll let you guys go, is Jose Caballero, who we saw get traded in game. And, the first we saw of him, I guess, Cabby 1.0. He ran past the ball in right field, and it was disaster for us against the Miami Marlins. But this weekend, I was tweeting about him. I've been calling him Cabby 2.0 for two reasons. One, this is his second take, his second act with the Yankees. And two, Boone loves to call these guys Cabby and Wellesley and Glaby and Judgy. And Oswaldo Cabrera was Cabby, but he's not there. Here comes Cabby 2.0, another utility player that kind of replaces Cabrera for this team. And he was great this weekend, just, putting pressure on the defense, running. Let's talk about what he can be for this team, even spelling Anthony Volpe. I know there's a lot of conversation around Anthony Volpe being benched. I think he just was given the double off day, and he will be starting tomorrow. But your first thoughts on Jose Caballero and the impact that he could have for the Yankees after seeing him in these 3 games against St. Louis?
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up Anthony Volpe because Ryan and I discussed this last night. Jose Caballero is realistically the first backup shortstop that Anthony Volpe's had since he's entered Major League Baseball. They've kind of put the bubble wrap on him, given him the position, no days off, you're going to play every single day. But now they have Cabby in there who can legitimately play everywhere. And he's a player that I like to describe as you hate to watch him play against your team, but you love him on your team. He's an absolute pest. He's super athletic, can play everywhere you want him to. Super speedy, leads the American League in stolen bases. This is a perfect archetype of a player that you want to have on your bench every single day. And like you mentioned, he's putting it together with the bat right now. He was excellent this weekend in St. Louis. So whatever you can get at the plate with Jose Caballero, I think is an absolute plus. Because when you have that guy in the lineup, he's going to hit 8th, 9th. He's going to play great defense wherever he is, all across the diamond. And whatever you can get from him offensively is just an added bonus. So I think that he is the perfect archetype for a bench piece that you would want, for a pinch runner in the playoffs, just to kind of fill gaps. And you can pencil him in on this roster for the next couple of years because he has multiple years of control. He has minor league options. So if they run out of the spot on the bench, if they bring somebody in, they can send him down. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. He looks excellent right now with the Yankees. And I remember him from his Seattle days, from his Tampa Bay days, where he just was, where they just got him from. And he was an absolute pest. He was the Garrett Cole, finger wag guy. So, that's always what I remembered him from. And I remember he robbed Ben Wright of a home run in right field in Tampa earlier this year. And it was what? That's unbelievable. So I think this guy's you love to have him on your team because of what he brings and his versatility. So I love Cabby, and we've been calling him Cabby too, Keith. It's the same thing, bro. So we love him to death. I think that he's an awesome addition to this team and another great trade for Brian Cashman.
Yeah, I mean, Jose Caballero is he's such a great utility man. He is a positive defender if you look at defensive runs saved at 4 different positions this year, or in his career, second base, third base, shortstop, and right field. That's awesome. That's the kind of versatility where I know Oswaldo Cabrera is a utility guy, but you don't really want to see him in the outfield, and you probably don't want to see him at shortstop either. Caballero is a firmly above average defender at shortstop, a good defender in right field. As Sam alluded to, that robbed home run. He's been playing a right field that is exactly the same as Yankee Stadium right field in terms of distance and all that stuff. So he should be comfortable there. He is one of just 6 players over the last 3 seasons with at least 100 stolen bases. The Yankees have not had that kind of speed in such a long time, and I feel like it's infectious. The Yankees are running so much more since the start of August. They're second in all of baseball in stolen bases, and this is while, I know that they've been scoring, but their OPS this month's actually been the second worst mark for any month they've had this year, and they're still scoring almost 5 runs a game. I think the base running, being a good base running team, is making a pretty notable difference in their ability to put guys in situations where, all right, instead of Caballero being on first or on first with no one out, you have him on third with no one out. That gives you 2 chances where you don't even need a hit to score him. That's such a difference maker. And as I mentioned, postseason time off the bench, you're going to have someone you can bring into a big spot and have steal a base for you.
Again, we're talking to Ryan Garcia and Sam Lucchini from the Fireside Yankees podcast. Obviously, you guys are hearing them talk it up. They're great. Last thing for you, I saw you guys put out today, who's in your circle of trust with the Yankees bullpen? Who can you guys trust? Earlier, I said I stole your nickname, Sam, Low-Lev Dev, because, Devin Williams being the first guy out of the bullpen, this version of him that we saw over the last week, that's perfectly fine by me. I obviously also will put in David Putnam to Bednar, the closer that was promised. I think that's what we were looking for in Devin Williams. That never really materialized, but David Bednar has got this look about him. He's got a better pitch mix and just a bulldog approach. Obviously, Tim Hill is Tim Hill, and this version of Luke Weaver as a setup guy and a guy that can go more than one inning, I think those guys are in my circle of trust. Share your circle of trust. And then also talk about the pitching as far as other guys in the bullpen that, have to improve and guys in the rotation that have to improve, who you feel good about, who you don't feel good about.
Yeah, so Low Lev Dev, that's like my new favorite nickname for a player ever. I mean, like you put him in the 6th inning, he legitimately looks like prime Devin Williams. So he was really impressive this weekend, man. He looked awesome out of the bullpen when he was pitching the 6th and 7th. So that was great. If you can get that version of that player in a minimized role, earlier in the game, in a low leverage situation, alluding to the nickname, then that's perfectly okay. But like you mentioned with the circle of trust, my circle of trust right now is like Bednar, Weaver, Hill. Like you mentioned, Bednar's been locked down. Ever since Miami, he's been absolutely lights out. Weaver's that guy that can go multiple innings for you. And I was always against the fact that he should be the closer because I think that he can give you much more. I know that, if you're going to put Luke Weaver in the 8th inning, he can give you the 8th and the 9th. If you put him in the 7th, he can give you 7 and 8. So I like the versatility with Weaver, how long he can pitch. He's not a strictly a one-inning guy like somebody like a Devin Williams is. Yeri's been awesome. I know he had a weird outing the other day, but Yeri's been awesome as like a kind of a mop-up guy that can kind of give you multiple innings. And if you're in a blowout, if you're up by 3 runs, whatever, if you need it, I think Yeri's been great. Doval, I love watching Camilo Doval. He's an absolute joy to watch as a baseball player. It's 101 cutters. They're absolutely gross. There's obviously a lot of stuff that he needs to clean up on, but I think that if you give him to Matt Blake for a couple weeks, I think come postseason time, that's a guy that could be completely gross with you. I've never necessarily been the largest fan of Mark Leiter Jr. I think that just in these very, key spots, he's seemed to kind of fold over and hasn't been great. But you have 2 key bullpen arms that are set to come back. So you're waiting to see what kind of role Ryan Yarbrough is going to give you when he comes back to the fold eventually. And then Fernando Cruz, who was lights out at the beginning of the season, has been out for a long time at this point. But that's another major contributor walking into the postseason with his bullpen. And then for the rotation, I love Carlos Rodon to death. He can be a bit inconsistent at some points in time, but I love him. I love what he's been able to do this year. In his 3rd year with the Yankees, kind of picking up the pieces from what he's done over the past years. I kind of talked about Max Fried earlier and how much he's struggled over the second half. Got to clean it up. Needs to be better. Will Warren's been excellent over the past month and a half. Is unbelievably impressive from what he was at the beginning of the season. You had the 8-run outing in Toronto. I think that guy has unbelievably impressed everybody. And then Cam Schlittler, since he's come up from AAA and has been a legitimate impact starter that can give you, 5-2, 6-3 on any given night, that will hold down the starting rotation at that point in time. So I think that right now they're in a much better position pitching-wise than they were a month ago. I think that I commend Cashman for what he was able to do at the trade deadline with all these reliever arms because I think more likely than not they will pan out. But I do still have my questions with your rotation, especially with Max Fried, who's supposed to be your frontline lockdown game 1 starter in the postseason right now with Garrett Cole out. That's concerning to me. I need to see him clean it up over the next couple of weeks. We'll see what he ends up doing this week. But yeah, I think they're in a much better spot rotation-wise and bullpen-wise than they were a month ago.
Yeah, I'd have to agree that they're in a better spot. They're definitely in a better spot than they were a few weeks ago where Scott Efroth, Ian Hamilton, they're coming into these 1 or 2 run games where even if you're trailing by that amount, you have a chance to win. Look, I think Bednar and Weaver have established themselves as the top 2 guys right now in this bullpen. Hill is your lefty specialist. He's been awesome in that role. A guy like Doval, and I also would loop Yeri in this as well. I think their stuff is so good that you can see why if you put them in a postseason setting, if all it takes is a hot month and these 2 guys can be locked down for you, the stuff is that good for both of them. Doval more so than Yeri, but I like what I'm seeing from Yeri. That split changeup I think is disgusting. I know that when you get Fernando Cruz back, if he comes back healthy and his stuff looks good, he's a big weapon for you. He's still, he's one of I think he's the best strikeout guy on the team in terms of strikeout rate this year. And in the rotation, what I really like is that they have a lot of good upside inside their rotation. It's not these guys where they don't have great velocity or good movement. It's going to be a grind to watch them pitch because they're not going to be able to attack the zone and get outs. Luis Gil, his stuff has looked excellent since his return from the injured list. Will Warren has matured into a really nice, just like go out there, be a number 3, number 4 caliber starter for you. I would like him in more of a 4 role for now, and I think Gil can settle into that 3 role. And then Cam Schlittler. Look, Cam Schlittler is someone I was really high on going into the season, and the stuff gains are just unbelievable. His 4-seam fastball, he's remarkable. And if you look at some of the more advanced metrics, this is a guy who has true frontline upside. The fastball is excellent. The breaking balls, the command hasn't been there, but the shape, the velocity, the characteristics of those pitches are great. I think the Yankees have enough high upside or high octane pitching in their bullpen and in their rotation to get through a postseason. The question is whether they're going to execute. Command has been my number 1 issue. I think they walk too many guys in situations where you just can't afford to issue a free pass. But again, that comes down to consistency, to command. Can they get that right? Time will tell.
Okay, last couple of minutes here is about you guys. Sam and then Ryan, how old were you in 2009 when the Yankees last won the World Series?
I was 9 years old. I still remember it incredibly vividly. I was rocking all the Yankee gear. I had the Yankee shoes, the Yankee socks, Yankee shorts, Yankee shirt every day when I go to school. And I'm a Delaware guy. Like, I live 3.5 hours away. It's all Philly country around here, man. So I remember when I was a kid and they ended up winning that World Series. It was like the craziest thing ever for me, just because everybody around here was Philly. But yeah, man, I was 9 years old. It's been a long time. I'm a 25-year-old man now, dude. They got to win one now.
Yeah, I was the ripe age of 5 years old. I had just turned 5 about a month earlier. So my memory of that World Series isn't great. I do remember waking up to the newspaper next to me after the Yankees won the World Series to kind of be like, yo, they won it. They did it. This is it. And so, I mean, I would love to see one and not have been a literal child for that. That would be nice. So yeah, I was 5. It's been a very long time.
Shout out to Empire Sports Media for giving you guys the opportunity to make one of the best Yankee podcasts out there. You guys have absolutely crushed this opportunity. Tell everyone, how you got started making content, what you guys do, and where people can find you at.
I started doing content. I was 20 years old. I was trying to figure out realistically what I wanted to do with my life. I decided I was a business major at the time of college, switched over to communications, ended up studying and learning all the ins and outs of video and podcasting and all that stuff. Sports has been my passion my entire life. I worked ins and out jobs at different companies, writing and video editing and all that kind of stuff. Ended up making a nice little name for myself over on TikTok and a personal account. Started here at ESM 3 years ago, and we've been able to create something incredibly special at Fireside Yankees on all platforms, and it's been an absolute joy. I could not be happier, doing what I do day in and day out. It's an absolute dream for me.
Yeah, I started after my freshman year of high school. I was not great at baseball. I realized I was not going to go to play college ball. I stumbled upon a Dellin Betances signing with the Mets article on EmpireSportsMedia.com, and I was like, I want to write. I joined the website in 2019. Fast forward today, I'm still here. And yeah, I mean, baseball has been my life since I was born. I really can't remember a point in my life where I wasn't a diehard Yankee fan or playing baseball, whichever I was doing at the time. And yeah, shout out to my boss, Alex. He gave me the opportunity when I was 15, and I've never looked back.
Awesome, guys. Go ahead and plug the podcast, your individual social handles, where people can follow, subscribe, and find you at.
We are at Fireside Yankees, literally everywhere. I'm at Sam Lucchini ESM on Twitter, at Sam Lucchini ESM, or at Sam Lucchini pretty much on every other platform. But we're just Fireside Yankees, man. You can find us everywhere. Whatever social media platform you plug us in, you will find us guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm at Ryan Garcia ESM on Twitter, and follow Fireside, guys.
Awesome. Yes, absolutely killed it. Appreciate you guys for joining us tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us, brother. It was a blast.
Keith, thank you so much.
Of course. See you soon. 888-808-1019. Okay, we're going to get back to the phones and the calls. I don't have another guest until 10:15 when Anthony Recker will join us to talk about the Mets. This is Keith McPherson, your nighttime host on the Fan, someone who was 21 when the Yankees won the last World Series in college. I will forever regret going to class and football practice and not going to the parade. And I got my start, majoring in communication, radio, and television at Monmouth University, and then working in the city doing marketing and other things, and then quitting that job and saying, I just want to become somebody in sports and entertainment. And I was in the MLB Fan Cave in 2014, so I figured I had a little bit of a base there. That was the only sports thing on my resume. I blazed a trail, and, we're coming up on, I think today is about 4 years since Eddie Scazzeri said my name on Boomer and Geo as far as somebody that would be auditioning for WFAN. And then August 25th will mark 4 years since my audition night. And here we are. KM to AM returns right after this.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
The Yankees mashed in April and May. We have gotten to August. They sucked for 2 months, but everybody points to stats that include April and May. That is not the Yankees we've seen of late. Stop it.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
The 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships are back. Where the world's greatest city meets the world's greatest tennis players. This is where tradition meets trending. And every moment, history. August 18th through September 7th. And for the first time ever, the Singles Championship starts Sunday, August 24th. All tickets on sale now at usopen.org. Spectacular awaits.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than four wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports. The Minnesota Lynx are on a vengeance tour this season. They currently sit atop the WNBA standings at 28-5, and Saturday's 86-80 victory over the New York Liberty improved them to 17-1 at home. You'll remember, New York beat the Lynx 3-2 in the 2024 finals to capture the franchise's first championship. But since last year's postseason, Minnesota has won 3 straight against the champs. Nafisa Collier missed her 4th straight game for the Lynx with an ankle injury, while baseball, Breonna Stewart sat out her 10th for New York with a bone bruise in her knee. Still, Minnesota notched its 6th consecutive victory under head coach Cheryl Reeve.
They're just special in that they find a way to kind of get back centered to who they are. It's a very, very special, connected group in that way, and we're a hard team to break because of it.
The teams play again on Tuesday for the 4th and final time this season. With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Maggie Gray on Westwood One.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
The Rico Bronya podcast is proudly sponsored by Takara Fuji Apple Chew High, the sparkling cocktail that blends shochu spirits with delicious flavors of fruits from Japan. Whether it's Citi Field or your favorite spot, raise the apple.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, on Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Brought to you by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. A rare summer night's rest for both the Yankees and the Mets, both feeling better about themselves on this Monday. The Yankees coming off a series sweep in St. Louis. They expect to have Ahmed Rosario return from the injured list for tomorrow's matchup against the Rays in Tampa, according to Brian Hope. Out of town, the Red Sox are trailing the Orioles 4-0 in the 7th. Meanwhile, the sliding Guardians are now 3.5 games back the Yanks for a playoff spot. They're in Arizona for a 9:40 start time. Meanwhile, the Mets snapped their ugly funk, winning over the Mariners Saturday and Sunday. Francisco Lindor today named the NL Player of the Week. Lindor at .560 with 3 homers last week. The Mets play 3 in Washington, D.C. starting tomorrow night. The Reds, they're a game and a half behind the Mets for a wild card spot. They're visiting the Angels later tonight. The Mets will likely share catcher Francisco Alvarez's outlook tomorrow as well. Alvarez underwent an MRI today after injuring his thumb sliding into second base last night. The Mets also request waivers to grant pitcher Paul Blackburn his unconditional release. And former Met and Phillies ace Zach Wheeler had surgery today to remove a blood clot from his upper right arm. Wheeler's recovery time remains unknown. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Huh? Still here. 2 hours down and another 3 to go. The Keith McPherson Show, KM to AM. Tonight on this Monday night, watching Monday Night Football. It's actually a really good game. I know it's preseason, and I'm the main one to tell you that it's just preseason, but the first string offenses came out playing like it was week 1, week 5. There's already been 28 points scored. It's 14-14. Like, if you're not watching this game right now, like, this feels like a regular season game. Now, maybe it doesn't because Jaden Daniels has already run off the field and Josh Johnson on his 14th team is in. But, I mean, Jaden Daniels had a rushing touchdown. Joe Burrow just threw a touchdown in the back of the end zone, had to wait a minute for the receiver to come open, then throw a dime. I'm enjoying it. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard in Major League Baseball. The score is 14-14 in the nation's capital with this NFL game. Bengals versus Commanders. Some games you might be interested in. The Phillies went up 7-0 on the Mariners. It is now 11-4, top of the 8th. They have 19 hits. I saw Bryce Harper go deep. I'm sure Schwarber or Turner or who knows, the rest of those characters probably chipped in as well. The Blue Jays right now, don't want to jinx it, but I got to tell you, the Blue Jays are down to the Pirates, 3-2, top of the 8th. The Blue Jays have been so pesky, you just know no game is out of reach for them. Also about the Blue Jays, I saw they will activate Shane Bieber on Friday. You guys know Shane Bieber, former Guardian, Cleveland Guardian. Yeah, I mean, they made the move to get him at the deadline. This guy's been an ace. We'll see what he turns into. Other scores, the Houston Astros are getting absolutely spanked by A.J. Hinch and the Detroit Tigers. 10-0. Top of the 9th there. The Cardinals and the Marlins are facing off. The Cardinals are up in Miami 5-3, top of the 9th. The Orioles, who I just told you earlier in the show, they're no slouch. Do not write them off as a soft team, soft schedule. They've been playing tough. In the middle of the 7th inning, they are at Fenway up 4-0 on the Red Sox. Do your thing, baby Orioles. Do your thing. The White Sox are up 7-0 on the Braves, bottom 5th. The Royals are up 3-1 after 4 over the Rangers. The Dodgers and Rockies have started playing in the 2nd inning. The Dodgers are up 2-0. And the rest of these games don't get started until after 9:38, 9:40. So before I get out of here tonight, we'll look at the out-of-town scoreboard again. But for the Yankee fan, the Astros getting smacked. Really, the Blue Jays potentially dropping a game to the Pirates would be lovely. The Red Sox losing right now, like, that could all help us on a night where the Yankees do not play. Mario's in Long Beach on the Fan. What's up, Mario?
What's going on? Good show as always.
Thanks. Working on it.
Yeah, really excited about the Yankees, and I really think that they can go far. To me, what the key is going to be to this, Keith, is Fried has to become Fried, and I think he will be, because I believe that since 2021 he has the best ERA in baseball, by the way, Fried,
people are throwing us a bunch of numbers and things like that. He's not on the Braves anymore. He hasn't been good his last few starts as a Yankee. He's got to figure it out. I believe he can, but it's got to happen soon. And that's why I've already pitched a phantom IL stint for him when Yarbrough comes back. Like, they got to. This guy is the key to doing anything this year. If he cannot be an ace, then I don't really see them going far. Just being able to hit and have good guys coming out of the pen.
I agree 100%. And the second thing is Judge has to start playing good in the playoffs. Those two things have to happen.
Sure, got to get there, and hopefully not as the last wild card team.
Yeah. I hope not. And then Yarbrough coming back is going to help too. So I think everything's going. It looks like Volpe has come out of his funk, right? He's throwing a lot better now.
Yeah, and I hope that he brings his bat after having 2 days off. Getting down to Tampa, familiar confines, where he won the Yankees starting shortstop job a few years back. I hope Volpe can get back to hitting some home runs, hitting for average, getting on base, stealing some bases.
Yeah, you know what I would do, and I'll let you go real quick, with Volpe and other players? If I'm booing, I'm saying these guys like Volpe, Caballero, maybe even Chisholm, I want to see one bunt out of you at least one every 2 games. I want to see a bunt. Learn how to bunt. It's not that hard to do, and it can get you on base, and it can get you going. That's part of the game. You got the speed. Let's use the damn speed. Have a good one. Nice talking to you, buddy.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, Caballero, that's in his bag, of course, as a 9-hitter, speed guy when he gets the opportunity to play. We've seen Trent Grisham lay down a bunt, but honestly, Trent Grisham with his power and his clutch gene, you kind of want to see him swing away. Volpe's got to be able to lay down some bunts, Jazz lay some bunts, but those guys can hit for power. So I know we talk a lot about bunts. They don't bunt. And then we got the stat from Katie Sharp that, Caballero's bunt over the weekend was only the 3rd hit that the Yankees have gotten from laying down a bunt all season, which was the lowest in Major League Baseball, tied with the Twins. It kind of opens your eyes to they literally do not play the smallest of ball like that. It is feast or famine, home run or nothing. But when need be, they have to be able to pull that out of the tool bag. That was something I was saying last night. To have all these different tools in your bag and not use them, like speed, like putting pressure on the defense, stealing bases, it's time. The Yankees don't have any time left to not be scratching and clawing for every out, every base, every run, every win. 888-808-1019. As I'm watching this preseason game, and we've only got one more left, these games, it doesn't matter who wins, but it's a win for you to see, these star players go out there and look the part. And, I was talking a lot about Jackson Dart, who the national audience now, he more than looks the part, where it's starting to get loud now, where the national audience is looking at Russell Wilson, who we've known for years, and they're saying, Russell Wilson, what's his value to the Giants? I think his value is a lot. I think the Giants' offense with him, Malik Neighbors, and just having a veteran that is, savvy and reading defenses, and it's not too big for, I think he's going to be great for the Giants. I don't think he's going to be a great player, but I think he's going to be great for the Giants compared to a Daniel Jones. He's not going to be afraid to let the ball rip, as we saw him, make a big throw over the weekend. And I also think he's going to be great for the Giants, for Jackson Dart to learn from, and also to potentially shield Jackson Dart as long as he could stay healthy. If they can win some games with Russell Wilson, you're not going to Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart could be QB2, one play away, but you wait on that. Now, with the Jets, the situation is not alarming, but it is concerning right now, because if they have hitched their wagon to Justin Fields. The contract isn't anything crazy, but the contract is enough where he's QB1 no matter what. And Tyrod Taylor had the procedure where he's out for a little while. And, these guys like Martinez and Cook, they let them throw the ball in the preseason game. But those guys aren't NFL quarterbacks that you're going to win anything with. I do feel, and I'll say this again, I do feel like Justin Fields is a athletic, serviceable quarterback that the Jets can win some games with. Playoffs, probably not. But I also am not reading so much into the 5 passes he threw over the weekend, the play calls, the play call designs, to write him off and say he can't throw, he's not going to be a passer, it's not going to work, there is no passing game. If you know that, and I know that, again, Aaron Glenn knows that, Tanner Engstrom knows that, the Jets know that. They know his skill set. They've been working with him for months. They are going to get him into the best plays and formations and calling the best plays to utilize his skill set. Jonah is in Manhattan on the Fan next. Hello, Jonah.
Hey, Keith. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. Hanging out, talking sports. Appreciate you calling. What you thinking about?
I'm thinking about Justin Fields. I got to be an optimist for him because it doesn't seem like too many others are.
Yeah, I'm with you. Go on.
So I look back at his first year in Chicago. The team wins 3 years, but that year he was flashy. He made these crazy runs every week, but he didn't have a real receiver on the team, didn't have an offensive line, didn't have a defense. Then in year 2, they had the number 1 pick. They trade it. They get DJ Moore in that deal. He has a good receiver. The offense actually looks like something with the real receiver. Fields shows that he can win games, but they didn't have a great defense or a great offensive line that year either. I think the team won 7 games that year. So then they trade him to Pittsburgh, and then after Russell Wilson gets hurt, they throw him into the fire. He wins. He starts out, I think, 4-0. I think he went 4-2. He had a real defense, and he looked good. And he had and I think he had a real offensive line. So now with the Jets, I think he could have a good offensive line. He has a good defense and a good receiver. So it's not like things are set up to fail in New York for him. I think he could do well as a Jet.
Yeah, I'm following along with you. One thing I'll add is, like, when he did get DJ Moore, I watched a couple games where him and DJ Moore lit it up. That's why I have a hard time with people saying he can't throw the ball. He's not Joe Burrow, as I've watched Joe Burrow on the screen tonight. He's also not Jaden Daniels, but he is an athletic quarterback that can make all the throws. He's just got to be in the right offense. It's the first year, and I think we got to be optimistic about what they're going to be and what they're trying to do. They are going to establish the run. They have 3 running backs. They're going to run him. They are going to get teams off balance with how they run the ball and the threat of him running the ball, where it's not going to be so hard for him to hit a wide open Garrett Wilson, who he went to Ohio State with. Now, I don't think that they really have a strong tight end room, and I don't think that they really have, too many other great options at receiver outside of Garrett Wilson. So why would we be looking for them to have much of a passing attack anyway? Why would we be looking for them to have a drop back passing game? Like, that's not what they're going to be built off of in year one. I think we got to kind of pump our brakes a little bit and, like you said, be optimistic about the athleticism and the intangibles and, what we're going to get out of Aaron Glenn in the first year with the Jets. We have no idea, but I think they're going to be better run, better coached, better managed, and I think the game manager at quarterback is Justin Fields, who will manage the game, but then will also give you some highlight reel plays with his legs and then maybe have some deep throws to Garrett Wilson when they get him open.
I agree. Also, the play action, because they brought over from Detroit Tanner Engstrand, so it's going to be run and play action, and so that could get the defense off balance.
Yep.
Yes, screens, play action, and the running game. So and
Breece Hall is probably going to be the number 2 wide receiver behind Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, he's a good dual threat running back. He's one of the best receiving running backs in the league, and with the play action and the off balanceness, he can also run if no one's open. So I think he's a good fit, and they have the right coordinator and right coach for him.
Yeah, it's year one. There's just so much to be seen. No one can put their finger on it through 2 preseason games. But I did like the first showing where he led the team down, and when there was nothing there, he took off running, and the receiver kind of deked the corner and chased him into the back of the end zone, and he ran in. I think that they're going to make some plays, man, and I don't think that they're going to force a round peg into a square hole. I think that they know who Justin Fields is. Aaron Glenn coached against him, Detroit versus Chicago. I think they specifically went out to get him and want to work with him and help him become a better passing quarterback, but they're not going to force him to be Patrick Mahomes. They're not going to force him to be Justin Herbert. They're gonna work on his skill set. I think he's going to be getting rid of the ball quickly. I think there's going to be a lot of run game play action. I think there's going to be a lot of underneath passes, quick reads, get the ball out of his hands. He's not going to be asked to do what people think he's going to be asked to do.
Yep, agree. I think so. I think 100% a good fit, and they're not, like you said, they're not looking for him to go out of his comfort zone. That's why they're going to be running the ball. So they're going to try to develop him. It's not like they're saying, "Oh, we got star quarterback here," because he hasn't been a star quarterback. But they're going to try to develop him into a good leader and a good quarterback. And I think that's a reason to be optimistic.
Yeah, and it's low risk. If it doesn't work out, then they're not married to him long term. They can go find somebody else. Jonah, thank you for the call. 888-808-1019. I just think that, they did not want to go the Aaron Rodgers route. And I talk so much about they watched the film. They cut on the film. Aaron Glenn said, we're going to pour over the film. They watched every play of every Jets game last year and decided it'd be best to go in another direction. And I think that they're right. And I think week 1, they are going to have an opportunity to look right at Aaron Rodgers and blitz him and sack him and show people this guy is old. This guy can't move. He's not what he used to be. They are not going to ask Justin Fields to be Aaron Rodgers. The Jets defense or the Jets offense is going to look a lot different. And the Jets defense should be decent as well. Now, have they been overhyped over the years? Sure. But they have a lot of solid players over there. So I think their whole scheme, their whole approach is going to be play good defense, run the ball, control the clock, kill the clock, possession, time of possession, win games like that. Where when they get into short yardage, when they get in the goal line, Justin Fields is unstoppable in those moments. He's going to be able to put his head down and get you 1 yard, 2 yards. He's not going to be asked to throw the ball 40, 50 times a game like Dak Prescott. It's just, it's a different, it's a different type of quarterback skill set that Jets fans are going to see. You're also not watching Zach Wilson or Mike White or Tim Boyle. I know he missed some easy passes over the weekend, but he's got to be able to complete these screens, these quick passes, these smoke routes, these tunnel screens, these quick, get the ball out of your hands, 5 yards, 10 yards, nothing more than that. He's got to hit those guys in the numbers every single time with that and not think so much. It's got to be natural. It's got to be second nature. 888-808-1019. As we are filling up the calls, I have less than an hour until Anthony Recker joins us to talk about the Mets. I started off the show talking about the Mets. It was a big positive Tommy day. Everybody's testing positive. Loogie, 4.5 hours on the Fan today, talking about his positive Tommy tweets. And I will lead us in believing in the power of positivity. And I do feel like the Met fan is feeling positive now. Coming off of Pete Alonso breaking the record and Pete Alonso having 2 homers that night and then beating the Mariners in a series where Nolan McLean makes his debut and there's a lot of buzz and positive energy around that. And then you go to Williamsport in front of these little kids. Mark Vientos shows up. Francisco Lindor shows up. Juan Soto is having fun. He's shuffling out there. He's out there, talking to Julio Rodriguez. And then when you look at Clay Holmes, he gives you 5. That's good enough for Clay. It was, 1 run, 5 hits. And then you're able to go to the bullpen, and Ryan Escape from Helsley does not fail, coming in after Reed Garrett gives up a couple runs, and you're able to go to Tyler Rogers, and that's it. And you feel better about these 2 rentals that you gave up so much for this push and this run. And now what you hope is that you're out of the woods with the Mets, and they're able to get right as they have this stretch of games without an off day where they'll be adding another starter, maybe a Brandon Sproat, right? Paul Blackburn's not an option. Frankie Montas is not an option. You just saw Nolan McLean. Like, somebody's going to, Tyler McGill, somebody's got to come up here and pitch. But I think you feel better because the offense is clicking and the bullpen is solid. If you can get 5-6 innings out of your starters, you'll be in better shape. Now, we're waiting to hear what has happened with the right thumb of Francisco Alvarez. 20 minutes ago, New York Post said the Mets can only hope Francisco Alvarez's frustrating luck is due for a turn. I don't pay for it, so I can't see anything in there. This is a Mike Vaccaro article that I don't think anywhere have they told us what the verdict is on that MRI today that Francisco Alvarez got. So we're still waiting on that. What is up with his thumb? Is he okay? Does he have to hit the IL? Is it the same thumb, that he hurt earlier in the season or hand that he hurt earlier in the season? Like, I don't know. I'm searching Twitter. I'm not seeing that. Let's go to Chuck in Eatontown next on The Fan as I continue to look for any news on the Mets catcher.
Hello, Keith.
Hello.
Like your show.
Thanks.
I'm a Giant fan and a Met fan. And when it comes to the Giants, when I take what I've seen so far, Dart, I'll tell you who he reminds me of with his stature, because he's the same size.
Baker Mayfield.
And the way
Who?
Pat Mahomes.
He does have some Mahomes in him. Some sidearm throw.
Yes, exactly.
Some moxie. Yeah, making plays.
Yes. And I'm very impressed with him. Although Mahomes sat behind
Alex Smith and he should sit.
The whole first year.
Yeah, he should sit as well.
I agree with you 100%. Main reason I called, though, was about a week or maybe 2 weeks ago. You had mentioned that your parents graduated from Monmouth Regional.
Yes.
And so did I.
Yeah, I don't know what year.
You don't know what year?
Yeah, I don't know what year. They both went to Monmouth Regional High School.
Yeah, because I graduated in 69.
Okay, they were after
I'm 74. They're after me?
Yeah, I would say late 70s, like 78, 79.
Oh, okay. I know quite a few people graduated from that.
Yeah, that's right. I always saw Monmouth County all the way. I was born in Monmouth Medical Center. I went to Monmouth University. My parents went to Monmouth Regional. You could drop me anywhere in Monmouth County and I could get home. I know all those roads and streets and neighborhoods. Yeah.
I hear you. I know you quarterbacked the Ocean Township Spartans also.
State champions. Yes, sir.
Oh, you were state champs?
Yeah, and we used to play Monmouth Regional on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, well, not when I went there, he didn't. We played Shore Regional.
Oh, that's right. I think because the school was smaller back then.
I don't know what happened, but I guess Ocean used to play prior to playing.
Used to play Asbury, I think.
Yeah, and that was because Neptune used to play Asbury, but they had a big fight. Yeah. And they stopped.
Yeah.
And
he used to get active. So Neptune versus Asbury on Thanksgiving.
Yes. Very much so.
I know it well. I know it well.
I think the Giants are going to surprise a lot of teams this year.
I think they can too, because they're going to be underdogs every week. And I was telling people months ago, even before the draft, pick your spots to bet on the Giants. Pick your spots to bet on the Giants early, because they're going to surprise some teams with coaching. They're going to surprise some teams with new players. It's the NFL. Like, you know, everybody's just going to write them off and say they got the toughest strength of schedule. That's not how it works.
This kid Dart looks like he likes his tight ends also.
Yeah. You saw the rookie tight end, Fedone from Nebraska, Theo Johnson, who they drafted last year. You know, they're going to get the ball out of this kid's hand, and they're going to give him easy completions to get him going. I was watching Baldy's breakdown of how, you know, he's just getting the ball out of his hand, you know, getting a rhythm going, leading some drives. And, like, this kid, I know he came out of Utah. So what? He was at USC, and then he went to Ole Miss. He's played big-time football, and he is ready for New York. He is taking it all in. He knows he is the future king of New York, the quarterback of the Giants, and I think he's ready for it. Thanks for the call, Chuck. 888-808-1019. I think that he's ready for it as far as, like, he understands this is his team in the future. I don't think he's ready to be the week 1 starter. But you know what? Force the issue, young man. Keep balling. Keep completing passes, not throwing interceptions, looking sharp, looking good. Like, you know, even when they drafted him, you know what I said? And we're about to break here, but I could talk Jackson Dart all day. When he balled against Duke, I was on the fan that night, and I made every excuse. I'm like, Duke is missing players. It's Duke. But he threw a ball going to his left, like 40 yards in the air. It was a dime. It was a dot. And I'm like, that's an NFL throw. I'm like, he's about to rise up the draft board. I'm like, he's the one. It had been Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. I'm like, he's the one. This is the guy. Jackson Dart. Did I know that the Giants would draft him? I was on air with Big Mac doing Evan and Tiki on January 1st, watching the Chick-fil-A, you know, Peach Bowl, and Cam Scatterbo was going off, and I'm like, somebody is going to draft this kid, and he's going to be a steal. They got him too. Give it some time, Giants fans. You went through the struggle. You went through the mud. They say if you're going through hell, keep going. You have some young guys on your team that, like, football is what they do. Like I mentioned him being out of Utah. He's not Zach Wilson. This is what Jets fans hoped that they were getting out of Zach Wilson. Like, the Giants got a kid that they have to protect. And as long as they keep developing him and nurturing him the way that Daboll and the organization is, he's going to be your starter for years to come. And you're going to have a lot of fun with his moxie, his aura, his style of quarterback play. 888-808-1019. We got to take another break. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call us up. We'll be right back.
Talk Yankees trades, Mets stats, Giants defense, and Jets prospects. All in one place. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For $187 a month and $29.04 door delivery, lease a brand new Trax 4D Wagon 1RS with front-wheel drive for 24 months. Buying, enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
The biggest football contest in Vegas, Circa Million and Circa Survivor, are back with a massive $21 million in guaranteed prizes. Circa Million. You pick 5 games against the spread each week. 126 ways to win with $6 million guaranteed. Circa Survivor. 1 pick a week, no point spread. Last the longest to win it all. $15 million guaranteed. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. $21 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Run or walk with Giants legends. The Giants Foundation will host a 5K race and kids run presented by Quest on Sunday, October 26th at 9 a.m. at MetLife Stadium. Net proceeds will benefit the Giants Foundation. All participants will receive a commemorative t-shirt, and after the race, stay for a post-race festival with appearances by Giants legends and a live DJ. Register now at giants.com/5K. The Giants Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Just Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You know that thing called AI? Supposed to make the workplace super efficient? Well, there's something better. DI, Delicious Intelligence. It's tech that helps make work efficient and yummy. Leading the DI revolution, EasyCater, a workplace food platform that connects you to tons of favorite restaurants with tools to save time and stay on budget. Need tacos for $20? Falafel for $40? A variety of vegan breakfast sandwiches? Now that's a tasty prompt. Join the DI revolution. Order now at easycater.com.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. When you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
Connect with a local divorce attorney today. Text Joe22 to 32 32 32. 866-323-7529. 250 Paley, Saddlebrook. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
The More to Move You summer sales event is on at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Don't miss exceptional offers on our most popular models. The versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 is just $229 per month for 33 months. Or lease the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50, now only $239 per month for 33 months. There's more to move you at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Click, shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Record numbers of residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you recently had a major life event such as marriage, pregnancy, or insurance loss, you may be eligible to enroll now. All health plans include preventive care, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Find out if you qualify at getcovered.nj.gov. That's getcovered.nj.gov.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo. Post that perfect sunset on La Isla. And save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included. So you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah. Halfway through another 5-hour KM to AM on the Fan in New York. Somebody's favorite show on the Fan. Thanks for calling in. 888-808-1019. Thanks for watching live on YouTube. If you don't know, this is streaming live on our YouTube channel now, WFAN Overnight. You will see me, and then you will see one of our digital guys / host, Pico de Gallo. Gallo will take over tonight. Big Mac is overseas out in Italy. And, you got me till 12. Another programming update. Anthony Recker will join us at 10:15 to talk Mets. Still waiting on any word on Francisco Alvarez and his thumb. We'll talk about the upcoming schedule. We'll talk about the games that just passed. Are the Mets out of the woods? Mark Vientos, Francisco Lindor, Juan Soto, Nolan McLean, and the rest of, the Mets rotation and bullpen. So we'll chop it up with Rec coming up. But, before the break, we were talking about Jackson Dart. And before that, we were talking about Justin Fields. And with all these new quarterbacks out here, right, we've got the two quarterbacks that were in Pittsburgh last year. Danger Russell Wilson, QB1 for the Giants, and then Justin Fields, QB1 for the Jets. And there's a lot of conversation about, Mike Tomlin didn't go back to Justin Fields for a reason. And I think that had more to do with leadership, being a veteran, respect for Russell Wilson, but maybe he should have, because, as we're, in New York and Jets fans are calling up and they're talking about not being sure about Justin Fields, maybe the Steelers should have went back to him, because the Steelers lost 5 in a row behind Russell Wilson. Now, I know it's a different team, different setting. I think Russ is even slimmed down and really locked in. Maybe, he'll get the better version of himself here with the Giants. But I don't know. Maybe on the other side of the coin, the Giants get a quarterback that is past his prime, can't make the plays in big moments. And maybe we see Justin Fields shine. Now, here's a comp for you that I was thinking about as I was he's not going to be Jaden Daniels. He's not going to be Lamar Jackson. He's also not going to be Pat Mahomes. He's not going to be Joe Burrow. He's not going to be the MVP Josh Allen. But there were so many people saying that Jalen Hurts couldn't throw. There were so many people criticizing Jalen Hurts' ability to pass. And when the time came for him to throw, he made the throws. And you know what he had? A good running game. And he was a threat running the ball too, which opened up the passing lanes. Kevin is down in Howard Beach. What's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, Keith. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm calling because you hit a nerve with this Wilson stuff. I suffered, and I mean suffered, through Wilson as a Jet fan. And when I was watching this weekend, I could not believe what I was seeing. I thought I was seeing a replay all over again. I see a guy that's got talent, but it just seems like he can't make it in the pros. And for all due respect, I think his last coach has a pretty nice resume to know what's good and what's not. Help me out. Give me hope.
Yeah. I would say it's preseason again, and we're not sure exactly what they were looking for with their play calls, what they were trying to do with Fields in the second one, what they were trying to see. It didn't look great, but I
didn't like that they just ran the ball
sure.
on his last possession. Give it to somebody else.
Yeah, but there was some good stuff from the offensive line. I saw a pancake block.
Yeah, that I'm happy about, but I'm really concerned. I thought getting him was going to be a good thing.
Yeah, I think it can be. Like in baseball sometimes when you'll see a pitcher make a start in the preseason, he might just be working on throwing his fastball, locating his fastball, and he grooves a couple and they get hit for home runs, and it's like, that's tough. Well, we're not going to throw this guy's whole season away. He was out there specifically working on, his fastball.
It's funny you say that because as I'm watching it, I'm like, I hope they hold him back on what they really want to do.
Yeah, they're not showing their hand.
Especially on that last drive where they're just handing it off. So hopefully they saw something that they like and they see something that I don't see. I'm going into I'm 67 years old, Keith. I'm 67. And I didn't even get to I didn't get to enjoy the Jets' first Super Bowl because I was rooting for the Colts. Because my father was a Colts fan.
Were they the Baltimore Colts back then?
Whatever my father wanted. So I'm like, I might be the curse.
No.
I might be the reason why.
No.
I don't know.
we all take our personal perspectives.
I don't want to sound like Joe Benigo,
No.
but, you know.
What a disaster. Thanks for the call, Kevin. Yeah, I know a lot of times we think that we affect the games. It was me. I didn't wear my lucky jersey, or I switched teams, or I didn't go and get my lucky sandwich. We have nothing to do with it. I don't want the Jet fan who, like, you know what? Even when AG was coming in, I'm like, you guys aren't excited for this? You guys aren't pumped up for this season? This guy's not saying the right things to make you kind of... It's tough being a Jet fan, man, but I would not quit on the season because of one preseason game from Justin Fields. It's not going to matter. As soon as he is breaking out in the open field, you're going to be like, hey, he's not so bad. As soon as they are establishing the run, and you think, like, they paid Garrett Wilson. You think he's not going to get a bunch of targets? You think they're not going to throw the ball? They're going to throw the ball. These guys are going to scheme, and they're going to put him in situations to succeed. They're not going to go against the grain with the guy. They've been around him now for a few months. Just wait for it. Please just wait for it. He can throw the football. They're not going to ask him to make 2, 3, 4 reads, stand in the pocket, and deliver the ball. The play calls, they got to be better than that. And AG is going to coach his way into getting production out of this offense one way or another. The priority is to run, and then the run will open up the pass. And you know what else, too? It was the Battle of New York, the Snoopy Bowl, MetLife. So maybe there was something to that, too. I can't read too much into the preseason. You know, and I know the Jets and Giants don't play each other this year in the regular season, but maybe there's something to like, hey, we just practiced against these guys all week. This is what we're going to try to do against them in the actual game. That familiarity, it's a real thing that you guys don't think about. Like, they played each other in practice all week, 1-on-1s, 7-on-7, 11-on-11. Then, you know, you get to see the Saturday night game. It's different. So I don't know. I'm not reading too much into that. Let's go back to the phones. My guy, David Rifkin, down in Florida. What's up, Dave?
What's up, buddy? First of all, for the record, in our house, you are our favorite WFAN show. So I don't care what anybody says.
You guys are biased, though. You guys are Yankee Stadium goers. You guys are completely biased.
Listen, if we're going to go back to baseball and talk about the Yankees, and people are saying, oh, I won't be back, or I won't believe it until they play the Red Sox and beat the Red Sox. You know something? Play whoever you play each day and win that game. I don't care who it's against. Maybe we have the easiest schedule the rest of the way out, which means we had a harder schedule to get here. But last time I checked, we are now ahead of Seattle in the wild card race. Boston's potentially losing right now. Just win the game you play a good way out, and we'll see where the cards fall at the end of the day.
Yeah, handle business, right? If they don't handle business against these bum teams and they play down to their competition, the house is on fire. When you beat them, it's like, well, you're supposed to beat these. You still handle your business. You got to handle your business against whoever it is. And they did this weekend. They swept the Cardinals. Good. Now, if they can take 2 against Tampa and then roll into this series, and like you just mentioned, the Red Sox are losing, like, things can change fast. I talked about this team evolving still and becoming still, and new pieces like Caballero, new pieces like Bednar after the deadline, like still kind of figuring out things, and how opening day, the lineup is one way, and it is never the same when you get to October. So this team is not in their final form. They are still, figuring out some things. Boone, I think, is managing with a sense of urgency, and I'm excited to see what happens here this weekend. I don't have that much faith, but I know anything can happen. And, man, when we talk about this the rest of the season, this is something I was going to do tonight, and you bring it up. They have the softest schedule. And what I hope is that we just get to the point where, coming up here, we're playing Washington and 4 against the White Sox. And, even in September, having Minnesota again. Baltimore, I'm not really considering a slouch, but the White Sox, Baltimore, like, there is still a realistic chance to win the division.
I mean, when you're talking about Baltimore at the end of the season, those last couple games, there's a real chance the guys who are nicked up shut it down, right? Like the things that happen in September that we don't even think about.
September call-ups are going to happen, and some teams are going to be trying to see what their young guys have.
sometimes the team needs a bit of the jolt of energy, and I think Caballero is definitely one of those guys. I think Bednar's those guys. All of a sudden, it feels like the energy is different when those guys are around. Obviously, it looks like Rosario's back tomorrow. Just brings a little bit extra energy that when he gets out there, as opposed to Escara, who's just sitting on the bench. It feels like the vibes are changed a little bit, but more than anything, it's truly just take the game that you got to play. So take tomorrow's game, win tomorrow's game, and worry about the next day. But there's a real chance that you're getting to September, and they're closer to Toronto than we think, and all of a sudden their footsteps are there, and we'll see where the Cards fall.
And
right?
Exactly. Then you forget all about the June Boone swoon. In July, you cried. All days of August, all this stuff we're talking about. Fire Aaron Boone, Cashman sucks. This team, that. This, like, you forget all about that. If when they get to the end of the ride, they're in good standing. And it's still very much on the table, like I said, to win the division. I don't want them to be the last wild card team. That's not good enough. This is a team that should be
for the record, if Boone didn't go to Devon a few of those times, we'd be even closer. But we'll save that.
No, but I'm right there with you. 8 times. That's the difference in the standings right there, for sure. Half of those would have us in different standing. And that's what, when I got off the roller coaster that Friday night that I was at the Astros game, I'm like, I can't believe you would do this to me. And all of us, Devin Williams is not more important than all of the fans in that ballpark, all the fans watching. You knew he just blew 2 games in Texas. You knew better.
Yep. I mean, I was in Texas and I was in Miami and I watched those games.
You literally saw it live the whole week. You saw Devin Williams' last opportunity in high leverage for the Yankees. Hopefully, you saw it live, and they just had to keep touching the stove and getting burned, touching the stove and getting burned. So they got burnt that time, and it was really loud. And now, Low-Lev Dev, we've got him coming out, first guy out of the bullpen, 6th inning, whatever. Works for me. He's been great.
I mean, we see the Stanton stat all weekend. I think that had more to do with St. Louis than anything else. But if we can get to a world where Judge and Stanton the rest of the way are even alternating in right field, right? So you can keep them both in the lineup.
How great would it be? How great would that be? And even, like I said, what a luxury we have to go to St. Louis with half of Judge and no Stanton and be able to sweep them. What a luxury it would be to get Judge back in right field, or even have those two kind of platooning at home, or whatever it is. Even if they don't, Caballero can play right. They have some options here. They have some depth here. They have some hitters here. Guys like Max Fried got to come around. But I feel good about Luis Heel and Will Warren and Cam Schlittler, and this bullpen. Let's bully, man. Let's let this end of the season be the best part of the season, where they match what they did to start.
And if Yarby comes back, if Cruz comes back, if a couple of these guys add that length to that thing, a little bit of reliability, maybe you can let Fried go 5 innings, 80 pitches if he has good outing, and let him leave and get a little bit of rest. That was the one thing I've noticed this year with Fried, is it feels like most seasons Boone finds games to give guys shorter outings because they're blowouts or whatever it is, and they end up being like softer landing spots. I don't think that Fried has had any of those this year.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. The Fried is the major key. If all of a sudden Fried can string together some good starts the rest of the way, then this whole thing feels really different, because he is the ace. He is the guy that is, got this large contract and is here, was here to back up Cole in the postseason. No, now you got to lead the way, and then Rodon is backing him up, and then, we'll see how it shakes out. But he is the X factor. If he can return to form the rest of the way, then you feel good about the Yankees' chances against this American League.
I mean, either way, we are 3 outs away in a 6-1 game from Boston and Seattle.
Yeah, I keep refreshing.
One game in the loss column behind the New York Yankees in the wild card.
I've got 30 tabs open.
Different season with a month plus to go.
Yeah. Oh, the Orioles just added on a couple more runs. It's 6-1 now. So yeah, 5. They're going to rally 5 runs to tie it in Fenway, bottom of the 9th. Doubtful. So that's great. Exactly. Put another loss on them while we're off. And then if we handle business in our spring training home and take 2 from Tampa, who isn't playing for anything, then you feel good about this 4-game set coming up at home.
A smart Yankee once said, play today, win today. That's it.
Mariano Duncan. Yeah, I got to make those T-shirts. I remember I was talking to you. I was like, I'm going to make those T-shirts. And then they started losing. I'm like, I can't make those shirts. Can't bring that back. My
All right,
guy.
my friend. Have a good night, buddy.
Appreciate you. I'll see you at the stadium. Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. We got to break it down. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Right back after this.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 1019 FM.
Hello, Mr. Barrett. My name is Eddie Scazzeri. What's your name? Okay, don't want to share. That's fine. Anyway, I'm going to back away. And I'm a diabetic. I probably won't taste great.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager. New Jersey and New York only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. In New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369.
Step up to the plate with confidence with the Jeep brand's newest MVP, the all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S. Year after year, the Jeep brand has delivered game-changing technology and features to help keep you off the bench and on to your next adventure. By blending thoughtful luxury capability and advanced technology, the Jeep Wagoneer S is one key player that doesn't disappoint. Experience the brand new head-turning design and luxurious interior without sacrificing on the legendary performance you love. Excellent range capacity opens up the playing field, and with 4x4 capability, featuring select terrain driving modes, how you play the game is up to you. The interior cabin of Wagoneer S pays special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep brand dealer, it all adds up to Jeep Wagoneer S being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Yes, sir. KM to AM, Keith McPherson on the fan. Looking at some football stuff as I'm watching Monday Night Football and notes and updates coming out of the NFL, and I'm like, wow, I'm just thinking about my own football life. And I mean, if you've listened to me over the last 4 years, you've heard all these stories, right? Russell Wilson tonight has the $1 million dinner. Tiki Barber went out there. Maybe somebody's driving home right now listening to WFAN. Myself and Russell Wilson were at the UVA football camp. That's Tiki Barber's school. UVA football camp many moons ago. I think it was like 2005 or 2006. Both of us were in the quarterback group throwing up on the high hill field where only the top players got to go. I got to see Russell Wilson, how accurate he was. He was never a big guy. He was never really an outspoken guy, very quiet guy. I met Russell Wilson all those years ago. And all I knew about him then was like, oh, this kid's going somewhere in the ACC. He's going to play football and baseball. He's really like that. And I was recruited, but I wasn't anything too great. I was just decent enough to get a couple scholarships and get out of my situation, which I thank God for. But I remember looking in a magazine of, top quarterbacks in the country. I think I got ranked in like the top 100 at some point. And the number one guy was Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford returned to practice today. I remember Giants fans were all hot and bothered over a potential trade of Matthew Stafford to the Giants. And yeah, I remember looking at him being like, this kid's number one. And then fast forward after my senior year, I played in the short conference in the Governor's Bowl game with No Sean Moreno. Shout out to Sean and his family, Middletown South. No Sean goes to Georgia and plays with Matthew Stafford. Those guys played as freshmen. And, I went to James Madison University, but my second scholarship that I got was from Delaware. I thought I was going to fight with the Blue Hens down there in Newark. Casey Keeler recruited me and was so good to me, showed me around campus. I remember showing up to camp there, and since I already had the offer, They're like, where's your cleats? Where's your shorts? I said, I'm not working out. I already got an offer. What else you guys need to see? He says, all right, well, come on with me to Main Street and around campus. We'll show you around. And then when I got with the offensive coordinator and started going over the offense and the install and what type of plays we were going to run, I asked him something that I had read on a forum. I'm like, is it true that Joe Flacco is going to transfer from Pitt to Delaware? I read that on, remember forums back in the day? It used to be like NJ.com forums, and it used to have all these rumors about college football and high school football. And he didn't know anything about it, but I think he was playing dumb, and I'm like, I think there's some truth to this. And not long after, I found out that Joe Flacco was transferring in from Pitt because Tyler Palko was going to be the starter. Tyler Palko. Well, Joe Flacco was named the starter, QB1 for the Browns today, and I end up seeing him my sophomore year when James Madison went to Delaware to play against Joe Flacco. And I told you guys that story a bunch of times, right? 888-808-1019. In another world, I am NFL quarterback. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I'm on the Fan talking about Aaron Boone and Devin Williams with you guys. Richard is in Manhattan before we get to the update. Go for it, Rich.
Keith, Devin Williams has been pitching great. And I don't believe in that term, high leverage situation. Every situation in baseball, the third inning is, my opinion. The other night, for example, Devin Williams came in for Fried. Fried got banged around.
Sure.
He pitched a great sixth inning. And my thing was, I think Williams should be able to pitch 2 innings. He's a big, strong guy. Let him reinvent himself. That's
Is he a strong guy? He doesn't really strike me as a strong guy. Big guy either? I don't know.
All right, but in other words, he's a menacing guy on the mound. I think he can go 2 innings each time, 5th and 6th, 6th and 7th, even 7th and 8th.
Bednar is the big, strong, menacing guy. Richard, thanks for the call. Rich, you've already ran that by me. It's not going to happen. Devin Williams has been a pussycat on the mound. They're not running him out there twice. They want him to face 3 and be done. And he can't do it in the 9th, which he's done, and they're applying that, hey, he was a closer, and that's what he's used to, and now they're having him do an inning, and I think that's good. Let's not push it. Let's just get the best that we can get out of this guy. He's not coming back. And we sent Nestor Cortez and Caleb Durbin away for him. Caleb Durbin homer today. And Nestor Cortez made his debut for the Padres today. It hasn't gone well. When we play this update and come back, I'll tell you about Nestor Cortez in a Padres uniform facing the San Francisco Giants. Hit it, Ray.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. If the Mets have the results of the MRI on catcher Francisco Alvarez's thumb, they haven't let it slip. Alvarez underwent an MRI on his right thumb today after injuring it sliding into second base last night.
Concerning, I'm not going to lie, because that's, the third time. But I'm not going to sit here and speculate because we don't know what we're dealing with.
And manager Carlos Mendoza, courtesy of SNY last night. Alvarez has been hitting since returning from a stint in the minors, racking up 11 extra base hits in 21 games. The Mets start a 3-game series in D.C. tomorrow. Shortstop Francisco Lindor was named the NL Player of the Week today. And if you're looking at the out-of-town scoreboard, the Reds entered the day a game and a half behind the Mets for a wild card spot. The Reds up 2-1 on the Angels after 1 inning. The Yankees also with the night off. They expect to return Ahmed Rosario from the injured list for tomorrow's game against the Rays in Tampa, according to Brian Hoke. Looking at the out-of-town scoreboard from the Yankees' point of view, the Red Sox lose to the Orioles 6-3. Yankees and Red Sox now tied in the standings. The Guardians enter the day 3.5 back of the Yankees. They're scoreless after 1 in Arizona. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, yeah. Still rocking. I could do this all night. It's not a marathon, it's a sprint. Let's run through the tape. Keith McPherson on the Fan 2 hours ago. Another 5-hour KM to AM. So I teased before the little break and update. Nestor Cortez getting hit around. Reminds me of that Saturday game that I went to where it was home run derby. He was pitching batting practice. He's at it again. In the first inning, he gives up 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 1 walk, 3 homers. Nestor, what's going on, bro? Elliot Ramos homered. Rafael Devers homered. Those are back-to-back. Nestor's pitching bad. I don't mean to laugh because Nestor's my dog. I get to flex that again. Some of y'all remember me having Nestor on. Nestor literally DMing me saying that him and his girl listen to my show and that I'm the GOAT. I wouldn't make that up. I wouldn't just say that. That was from Nestor. I posted that on my social media. And then I was able to, develop a little bit of a back and forth friendship with Nestor when he was here with the Yankees nasty Nestor night with the mustache, all that. He became an all-star that year. I linked with him in L.A. He proposed to his girl in L.A., yada, yada, yada. Nestor's having a bad go at it. Schmidt with a double. Flores with a homer. Like the first 4 batters he faced. Whop, whop, whop. 2 homers, a double, and a homer, putting the Padres in a 4-0 hole. So that's that. Very good day for the New York Yankees. Chris Kirshner from The Athletic writes, the Blue Jays, Red Sox, Mariners, and Astros all lose. So the Yankees, Mariners, and Red Sox are currently tied in the wild card standings. Let's get it. Russ in the Bronx on the Fan. What's up, Russ?
Keith, what's up, bro? How's it going?
Good. Having a good time.
Good. Yeah, chilling. So just to add on a little bit to what Dave Rifkin was saying with Max Fried, in 2021, he had 2 injuries early in the season. He had a hamstring injury, and that's when the blisters started, the year they won the World Series.
Yeah.
He only threw 162 in the regular season and an extra 27 innings in the postseason. So he's only thrown like 193 innings for a career high, and he's already at like 150 right now. So
yeah,
and even I've been talking about it and how how just the innings it's something that really to think about. To just touch with how many games you got left. 38 games left to go. They got to go at least 23-15 to get to 90 wins. And that's not even the set mark, but they got to win 23 of the next 38 to get to that 90 win mark. And that's without even counting, the other teams losing. And Vladdy Jr. got hurt tonight.
Yeah,
he came out early.
That. As I'm looking for the Francisco Alvarez update, I got a tweet about Vladdy and his hamstring. On his left leg.
He had a stretch at first, and they took him out in the 5th inning. I was actually watching it because we have no ball game on tonight. But, I'm concerned a little with the Yankees here. I mean, I kind of say to myself, they're 6-2 since Old Timers Day. I tried to change it as that would be the turning point of the season.
Yeah.
And so far, so good. But hey, they just gotta put the pedal to the metal and get the job done. Simple as that. This team on paper, they got what it takes, I think. It's just, they got to
urgency.
Get it done.
Every game. Exactly. We play today, we win today, that's it. Good call, Russ. Thanks for the info. Piggybacking off of my guy David Rifkin and his call. And for Yankee fans that are still on the roller coaster, glass half full, still believing, good for you. But it's just so much stacked against us, as you just heard with Max Fried and his innings. As I don't believe the schedule is as soft as we think it is. It's baseball. You can't predict baseball. That's baseball, Susan. That's not Susan's brand of baseball that the Yankees been playing. But, hey, like Aaron Boone says, it's all right in front of them. Seize every opportunity. Carpe diem. Every single day. Win. But when you do the math, like they've got to play 10 games over 500 baseball the rest of the way to have those 90 wins challenge for the division. But, who knows? Let's take another call. And then again, I'm bringing in Anthony Recker so we can sprinkle in, just a little bit of Mets conversation. Luckily, the Met fans leave me alone on air. I don't have to deal with them outside of the trolling and the nasty DMs and the things they say online, they don't call my show. So I get a full-on Yankee show. And I know there's some people out there that are like, yes, when Keith goes on, we're going to talk about the Yankees. Down in Tampa Bay, James is on the Fan in New York. What's up, James?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I'm a frustrated Yankee fan down here in Tampa, and they're in town. So I'm going to try to reach the one that I'm trying to help the most, who in a perfect world, or another world, as you said, he's a home run hitter. And that would be Anthony Volpe.
Mm-hmm.
I look at his mechanics at home plate. I used to coach baseball, never in a major league or minor league system, but I coached baseball, and I was good with hitters. I tried to tell him some things on social media because I connected with him, and I believed it was him. And then when I gave him some suggestions, he deleted me. So I think the bat he's using, for one, is bigger than him, and his stance is not right for that bat. He's not swinging through the strike zone the way he needs to hit the ball in multiple fields. If he would emulate, and I'm not going to say this just because I'm a Jeter fan and he's my favorite Yankee, but he needs to eat, drink, and sleep Derek Jeter and watch his mechanics at home plate. Jeter hit home runs, many of them, because he connected with the ball with the right pitch. And he could hit to all fields and all situations. So I tried to make some suggestions to him. We were friends first, just talking about nothing, really. And then I got into the batting thing with him, and I think he, I don't know, he didn't want to listen to me because I'm not.
He cut that channel off. You couldn't DM him anymore. Thanks for the call, James. Interesting points. And, I'm sure he had a ton of Jeter growing up. I don't know how much now he's watching any Derek Jeter highlights or looking at Jeter's stance or approach. He's got the Yankees coaching him up, and their hitting coach and their developmental guys that developed him. And, yeah, he's got that kind of crouched stance where, like, I look at him, he's not that big of a guy. I always look at Altuve, and I'm like, I made the joke last week or 2 weeks ago when we played the Astros that Altuve's strike zone is the size of a shoebox, and anybody trying to throw fastballs into that zone, they get rocked. You would think a smaller guy, even like a Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts coming out of it a little bit. Like, Volpe should be able to emulate those guys. But now you're saying the torpedo bat is too big? I wonder how heavy his bat is. How many ounces? What's the length of his bat? I didn't really think about the bat, but there are times where that swing can hit you a short porch homer or an oppo taco. And I mean, he's driving in some runs and hitting some home runs this year, but you would like to see, him slap some singles through, some doubles in the gap, get on base, put some pressure on. I am rooting for him. He has done well after the off days that he's been given. He hasn't been given that many. I think it had been 47 games straight or something like that, I read. He's got the double off day here. He's going down to Tampa, where I also said he's got good memories at Tampa, right? Winning that job. Competing against IKF and Peraza, winning that job in 2023, going back to the spring training home, and he's not going to be benched for Jose Caballero. Anthony Volpe will be in the lineup, and I'm hoping he can make a good push offensively and continue to be good defensively. Okay, Anthony Recker coming up on the Fan next. You know him from SNY, MLB Network. You know him from playing for the Mets. And now he calls games on Odyssey Mets Radio. So we'll go get my guy Rec. We'll talk about the Mets. And then once that's clear, we'll be closer to 11 o'clock, big shot of the nighttime and open mic time. We will touch on all the sports news topics and bring it home till 12. This is your nighttime host, Keith McPherson, on the Fan. Don't go anywhere because we're coming right back.
The city's biggest indoor pickleball event is coming back October 10th and 11th, and it will sell out. Sign up for the fun or for the cash prizes. Go to 1010wins.com/pickleball for all the info. The pickleball tournament is presented by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
With baseball in full swing, there's never a dull moment or a shortage of thrills in this league. The thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it into Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. I had a tomahawk steak last night that was absolutely cooked to perfection. Now, you already know how it was done. With the Chef IQ Sense, the wireless thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether you're cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat, and the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even when to flip them. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense right now at chefiq.com and make sure to put the code word Boomer in for 15% off.
In life, a curveball can be thrown at any moment, and you need a team that knows how to hit it out of the park. The Rothenberg Law Firm has been crushing curveballs, sliders, and fastballs for more than 50 years. We're a team of personal injury lawyers with billions recovered for our clients, because every setback deserves a major comeback. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888, or visit injurylawyer.com.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Sunday, September 7th for a special celebration. It's C.C. Sabathia, Replica Hall of Fame Plaque Day, and the first 40,000 guests in attendance will receive a C.C. Sabathia Replica Hall of Fame plaque presented by WFAN. Tickets are going fast. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today. Welcome back Hall of Famer C.C. Sabathia on Sunday, September 7th. Buy tickets now at Yankees.com/tickets.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $257 a month and $29.74 due at delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying, enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ready to score the biggest deal in breakfast? It's waiting for you at Dunkin'. Dunkin' is serving up the ultimate $5 meal deal. Get one premium hot or iced coffee and any two delicious wake-up wrap sandwiches for just $5. Whether you're fueling up for a big day or keeping it casual, this deal has you covered. A smooth, bold Dunkin' coffee paired with two warm, tasty wake-up wraps? Now that's what we call a big deal. Excludes espresso and cold brew beverages. Modifications may be an additional charge. Participation may vary. Limited time offer cannot be combined with offers. Exclusion and terms apply.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo. Post that perfect sunset on La Isla and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable, it's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia. Movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Joining us right now, former Met, Like I said, you see him on SNY MLB Network. You hear him on Mets Odyssey Radio. Anthony Recker on the Fan. What's up, Rec?
Come on, man. Good to hear from you. How you been?
Good, hanging out, doing the 5-hour vehicle. Talked a lot of Yanks, talked some Jets, some Giants, and we saved the best for last. We're going to talk about those make it happen Mets. I feel like they're out of the woods a bit. I feel like the Pete Alonso record-breaking game, and then Nolan McLean's start, and, of course, going to Williamsport and taking the series from the Mariners, a postseason team. If the season ended today, I feel like the vibes are back, some wins are back, and you've kind of got out of the dark a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, the offense is starting to get it going. You got to feel like this team believes that they've got enough pitching with the moves they made at the deadline. They're not the only ones. Obviously, Yankees did it too. Just waiting for some of those back-end bullpen arms to start to pay off, kind of shorten those games because you're not going to get a ton of length out of the starter. So you had to do it one way or another. But, I feel like they're in a good spot right now. They've got a run in them left, and that's really what it's going to take. They're going to need to go on a run here at the end of the year, see if they can push themselves back into the NL East race, and then obviously from there, it's what can you do in the playoffs.
Yeah, front of mind right now is Francisco Alvarez. Obviously, he was hurt in the beginning of the year. He comes back, he gets sent down, he works on himself. He's been on a tear. He's been an absolute monster since he's come back. Since his return, he's got a .323 average, a .1053 OPS, 4 homers, 13 ribbies. That's courtesy of Mets Muse. And, he's just got the look of a guy that wants to win. When they lost the game Friday, everybody saw him kind of sulking. And you just feel for the guy sliding and hurting his thumb. And all day we've been waiting for news on this MRI. I can only feel like there's bad news to come with no news. Can you talk about the impact of Francisco Alvarez behind the dish, you being a former catcher, him calling games, and then obviously with his bat in the lower part of this lineup, then moving him up in the lineup? Talk about Francisco Alvarez and what he's meant for this team and what the loss of him, again, could potentially mean.
I mean, realistically, this is one of their leaders. The kid's only 23 years old, but a couple of years ago, he was getting endorsements from the likes of Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, and the like. They were the ones clamoring for him to start the year in the big leagues. They were the ones saying, this kid's ready. He knows what it takes. He wants to win. He works hard. We believe in him. We want to throw to him. When you've got guys like that, essentially just calling your name and saying, you're ready, you're a leader, all those kinds of things, big things are going to be expected from you. And, over the last couple of years, he's shown flashes of it. It hasn't always been great, but, coming into this year, I really thought he would get off to a great start. And then, the handmade injury, and people don't realize how much that can sap you of some of your power. But the way that, after he came back from that injury, still struggling, gets sent down, the way that he responded from that, I think tells you all you need to know about this kid. Like, clearly he is the type of guy who's going to work his butt off, not going to, let a bad run, define who he is and define his season. He comes back. He's been awesome. Really has led offensively a charge and emotionally. I mean, you see it out there on the field. He gets a big hit and you see the emotion pour out of him. He loves it. He wants it. He wants the spotlight. He wants to be in those big moments, and he wants to come through. And he had been, to see what has transpired over the last, 48 hours or so. It's a little bit heartbreaking, but at the same time, we're just speculating that it could be bad news. You never know. Maybe it's not that big a deal. Maybe he's back in a couple of days. Maybe it takes 10 days, whatever it is. Hopefully, whenever he does come back, it's with the same fire and, kind of that same resolve, and he's in the same, place that he is or was right before the injury, because the Mets are going to need that down the stretch. He's a game changer for them. He lengthens the lineup, certainly gives the middle of that lineup a lot more protection and a lot more thump. And really, I mean, having that extra bat obviously in there, coming from a catcher, a place where not a whole lot of teams get a ton of production, outside of teams like Seattle, it's a big boost, and having that as a leader, a guy who can help control that staff at times, is big. He's worked a lot on his defensive game. He's become a much better defensive catcher. You got to respect that, and I appreciate what I see out of him. So I know this Mets organization loves him. I know that clubhouse loves him. So they're going to need him to come back healthy and come back strong.
Let's talk about this rotation. I mean, it's been well documented from the beginning of the year, Jeremy Hefner's pitching lab and what we were getting out of guys like Griffin Canning, whose season was cut short, Clay Holmes, who has gone from a reliever to a starter, even a guy like Tyler McGill, who should be coming back. And I think we should expect him to come back in this stretch of, what do they have, 19 games or 16 games coming up and a bunch of division games in a row where, now you add in a young Nolan McLean. Tell me what you expect to see the Mets do with this rotation. Are they going to go to a 6-man rotation? What do you expect them to do to get through this stretch of not having an off day?
To be honest with you, with some of the innings limitations that they've had, I don't expect them to go to a 6-man rotation. I expect them to try to piggyback some people. If you can utilize some of this youth you've got in AAA that we're seeing right now, play out and play out in a positive way, whether it's, Nolan McLean coming up. I was there for his debut actually the other day at Citi Field on Saturday. That was a lot of fun to watch. There was a lot of energy in the stadium. It was definitely, it seemed like a boost for the team, in morale, in emotion, everything. And anytime you get something like that, I think you got to try to ride that wave out. I mean, I think you're going to see McLean continue on, this year, making as many starts as he needs to. But at the same time, maybe you bring up, a Jonah Tong or a Brandon Sproat, whoever it may be, piggyback some of these guys to limit some of their innings, but still give them the outings that they need and get it under their belt. Because come playoff time, I think we see at this point that the starting 5 that they had pre the Nolan McLean call up, that wasn't going to get it done in the playoffs. They needed some energy. They needed an injection of talent in the starting rotation. I think they've got that right now in AAA. They've got it in a guy like Nolan McLean. They're going to have to give those guys their run, but the best way to do that to me isn't necessarily to spread them out over 6-7 days, whatever that is. It would be really just to start piggybacking some of these guys. Maybe Clay Holmes becomes a 3-inning or 2-inning, whether it's an opener or a guy who comes in, right after a McLean or whatever, just to give them some length and try to give this bullpen a little bit of a rest. I could see that being more the case than, a 6 or 7-man rotation.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Stearns and Mendoza navigate this stretch. It's such an important stretch for the standings and to get right. And, they've had so many of these short outings. Something I've been saying all night is performance is what can change that. Kodai Senga had a better outing. Clay Holmes had a better outing. The kid Nolan McLean just surprised me because, leading into that, I'm like, this is a tough spot for the guy against the Mariners. But you know what? He's a former quarterback, 2-sport athlete at Oklahoma State playing football and baseball, and the stage wasn't too big for him. So you hope that he's good, in 5 days when he's got to pop back up. But, maybe they go to a Brandon Sproat. But I wanted to ask you about the bullpen. This was billed as a super pen after the deadline. And Gregory Soto has been good, but Tyler Rogers has given it up some, and Ryan Helsley has had a hard go at it. He looked better last night, but I think there's just some kind of bumps in the road, some type of adjustments that happen. I mean, we've seen it with the Yankees with Jake Bird, who got DFA'd, and then or got sent down, and then Camilo Doval, who struggled. It's just, getting acclimated to some new settings. How do you feel about the Mets bullpen and these guys coming along, the new guys and the guys that were already there, like Edwin Diaz and Reed Garrett and Ryan Stanek? Like, I still think that's going to be a strength of this team.
It has to be, just based on the way that they're constructed. They're not going to get 6 innings out of anybody at this point. At least it doesn't seem that way. The only guy that's done it in the last, 2 months is David Peterson. So it really has to be a strength for them, that back end of the bullpen. I think you nailed it on the head. Like, you come to a new team at the trade deadline, and although there can be an injection of energy and emotion, and excitement from something like that, at the same time, as a pitcher, as a reliever or a starter, in this case, the relievers, look, they're still creatures of habit. They're in a new setting. They've got new coaches around them. They're probably trying to develop new routines. Everything's different. And sometimes that can affect your performance on the field. And I think that's all we're seeing right now, from both teams like the Yankees, teams like the Mets. There have been a lot of deadline moves that have been questioned early on, right? But as these guys settle in, it doesn't always happen overnight. As they settle in, I think we'll start to see the benefits and the fruits of those trades. And it's really going to make an impact for all these teams, especially both New York teams, but the Mets, obviously, the way that they built it and did it from the back end, they need it, and they're going to get it. It's going to win out. I mean, the numbers on the back of the baseball card prove it. Tyler Rogers, fantastic reliever, has been so consistent over the last 5 years or so. Helsley, look, he's ridden a roller coaster before. It happens as a closer at times, but he'll find himself anytime you're throwing 102, 103 miles an hour. Realistically, you can only give up so much, right? Like, you can only get squared up so much. So I think he'll find himself, and this back end of the bullpen will be fine. They do still need Garrett and Stanek both to stand up at times, though, and pull their weight. And it's really been, Garrett struggled of late. It happens. Again, you go through it, but you've got to find a way, whether it's to hit your confidence because they brought in some relievers that would have, that are kind of taking some of your innings that you formerly got. But whatever it is, you got to man up and do what you need to for your team. So I expect them to right the ship and certainly get more out of the bullpen than they've gotten over the last couple of weeks.
They say this team goes as Francisco Lindor goes. He was just named Player of the Week, going 14 for 25 with a .560 average, 3 home runs, 7 ribbies, 2 stolen bases, 6 extra hits. And even though they lost those games, it's refreshing to see the leadoff hitter, the leader, a guy that, we were worried about his pinky toe and if he was still feeling some effects of that. Many people thought he might be named captain after David Wright's ceremony. That's in the past now. I am, leaning towards the Mets being back because Lindor has gotten it going. And, don't sleep on Juan Soto's impact either. Juan Soto, they just posted, he's the only guy in Major League Baseball with 30 and 20. He smashed his, stolen bases total this year already. And I think we're about to see Juan Soto break out as well. So let's talk about the lineup, Pete Alonso, Nimmo, and the Mets hitters, because I felt like the strength of this team going into the season was supposed to be the order. Even Vientos coming alive last night, you kind of got to play him. If those guys are going and those guys are hitting, then the Mets will be fine with their starters not going deep in the games, having a lead and turning it over to the bullpen.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this lineup, they're far too good to have the struggles that they had for about a 2-month stretch there, June and July. We're seeing Pete come out of it in a big way. I think, breaking the record certainly it's going to be a weight off his shoulders. Soto, we've seen a very good version of him all year. It hasn't been obviously what we saw last year, I would say, but he's been very good nonetheless. Lindor, I mean, for whatever reason, every year he rides. It's like first half, second half. There's month or two where he's great, month or two where he struggles. Hopefully, he's turning it on again right now because this Mets team, to your point, they do live and die by him, at least offensively. For whatever reason, he's the tone setter. He starts it, and they tend to fall in line. So I do love what I've seen from Brandon Nimmo this year. Very different hitter. He's not the type of guy always looking to work walks. He's been very aggressive early in counts. He's been very aggressive looking for his pitch. Some of the power numbers prove it, that it's been beneficial in some ways for him in this offense. Even a Jeff McNeil has shown some things at times throughout this year where he's, carried a load a little bit. So there's certainly a dangerous lineup, and they can be a dangerous lineup, pretty much 1 through 9 outside of really that center field spot. They went out and got Cedric Mullins at the deadline. We'll see how that pays off. But I like this lineup top to bottom. They've got a lot of talent. It definitely, they ride too many waves at times. You'd love to see them, be a little bit more steady, but look, it's baseball. You're going to struggle at times. And certainly when you're going through the good times, you got to ride it out. And that's what they got to do right now. They're going to try to do. But yeah, a guy like Lindor, when he's going, it certainly seems to bode obviously extremely well for the rest of the lineup. For whatever reason, they fall, like I said, they fall in line behind him, and they got to ride that out now the rest of the season.
Yeah, we're running out of time. It's get right time, and I do feel like they're out of the woods, and they're going to seize this opportunity coming up. We're on the phone right now with Anthony Recker, former Mets player. You hear him on Mets Odyssey Radio and SNY MLB Network. Rec, last thing for you. If you were watching the game yesterday, and even if you weren't, everybody's heard of it now. Rob Manfred literally spoke on realignment. It's coming. I don't know if it's going to take a year after the lockout, 2 years. I joked online that, hey, this will be, the last thing he does in 2029 before he signs off. But as a former player, I'd like to know your thoughts on it. I mean, us fans have a lot of thoughts on it, but I think as a former player, we'd like to get your perspective on, Yankees, Mets, Red Sox, Phillies division, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what it would look like after a realignment, obviously. None of us know exactly what that would entail and what it would look like. As long as we're able to keep, the main rivalries, the ones that, that we all love, I would say, as a former Met, when you talk about that, Mets, Phillies, obviously as a Yankees, Red Sox, you look out west, Dodgers, Padres, Dodgers, Giants. You want to keep those intact. But look, I think what we've seen over the last several years is there have been some fairly big shakeups in the game, big shakeups to the rules, the way the game is played. And for whatever reason, we're seeing attendance, viewership, all those things. They're all pointing up. The arrows are all pointing up, and that's always obviously what we're looking for. So if this is what the brain trust is looking at and thinking this is the way they want to go, and what it all comes down to, of course, is dollars and cents. They're trying to make more money. You add a couple extra cities, a couple extra teams. There's more money in the game, more money to go around, all those kinds of things. But realistically, as long as it's not hurting the game out there on the field, and it's something that's still entertaining and something we want to watch, I'm all for it. Change is a good thing, and we'll kind of see where it leads. But like I said, I would hate to see some of those natural and long-standing rivalries go by the wayside. So hopefully that's something that is obviously considered, and I'm sure it will be, when the time comes.
Rec, you're the man. I appreciate the time tonight.
Anytime, Keith. Anytime. I appreciate you having me on, man.
Dial 888-808-1019 if you'd like to join the show. That was Anthony Recker. You guys know him. This is Keith McPherson. Programming alert just came across my desk. At 11 a.m., Yankees manager Aaron Boone will join BT and Sal ahead of this little 2-game set in Tampa. So look forward to that tomorrow. I will probably wake up and be able to catch BT and Sal as I usually do at 10 on the live YouTube chat. I see you guys in the YouTube chat. We're going strong on the chat. Appreciate all the conversation. We're still holding around 100 people talking in the chat and watching through the night. WFAN YouTube. Just go to WFAN YouTube and look for a WFAN Overnight Live if you want to interact online. But if you're just in the car or you're in the gym or you're home and you're just interacting or whatever, we've still got plenty, or you're just listening and not trying to interact, we've still got plenty of more show ahead of us. I'm on till 12. So let's take a break here. When we come back, I'll sprinkle in a couple more things. And then traditionally, I do the big shot of the night at 11 and then open mic time 11 to 12, where anything that we didn't hit on, any topics that you guys want to talk about, you can bring to the table. Keith McPherson on the Fan. KM to AM returns right after this.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
This is not his fault, right? How's that? Because the guys in front of him are getting on base.
Oh, come on. What's his numbers with runners in scoring position, bro?
I mean, it's been terrible all season.
So don't give me that. You're wrong.
I'm just trying to
don't try. I mean, seriously, you don't have to try.
I mean, you are paying him $70 million a year.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. When you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
Connect with a local divorce attorney today. Text Joe22 to 32 32 32. 866-323-7529. 250 Paley, Saddlebrook. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Step up to the plate with confidence with the Jeep brand's newest MVP, the all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S. Year after year, the Jeep brand has delivered game-changing technology and features to help keep you off the bench and on to your next adventure. By blending thoughtful luxury capability and advanced technology, the Jeep Wagoneer S is one key player that doesn't disappoint. Experience the brand new head-turning design and luxurious interior without sacrificing on the legendary performance you love. Excellent range capacity opens up the playing field, and with 4x4 capability, featuring select terrain driving modes, how you play the game is up to you. The interior cabin of Wagoneer S pays special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep brand dealer, it all adds up to Jeep Wagoneer S being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Record numbers of residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you recently had a major life event such as marriage, pregnancy, or insurance loss, you may be eligible to enroll now. All health plans include preventive care, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Find out if you qualify at getcovered.nj.gov. That's getcovered.nj.gov.
Hey, it's Sal Licata. Get your game on at Wind Creek Bethlehem. Play the hottest slots and table games, or go big in the poker room. Feel the thrill of live dealer stadium gaming. Try axe throwing or virtual golf. Dine at their classic steakhouse, chop house, or enjoy contemporary urban cuisine at Urban Table. Cap it off with cocktails and a stay at Wind Creek's AAA 4-Diamond Hotel. Play online anytime in the Wind Creek Casinoverse. Learn more at windcreekbethlehem.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Yeah. Right back at it on the fan. Hit me again. The last hour and 10 minutes I've got. We're going to open up the mics, open mic time. Here's something, not really in the wide world of sports, but something that I put on Twitter and I wanted to share. No, not my son pooping himself in the morning and taking his diaper off, which actually, like this morning, we did make progress on that. Instead of him taking the poopy diaper off and smearing it all over the crib, Buddy just woke up, took his pants off, took the diaper off, and put it outside of the crib. Much easier for Dada to clean up. Did not have to do the whole poopy fire drill. But, on the weekends, I was off, I think, Friday, right? And that helps me out because I try to do all the errand running, going to ShopRite and Target and BJ's and just kind of stocking up the crib for my wife, my son, and I, running errands as we all do on the weekend. And I hate being in the store, especially like I live in Jersey City, Hoboken. So like I hate being in the store after probably 10, 11 a.m. because it gets so crowded and people are reckless and they don't care and they have no respect for people. So, hey, I'm in there as soon as it opens for the most part. 8, 9 o'clock, in and out, done. And I went to BJ's, and BJ's is right next door to ShopRite. And I've been in that ShopRite 1,000 times. And I remember when they didn't have self-checkout at ShopRite. And they have self-checkout where there's a lane, like you could actually put, food and stuff on the belt. And then they also have these quick just doo-doo, to be, quick and on your way. And I know how some people feel about self-checkout, right? Oh, if I got to ring up my own groceries and I got to bring my own bag, I'm entitled to steal. No, you're not. You don't get a couple things free. Now, I'm sure everybody has accidentally stolen or intentionally stolen from the self-checkout. Do that at your own risk. But man, I stepped in there just to get a bagel and a donut. Low-key, ShopRite, that's the best spot to get your bagels and donuts. There are some good bagel shops and donut shops, but they have them for the low right there. They're $1 and they're good quality. Shout out to ShopRite Bakery. So I get me a egg bagel and a glazed donut with rainbow sprinkles just for my little morning breakfast. And so I'm in line and Buddy in front of me rings up all his stuff, and I'm on my phone. I'm never paying that much attention. And honestly, too, I have my AirPods in. I'm listening to WFAN. I think I was listening to Beningo. I was listening to Beningo rip on the Mets that morning. Listening to Beningo rip the Mets after that Friday night game. So when I look up, I see Buddy in front of me and his daughter, who's a young girl, and I see them just kind of, take their own bags and walk away. And I'm not thinking anything of it. And when I get up to the register, when I get up to the self-checkout screen, it says $62.89 and it is waiting for payment. So I kind of look around to my left, to my right, and I'm like, oh, this dude just stole those groceries. He just got that off too. And I felt for him. One, I'm on my business. I'm never snitching on anybody. But I'm like, maybe he fell on hard times. He does have a little girl with him that had to be about 4 or 5 years old. And I wasn't, watching what he rang up. But I'm like, maybe he needed it there. But like now, what am I supposed to do? Like there's people in all of these other lines, and I'm up to pay for my 2 things. I'm not going to signal right away. Like I gave him, I kind of assisted. I guess I'm an accomplice. I gave him time to walk right out the door. And I just got out of the line. And then I go over to the line where there's an actual person at. And now I'm watching the next person that was behind me come up. And they flag for service. And the woman comes up and sees there's, $62.89 rang up and nobody paid for it. And she's looking around and she looks at me. And I'm like, I just gave her a look like, nah, that wasn't for me. I was in that line, but I got my stuff right here to pay. That guy is already in his car. And then that stuck with me. I didn't snitch in there. I would never tell anybody. But when I go out into the parking lot, because I was quick, I end up right behind this guy. And he had a nice car. I don't know what the car cost or whatever, but I'm just like, $62.89 of groceries. He got that off. Maybe he forgot to pay. Maybe he was so, caught up taking care of his daughter, watching his daughter, he forgot to pay. But no, I think that goes on a lot. And I know that those people that work in the grocery stores, they're not about to chase you down. They're not about to fight you. They're not about to try and make a citizen's arrest or anything like that. But I was like, well, I didn't snitch in there. I got to go tell everybody on Twitter, and eventually I'll tell everybody on the Fan. So there's my little open mic topic. I was a witness to a robbery at ShopRite, $62.89 worth of groceries last Saturday morning. Yes, it was me. I saw it happen, and I am reporting it now. Let's go to Ross in Bergen County on the Fan after hearing Anthony Recker talk about the Mets. The Mets are out of the woods. Here we go, LGM. It's time to start winning again, Ross.
What up, Keith? How you doing, man? Hey, these 2 wins, they ain't changing my opinion. This team can't fool me. I know who they are. And I'm not going to let 2 wins, get my
2 wins can't wash away the 13 out of 15 losses.
You can't fool me. I'm familiar with their game. All of a sudden, Lindor, I'm playing a guy in fantasy. This guy, Lindor's dropping 15 points a night. I remember 3 weeks ago, this guy was going over. I had like his third 0 for 30 skid of the season. It's incredible. But, all kidding aside, look, 2, much-needed wins is an understatement. It's incredible, too, by the way. Cincinnati, of all teams, is a team like breathing right down our neck. I know they brought in Tito Francona, but you look at that team, it's legit like the definition of mid. Besides, Ellie's Ellie, but like Steer, McLean,
they
they're
got
good.
some pitching. Their lineup leaves a lot to be desired, but they can pitch. They beat the Yankees in Cincinnati.
Yeah. It feels like a collection of like career wanderers. Like Austin Hayes has been there. He's like tearing the cover off.
Jose Trevino.
Yeah, he's another one. Now they got one other guy they just brought in this team. Brian Hayes.
Brian Hayes.
They brought Hayes at the deadline, and I think he homered in his first game. They were down 8-0 or something his first game. I don't know, but of all teams, the fact that they're the ones right behind us. But I don't know, man. Here's the do or die stretch. I feel like we've been saying that a lot. You got 10 games in a row against in division teams.
Yep.
And obviously Philly's the one you got to track down for the division, but what is it, like 5.5 now? And obviously the thing with Wheeler's a huge blow for them, but it almost looked like they were going to lose Durant too. Talking about all the hoopla with Hell's Bells and all that. He's probably even got Diaz with the entrance he's got. So the hype around him.
Not to cut you off, Ross, but two things. They do have Miguel Andujar, former Yankee, over there with the Reds now. I think they traded for him. And then also, you brought up something like injuries. That is the thing that could shake this thing up the rest of the way. Injuries to any team. And the Mets are relatively healthy. Hopefully Alvarez is straight. But injuries is what could change any team's plans. Like we both have to stay healthy, Mets and Yankees, but our opponents are fighting to stay healthy too.
I gotta say one more thing, bro. I knew there was one other thing I wanted to bring up. Nolan McLean, he was great, but bro, I feel like it had been so long since we had seen a respectable outing that, don't get me wrong, he was good. But, bro, I see people saying, what was the last time we saw a debut this good since DeGrom? I saw people say, would you want to throw a perfect game?
Yeah.
Bro, we're crowning this guy like a future Cy Young winner. He was good, don't get me wrong, but, he didn't even fit. He still kept that 6th-inning drought going because he had to throw 90 damn pitches. He was walking the ballpark.
Yeah, Mendy went to get him, and they booed that decision.
Yeah, and which kind of, made something obvious, too, now. He basically confirmed that Stearns was calling the shots because he said the old, I'd be booing, too, if I was in the crowd.
Yeah, and did you see him on – actually, I got to pull this up, and I'll play it. You just reminded me. It's in my notes. He was on Foul Territory today, and shout out to my guys at Foul Territory. I've been on the podcast 6 times. I've had Scott Braun on. He talked about – I don't know if he was joking. I got to pull up the audio. He talked about, I'm getting guys warm in the 4th. Yeah, he says in the past 10 days, so I got somebody getting hot in the 4th inning.
Bro, we don't have a rotation. It's unbelievable.
Just to be a good manager, you got to manage it.
We're talking about not having an ace. We don't have a rotation. The guy can't go 5 innings. It's incredible. And it's just like I look at it now and, Quintana, there will never be an excuse for the fact that Jose Quintana never came back here. But like people saying we should have brought back Severino, guess what? We brought back Minaya, our tribal chief, and he's been a dud. And I was one of the first people I wanted him back. So, I got to eat the crow as long as he's pitching like this. He's been awful. Peterson felt like the one guy you could trust. All of a sudden, he's hit a little bit of a rough patch. And, my God, talking about control issues, Senga's probably got the worst control in the league right now. It's incredible that they don't have a rotation. But hey, man, and the fact that that's the least of their issues, that's what says a lot. And I told Beningo this real quick. I appreciate the time, bro. The two happiest people in the world when they're you see them losing games 11-9, 8-7. The two happiest people in the world are Jeremy Barnes and Eric Chavez, because they said stop pointing the fingers at us. It's not our fault no more. That's incredible, bro.
Yeah, everybody. Thanks for the call, Ross. Everybody's seat was hot. Jeremy Hefner, Eric Chavez, Carlos Mendoza, and then a debut and a record broken, and Lindor getting hot, and Alvarez and Vientos and Juan Soto stealing bases and hitting some home runs and working some walks and a couple wins. Cure all. Winning cures all. So, yeah, I was just telling you guys that Carlos Mendoza was on Foul Territory, the best baseball podcast out there covering the whole league. My guy Scott Braun, who I had on the day of the trade deadline, hosts that podcast. So I do have a couple clips queued up. Let's go to Mendy talking about, starting pitching and just where the Mets' struggles were through this stretch, not being able to get consistency out of his starters.
What was it like from then, that 2.5 week period, and then this weekend?
Yeah, 2.5 weeks. I think he felt like it's been more than 2.5 that we've been going through it. But it's been hard. It's been hard. It's been a tough stretch, a frustrating one. We are all frustrated. But for us to be able to win a series against a very good team, that Mariners team is a really good team. That's a deep lineup. Is a really good pitching staff. And for us to be able, after losing the first one the way we did, it was important. The Saturday game, last night game, I feel like, you guys know everything starts with starting pitching, and we haven't been able to get that consistency from them. I felt like Senga last time, his last outing, going into the 6th inning, followed by McClain, that we'll talk about it. And then yesterday, Clay giving us a solid 5 innings. I thought he was in position to go deeper before, that inning got long. The 4th inning got long. But that's where it starts, Continue to believe in the guys. There's a lot of talent there. And I'm pretty confident that we'll get through this.
Yeah, they got to perform. I kind of feel bad for Mendy at times. It's his second year on the job. Stearns has stuck him with, Clay Holmes, Frankie Montas, and Kodai Senga. And Kodai Senga isn't even a Stearns guy. Sean Manaea comes back. He's got the loose bodies in the elbow. He isn't what you had the year before. It's tough. It's tough for Mendy to make the right decisions to navigate this and be correct. So, we go back to the other clip where Mendy is talking about, how I just joked with Ross in Bergen County about, the 4th inning and getting guys up. You might not want to hear it as a fan, but as a manager, knowing that the numbers say that you average 4.2 innings out of your starters, if that, Mendy has to be on the phone to the bullpen to have somebody up. So here's Mendy talking about, getting somebody hot in the 4th inning.
We were getting guys from AAA making spot starts, and we're trying to piece it together. It's hard to replace. So as soon as Senga went down back in June 12th, then, a few days later, Griffin Canning went down, and then McGill went down. That's hard to replace. In the meantime, Montas is kind of rehabbing, Manaea is kind of rehabbing, and then he has a setback. It's just, I'm trying to push our starters, but when the guys are at almost 90 pitches in the 4th inning, how much can I push them, Then the guy that we try and push a lot was Petey, he's been very consistent, giving us 6 innings. And the times that I felt like, hey, he got through the 6th and he's at 92, he's going back out. I think there was a couple of times, one in Atlanta that I sent him back for the 8th, and the first 2 guys got on, and then whoever came in gave it up. But yeah, we went through a stretch here where the bullpen was feeling it, but it's because of how much they've been used out of necessity. The key is starting pitching. And we've seen it the past few days. Like I said, Senga on Friday, McClain, Clay. Once you start getting solid 6 innings from your starters, it's easier to manage the bullpen. But I feel like the past 10 days, I get somebody hot in the 4th inning, it's just hard to continue to get 15 outs every night from your bullpen.
Yeah, it's not a recipe for success. 888-808-1019. You kind of forget, like, they were rolling through the Zach Pops, the Dickie Loveladies, the Justin Hagenmans, the Zach Hergets, the Davinskis. Like, there was a stretch where the Mets were rolling out anybody from that bullpen. They had bullpen games, and you got to hope that now they're through that. Nolan McLean is here. There might be a chance Brandon Sproat comes through. Tyler McGill is scheduled to return at some point late August. Like, we're waiting on that. You can only hope that you get another good performance out of Clay Holmes like you got last night. Waiting to see David Peterson's bounce back and respond. You know he will. Like, he's going to have to erase his last short start that blew up. I don't know, man. Frankie Montas is out of the rotation. He's in the bullpen now. I think you feel better about where you are, too, with this lineup performing. Now we're just waiting to hear from Francisco Alvarez, and we're not going to hear it tonight. We're not going to hear anything on that tonight. So you kind of hold your breath and go to sleep, kind of say your prayers and cross your fingers. I don't know, wear your pajamas inside out and hope that you hear that, hey, he's just going to miss a couple days. You know, the MRI is negative and, he doesn't have to hit the IL. And you'll survive calling up, wow, I'm blanking on Hayden Sanger's name. You'll survive with, as you have this year, seeing Hayden Sanger and Luis Torrens, and you hope that Juan Soto and Lindor and Soto and Nimmo and Alonso and Soto again can, get you through. 888-808-1019. It's open mic time. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Duh. Let's get to the update. And then we'll do a big shot of the night and then tell me something cool a little bit later in the hour. I don't have it yet. I'll think of it. Let's hit that right now, Ray.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Off days for both the Yankees and Mets. Aaron Boone's Yankees finally feeling some relief after a 5-1.
Got a long way to go in this, and it's always really good. Obviously, getting a sweep and heading into an off day, but we got to keep going, and we're not a finished product.
Boone after yesterday's win over the Cardinals, courtesy of Yes. Ahmed Rosario is expected to be activated from the injured list tomorrow ahead of the Yankee series in Tampa. Out of town, both the Red Sox and Mariners lose, so the Yankees are now tied for the top wild card spot in the AL. As for the Mets, they'll be in D.C. for a 3-game series starting tomorrow night. Still unclear if they'll have catcher Francisco Alvarez. Alvarez underwent an MRI today after jamming his thumb, sliding into second base. Shortstop Francisco Lindor today was named the NL Player of the Week. The Mets leading the Reds by a game and a half for a playoff spot. Going into the night, the Reds have a 3-1 lead on the Angels in the bottom of the 5th. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Back from break and the update. Open mic. Last hour on the Fan tonight. And like I said, we don't have Big Mac this week. I don't know if we have Big Mac next week. I know Gallo will do his thing. But I know there's so many people that I talk to, they get kind of used to myself, Big Mac at night. And then there's also people that don't like me or Big Mac. And maybe you're pumped up for the change. But yeah, Gallo will be holding it down tonight. I think Al Cintron will get a couple nights as well. I will be here tomorrow late after the Tampa Bay game. I will be here Wednesday late after the Tampa Bay game. Then Thursday, I'm filling in for BT and Sal. I believe they're going to go play golf with Mike Francesa. And programming alert tomorrow, 12 hours from now, BT and Sal will have the Yankees manager, Aaron Boone, on the show at 11 a.m. Let's get back to the phones and talk to these Yankee fans that have been waiting. Val is in the Bronx. Back on the Fan.
Fierce, my man. What's going on, King?
You know, hanging out, holding it down, trying to get these people through a 5-hour show.
You know, my man, as always, bro. Always and forever listening. I don't call all the time. It's been a while since we talked. But you're killing it as always, bro. Every time I'm listening, you're killing it as usual. I got a Yankee thing I want to talk to you about and a Jets thing. But real quick before I say it, that story you were given earlier, you know what I'm saying? The one thing I'm going to say about that, bro, I'm not here to judge anybody. You know, I told you already, I got a daughter. She's a grown woman now, and I tell her to this day, Daddy will do life for anybody that try to get in your way because I love her that much. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm never here to judge anybody as far as what you got to do for you and yours.
Yeah.
But the thing that I did not like about that story, bro, do what you got to do, bro, but don't let that kid be there with you when that's going on. Because that could have went south all kinds of different ways, and now she's wrapped up in whatever happened. That's the one thing I didn't like about it. Like, why would you have her there with you? And not only that, but people forget, bro, as young as she may have been, they see things, son. They see things, and they are watching things 24/7. And if that's what they see and you do, you got nothing to tell them later on when they develop these things and start doing stuff like that or see the world that way too.
Bro, I had some of those same thoughts. A lot of that went through my mind, and I just came around to, hey, maybe, you know, he needed those groceries for his daughter. Tough times. He got that off. I wasn't snitching, but I'm like, I could take the story and share it somewhere else. It'll never get back to him.
Yeah, now I got a weakness for people who do ill things too, or around, or you know, with kids involved. That's a bad look right there. Again, not here to judge. Do what you got to do, but leave them out of it.
Right.
But to get to my points real quick, though, man, with the Yankee stuff, I don't want to say too much about it because, you know, we haven't talked for a while, but I've been saying it to any of my friends that ask. All of a sudden, when the Yankees go through bad times, everybody knows I'm a Yankees fan and wants to talk to me about my Yanks.
Understood.
So the one thing that I've been saying consistently, you know, people keep acting like, you know, Boone and Cashman are, you know, dudes sitting down playing MLB The Show, and they moving the joystick the wrong way. They operating the controller the wrong way. I hear you with some of the gaffes, and I know he's done some crazy things with our bullpen. But a lot of the stuff that's been going on over this time has been on the players, bro, and them not being focused. The one thing I will say, I'm just hoping what I've been seeing of late, they seem like they are focused and they actually appreciate and understand, you know, the pain and the same urgency that we as the fans feel. And they seem like they're focused on the task at hand. They're just watching the series and the games that are in front of them. Never mind what anybody around you is doing. You just go out there, play your best, and try to get what you can from each series that's in front of you. I've said it to you in the past before. You know, you got to worry about the food that's in front of you.
Yeah.
This is a critical time when it comes right down to that. And if I could just leave you with one more thing about my Jets real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say this, all right? I heard you bring it up early on with, like, when the Jackson Dart stuff started in the preseason. He's been looking good. I give Giants fans, you know, their props for that. He's been looking nice. You know what I'm saying? And I heard you bring it up with, like, you know, that could kind of cancel or kill any of the Shador stuff that might have lingered for anybody who had any thoughts as a Giants fan about Shador. The one thing I haven't heard, and as a Jets fan, I'm going to say it right now. All the stuff that, like, you know, and I know we had the first preseason game where he looked good, and I'm not trying to poo-poo anything you've been saying about Justin Fields, because to be honest with you, that's really all I have to hope for. I have to hope that we are like a Philly light as far as how we go about the game and how we treat things offensively. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Not that he's Jalen Hurts, but that's the only chance that we have to kind of like a model that looks something like that. But what I will say, after a game like what happened this weekend, and for all the things that you know, since he's been in the league, Fields has as far as question marks about him, these are the same things that were talked about as the best elements of Shador Sanders. And from what I've heard, from what I'm hearing from Cleveland camp, he seems like he's going through what he needs to go through. I'm not saying that and I love Aaron Glenn, and I love Muji. I'm not saying that what they're doing right now, that there's anything wrong with it, but I would have just felt a little bit more comfortable if I had somebody like a Shador Sanders in camp going through this thing, like, you know, whether he's pushing Fields or he's competing with him for the job. You know what I'm saying? Because at the same time, if you look at what it would have taken, and I'm not this is not even hindsight. We all went through that whole draft scenario. Mm-hmm. We could have had him as a flyer, bro. Like, I mean, you know, we saying that, you know, we worried about throwing the ball. so far I haven't heard any, like bad knocks so far from Shador as far as throwing the ball. We're talking about reading the field and
That's
having
what he
to rush
does.
reads and stuff.
He's not a runner at all. Yeah.
So I would have loved to have him in the camp. You know what I'm saying? Just to give me some kind of backup chance that if this does not work out,
I mean, they had plenty of opportunities to take him. I think they might have taken Mason Taylor before him. Thanks for the call, Val. I just got to move it along, and I don't have enough time. And you said a lot, and I want to respond. Shador Sanders. I don't think I mentioned his name all night, but maybe in my praise of Jackson Dart, it might have sounded like I alluded to Shador, and I know a lot of people have tried to lump them together, but I'm not. Shador was drafted in the 5th round. If anything, what I said about Jackson Dart is let's not forget this is a first-round drafted quarterback. And I said that the national media is paying attention. I'm seeing a lot of different clips and conversations come up. There's a podcast on The Volume. I forget the guy that's like this quarterback, guru or supposed to be on The Volume. He was talking about Jackson Dart. I'm watching Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp, a clip from their nightcap show talking about Jackson Dart. When you come out and ball the way that Jackson Dart has in his first 2 preseason games, everybody takes notice, and it's the quarterback position, and the NFL is king. And if it was the other way around, there'd be even louder noise about, hey, the Giants had the number 3 overall pick. The Giants traded back into the first round to get this kid, and he's looking like a bust. Nobody can say that. The Giants are looking like they stole the draft that first day, and I was on the fan telling you so much that they did. They got Abdul Carter. They traded back in. They didn't wait till day 2. They went and got their man. Shador Sanders is a 5th-round quarterback. He's also probably going to be 4th string. I don't know if that is right, but I do see a scenario where Joe Flacco is hurt. Kenny Pickett is also hurt. Dylan Gabriel's not that much better, and we'll see what happens with that. But going back to Justin Fields, and what I compared Justin Fields to is Jalen Hurts, and how critical people were of Jalen Hurts' passing game this year when he won the Super Bowl. And he literally had a game where he came out and balled, throwing the ball to A.J. Brown, and he sat in the postgame and he said, oh, so that's what y'all wanted to see, huh? These guys can throw the ball. You don't get to that level without being able to throw the entire route tree. They got to be put in the right positions. And offensive games are called setting up plays. The run sets up the pass, the play action. And you specifically have an offensive coordinator and a head coach coming from Detroit where that's what they did. With David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, they established the run. It made it easier for Jared Goff, who is a better thrower of the ball than Justin Fields. Yeah, but it made it easier for him to complete passes and find Amon-Ra St. Brown and find Jameis. So we'll get there. I'm not quitting on the Jets operation this early with Justin Fields. And they didn't want the presence of a Shador Sanders in the building. Aaron Glenn doesn't want a celebrity quarterback coming from the Parcells coaching tree. He didn't want if they wanted a celebrity quarterback that would have had all this attention, they could have just stayed with Aaron Rodgers. So, no. And now going back to the Yankees, what you were saying about Boone and Cashman, and I like the thought of finish your food. I think when I was talking to the Fireside guys and maybe somebody else, we had you gotta, and even David Rifkin, you gotta finish the food in front of you. You can't be thinking about a soft schedule. You can't even be thinking about the Red Sox coming up. You have 2 games against Tampa in front of you. Tonight was a great night for the Yankees. They didn't play a game. The Astros lost. The Red Sox lost. The Blue Jays lost. The Blue Jays, the benches are clearing because Tommy Pham, former Met, remember him a couple years ago? Tommy Pham bat flipped a walk and flipped the bat on the plate in front of the catcher. The catcher, had something to say about it. The Pirates beat the Blue Jays tonight, 5-2. What a great night for the Yankees. Finish your food, handle your business in Tampa against the Rays in your building. Take those 2 and then set yourself up for a situation here when you look at the standings like the Yankees are right there. As I go to refresh them and I go to click wild card, like this is setting up for a week to really get right. The Yankees went from the bottom wild card to the top wild card based off of where they are at 67 and 57, 10 games over 500 with a 540 winning percentage. Go get those 2 games. Bruce is in Flushing on the Fan next. What's up, Bruce?
These 2 Yankee points and a Giant point.
Yes, sir.
First on Yankee point. Did you see John Heyman's article on Friday?
No, I'm not subscribed to the Post to read more, and I don't pay for that. And I'm blocked by John Herman. I can't see any of his stuff. And
The reason why I bring this up, he wrote about Bellinger going possibly to the Mets. We'll get to that.
I did see that, and I spoke on that Sunday. Like, what?
No, I want to get to what he said at the bottom of the article.
You know what? Because people clipped it and put it out, so I didn't have to read the article. But it's just like, bro, and this comes back to me from the nonsense that happened with him joining my show. It couldn't be more obvious. 2 things: that you work for Boris Corp and that you lean heavy Mets. And I had an issue with it because we are still very much in season. The Mets have their own issues. The Yankees have their own issues. But why now are we talking about Cody Bellinger and the Mets having their eyes on him? Didn't the Mets have their eyes on Vladdy Jr. as well? That never materialized. Like, I don't know. That rubbed me the wrong way. I felt like there was a bunch of other things to write about between the Mets and the Yankees. But we're going to talk about Cody Bellinger, who was out there dazzling us at first base, turning double plays, finishing double plays, and has been a great Yankee. And we just came off of Old Timers Day where his dad was on the field. The next day, his dad throws out the first pitch. Why are you going there with the Steve Cohen and his money going to make a push for Cody Bellinger? Maybe Cody Bellinger doesn't want to be a Met anyway.
What I'm specifically going for, because you may not have seen it, at the bottom of the article, where he goes through his whole thing about the possibility of him going to the Mets. At the bottom of the article, and I think I got the almost the exact phrase I read, let's hope the Mets do it.
That's what he wrote? Yeah.
Yes.
Because there's some type of thing going on with
writers, I grew up.
They're supposed to be neutral.
Yeah, right.
That's what I was told. That's why I don't even go to the media area anymore because I can't wear a Yankee logo in there, and I don't want to kick it with these writers anyway. I'm not a writer. I'm a fan and a host. But I guess in this time of even us WFAN hosts, there's no way a host can be neutral. They could lie to you. They could pretend. But we all got into this rooting for teams. But when you're writing an article for the New York Post, there are 2 New York teams. I don't know how you could be so slanted to say, I hope the Mets do it and put an offer out there. And it's Boris Corp. Belly is represented by Boris, and we understand, who's pulling the strings on that. Like, hey, John. It's so corny, though.
It blew my mind. Second point.
It's on brand. I don't think anybody's surprised. And then even with today's latest, did you see this? I can't see the guy's tweets, and I don't care to. I'm so over all that. Whatever. I'm not going to talk down on him. I don't even say his name anymore. But I'm seeing people on Yankees Twitter quote the tweet, and not quote the tweet, but just put the screenshot out where he writes, fairly, the big dumper is the AL MVP leader at the moment. Can never count out Aaron Judge, an all-time great, but a great defensive catcher with the MLB home run and RBI lead is a compelling case. Why are you lobbying for Cal Raleigh right now?
Is he a Boris client?
I don't think so.
You never know.
Let me look that up.
Second Yankee point. I don't know if you remember this, but a while back I called you and I said I thought that
Ben Rice, could catch.
Ben Rice, his position will be catcher, and you poo-pooed me.
I didn't think it was a reality. I thought it was just first base and catcher. You were on to something because you follow the minor leagues. That was his true position.
Right. He had, I think we said 130 games or 170 games. I forgot the exact amount, but watching him, he's a damn good catcher.
He's better than Wells. They're doing better with him behind the mound, and he's turning it into production at the plate. And I think he's just finally at home where he feels like the best at. And he's better at catcher than first base. He's had some trouble scooping those Volpe ground balls.
Yeah, well, that is going to be interesting to see what happens next year.
We need a right-handed catcher. Wells has had a rough year, and J.C. Escara, that story wore off.
Right.
Ben
I
Rice
think Wells I think Wilson will bounce back next year. I really do.
No, we need him to bounce. This year's not done. We got to bounce back this year. We're like, there's no other catcher, and all we do is trade our catching prospects away. Wells got to get going. What I didn't feel like was I didn't think that they would trust Ben Rice with the staff. But then, I heard through the grapevine and some other things that, like, Ben Rice prepares really well, and some of these guys actually prefer Ben Rice.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And so,
he's a likable guy. Who doesn't like Uncle Ben Rice, Benny Blanco Arroz, number 22, the best number 22 in New York baseball?
And everything he hits hard. Right. I mean, I'm not going to say he's the unluckiest hitter, numerically, like Boone says, but he's a damn good hitter, and he puts the barrel on the bat. On to the Giants. I'm not going to go crazy because it's exhibition season. However, my eyes don't lie. This kid is going to be a good quarterback. I'm not going to go overboard. I know Russell Wilson is the starter.
Right.
But if you're the Giants, and especially if quarterback goes down with injury this week or the first couple of weeks, I don't see no reason why you shouldn't be able to trade Winston. And you probably can get a third or fourth round draft pick for him.
In this NFL, I think a couple years back we learned this, and I said this: if you don't have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. And it used to be if you have two quarterbacks, then you don't have one. But what I mean by that is you need depth. All of these starters get hurt. We see it every year. These starters go down. When you go back to 2 years ago, it was Aaron Rodgers going down. It was Kirk Cousins going down. It was Joe Burrow going down. Dak Prescott going down. Like, you need the depth. So what I feel like they did here was add another layer of protection for a Jackson Dart by having a Russell Wilson, having a Jameis Winston. I don't know. He might beat out Jameis for the number 2 spot.
He should.
He should, based
should.
off of what we've seen.
Yeah.
But I don't know how quick they're going to throw him into the fire because of how tough the schedule is and how much they need this kid to succeed. They can't mess him up. I would throw Winston in there before I throw Dart in there, but Dart might force the issue. It seems like he has already. It seems like he's not. He belongs. He's not over his head. I don't know what exactly the season's going to hold, but I don't think that they're going to trade Jameis Winston. I think they want him in that quarterback room for depth, for protection, and just his personality and what he brings to the locker room. Thanks for the call and all the insight and all the stuff. Always, Bruce. Cal Raleigh is not a Boris client. I just think that John Herman is somebody that is not getting any info or leaks out of the Yankee environment. Maybe he's feeling some type of way about the New York Yankees now. I don't know. Maybe he's a Keith McPherson hater. And Keith McPherson is a Yankee fan. But it's like, bro, it's so obvious, right? And to think that whole thing happened with me on air, the audacity of me and the way people reacted. People trip me out with their reactions to some of our WFAN hosts. But to think that whole thing went down and went viral, thanks. Appreciate it. And it was like, oh, how dare he insinuate? You make it mad obvious, bro. What are we talking about? It's so obvious. Your angles. You're so obvious. We can see it. You got nothing good to say about the Yankees, and we just feel like there's always some type of lean towards, baseball's super agent, the Bond villain of baseball, Scott Boras. All right, anyway, what else were we talking about? Oh, yeah, we were talking about the Mets before with Ross and Bergen County with Anthony Recker, and Scott Boras is not your friend, Mets fans. He's finessed a ton of money out of Steve Cohen. And you know what's crazy? As John Herman is over there writing articles about the Mets going after Cody Bellinger, write an article about the Mets going after Pete Alonso, locking up Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso wants to play till he's 40. David Stern's got to step up. Hey, David and Steve got to step up. Yo, let's talk to some Mets fans on the fan. Brian is in East Hanover before we go to our next break. Hello, Brian.
Hey, Keith. Good to talk with you. I'm actually a Yankees guy, but calling with a Mets point. Okay. Also heard Foul territory. Scott Braun, actually my cousin. So
Scott
yes,
is the man.
I'm biased, but
I'm sure I don't have to tell you that.
Scott is the dude. He has, two brothers-in-law, Gabe Bierzinski and Todd Frazier. So anyway, kind of small world there. But Scott is the guy. My Mets point, I understand these starters don't go deep, but it seems like it's maybe a surprise that these starters don't go deep. You know, they have Clay Holmes, the converted closer to starter. Like, this is how David Stearns constructs rosters. And what I'm so excited for as a Yankee fan, but really a sports enthusiast, on both the Yankees and the Mets side, you know, they say baseball a lot of times. It's like, oh, anyone can manage it. It's computer, it's analytics, things like that. Both of these managers in the postseason, maybe more the Mets because their starters go, 3, 4, 5 innings. This is where Mendoza's going to have to shine, of how he puts together the 5th to the 9th inning. And I'm just so excited to see how he pieces it together. And obviously Boone has, his issues with pinstripes as well with the starting pitchers. But, this is where the managers are going to make their money.
No, you're right. Thanks for the call, Brian. I mean, I said it. I'm like, I feel bad for Mendy, but I don't. I feel bad because it's like he hasn't been given the ace. Who's the ace of the Mets rotation? David Peterson? Sean Manaea isn't what you thought he was. Like, he hasn't been given that stopper that, hey, I don't got to worry today. This guy's going to go 7 innings, give up a run, and preserve the bullpen. And now this is going to be a stretch where Mendy's got to manage his ass off, assuming that these guys still don't go any further than the 4th, 5th inning. 888-808-1019. We'll do a big shot of the night when we come back. Open mic hour continues. Keith McPherson on the Fan until midnight. KM to AM returns right after this. Thank you, John.
I can't even believe it.
Thank you.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off.
I like Soto. I like his attitude.
The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. I had a tomahawk steak last night that was absolutely cooked to perfection. Now, you already know how it was done with the Chef IQ Sense, the wireless thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether you're cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat, and the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even when to flip them. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense right now at chefiq.com and make sure to put the code word Boomer in for 15% off.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than 4 wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager, Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, Yankees fans, come to Yankee Stadium on Thursday, August 21st, when the Yankees host the Boston Red Sox for a very special Yankee Stadium giveaway. It's Seinfeld night, and the first 18,000 guests receive a special George Costanza sleeping under his desk bobblehead, courtesy of Delta Airlines. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss out on Seinfeld night and the George Costanza sleeping under his desk bobblehead, where the Yankees and Red Sox battle on Thursday, August 21st. Visit Yankees.com/tickets.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Welcome! The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights, big city, New York. We got a bunch of big shots. And you know what? The Yankees didn't play tonight. So we were leaning on some performances of other teams to knock down our foes, our enemies, the other teams in the standings. Let's pour up a double shot for two starting pitchers. One goes out to Paul Skeens, who faced off against the Toronto Blue Jays. Boo. Paul Skeens goes 6 innings, 5-hit ball, only giving up 2 runs, striking out 8. They wouldn't score any more than that. They were up 3-2, and then they tacked on 2 more in the 8th, and the Pirates win. Also, Trevor Rogers. I'm telling y'all, the Orioles are not a slouch. I'm only hoping that by the time we face them late, they shut some guys down for 2026, call up some of their young guys, because like the Orioles are winning games right now. Anyway, the other shot goes to Trevor Rogers from the Orioles. He went out there, pitched 7 innings, a 4-hit ball, only gave up 1 run, and the O's knock off the Red Sox 6-3. Check the standings, hit refresh. Your New York Yankees, without playing a game, are the first wild card, and they are only now 5 games back of first place. It's real. Sweep them so I know it's real. It's real. Like, we're not out of anything right now. We're not out of anything right now. Keith McPherson on the Fan, taking your calls at 888-808-1019. Talking to people in the chat. Shout out to the YouTube chat. I just ran into Gallo. Gallo's coming up next, filling in for C-Mac. We just powwowed real quick. I just think it's dope that we have gotten to the point that we're doing this overnight live stream where you could see us. And Gallo is one of our digital wizards with Cap, with Izzo. And, he's going to host a show tonight. And, I just think it's perfect timing, because he knows how to, operate the live stream, the cameras and whatnot. We're in the future, man. And in the future, again, programming alert for the Yankee fans. 11 a.m., Aaron Boone will be on BT and Sal, which you can watch on YouTube and Twitch. And you guys have been watching it on Twitch and now YouTube for almost about a month. So let's get back to the phones and take the calls. And here's something that cracked me up from Twitter. Shout out to Yankee 1996-2000 on Twitter, because I was tweeting about Nestor and how Nestor, it just was deja vu, right? The Yankees are the only team to sweep the Brewers this year. And I was there for those games, the first two games, obviously opening day, and then that Saturday where Nestor was batting practice, right? Remember Nestor had the blonde hair? Well, Nestor gets traded to the Padres, and he comes out there tonight, and he's batting practice again. Just giving up homers. So Yankees 1996-2000 says, so glad Boone brought him in to game one of the World Series to pitch for the first time in months instead of Tim Hill. Fireable offense will never be forgiven. I do think that's hilarious now. Obviously, the past is in the past, but Nestor has been terrible since that moment. How did the Yankees even think to get so cute and crafty to pitch a guy that hadn't pitched, a starter that doesn't pitch out of the bullpen in that moment? But, then they get into this year, they can't not go to Tim Hill. They overuse Tim Hill, whatever. It's in the past. It's in the past. Maybe BT and Sal, maybe Sal asks Boone tomorrow on the Fan, hey, have you seen Nestor? You guys broke Nestor and traded him away. Have you seen Nestor since he gave up the first ever walk-off grand slam in the World Series? Like, his career is slipping away. It seems like he is just not a major league caliber pitcher. But you guys thought to bring him out to face Ohtani and whatnot. There's actually an article right now, too, that I was looking at. When you just search, like, Yankees news on Twitter or on Google, one of the first articles that comes up, Dodgers urged to embarrass Yankees, sign former all-star reliever having nightmare season. And so what the article is about is the Dodgers in the offseason signing Devin Williams in free agency to embarrass the Yankees further. And you already know he's going to go out there and be lights out, be their closer, and then probably go, whatever. Who cares, bro? It is what it is. Last year's over. The Yankees need to get right now and evolve and continue evolving and get to their final form with this team, get healthy with this team, get Max Fried right with this team, get Judge back out there, get Stanton in the lineup with Judge, continue to run and steal bases and put pressure on other defenses and pitchers and catchers, and, man, make a push for first place, win the division. Make a push towards the postseason where anything can happen. And maybe you can get to a World Series and right your wrongs from last year. I don't believe it can happen, but it don't matter what I believe. Prove me wrong. Gary is in Waterbury, back on the Fan. G Makes, what's up? You're in there.
McFair the Cavalier.
Yeah.
I smash teeth, F your beef, no relief, I'll step on stage.
The girls scream like I'm Keith. You won't be around next year. My rap's too severe.
My rap's too severe, kicking mad flavor in your ear.
There it is.
This is my
Yo, you my dog. You know it's been a minute. It's been a minute too. But, yo, the AL isn't as weak as it was last year. We're going to have to do some fighting this year.
Yeah, I know it.
To make it back. It's not as weak as it was last year.
Let's see where we land. I would like to bypass the wild card round. You know?
Yeah. No, Toronto's got us beat. No.
They have. They've had our number.
Faith.
Vladdy got hurt today. Let's see what happens, man. Let's see what happens. I don't want to be in the wild card round. I don't. I really don't.
Yo, but you know what? A Dallas hater is my best friend. Yeah, you turned the other cheek on the Big D, and I appreciate you for it. But you know what? Buffalo, if you're leaning towards Buffalo, they're just as cursed too.
No, I know.
Buffalo is cursed too. They were in the 4 Super Bowls, couldn't win one. Yo, Buffalo is just as cursed as Dallas almost. So
I know it.
Just think twice before stepping.
No, I'm just gonna go up there and see a game. I'm just gonna see how they get down in Buffalo. I don't know who I'm going to pick. I'm going to let my son pick. Honestly, when my son says that's the team I want to rock with, I'm going to say we're both rocking with them, son. Off we go.
I appreciate you for that. But, to turn on the big D, I appreciate you for that. As a Giants
Mix, I got to let you go. Pause. Good grief, you said twice. It's a children's program.
That was crazy.
And Ray with the perfectly timed. That was crazy. Loopy on the late night. We getting there. We are getting there. My boy said, "You what? With the big what? You?" G makes you my man, but that's out of pocket, yo. Time out. You time out. Had to bang the phone on you. Pause. Please. Please, there are children that listen to this program. All right, let me get serious. But yeah, I'm done with Jerry Jones and the Star. You haven't seen me repping Dallas. You haven't seen me doing that, and I'm not doing that. I'm not. I'm good. Micah Parsons, that was the last straw. If there was, I'm sure the offense is going to look better week 1, 2 with George Pickens and CD Lamb, A, B, C, D, T, D Lamb. I'm sure they're going to look, better with the different running backs they had because they had no running backs. They had Rico Dowdle. I'm sure Dak Prescott is ready to go until he gets hurt week 3 or 4. And then they got to go to Joe Milton, who's really just boom bazooka Joe. He can throw the deep ball. Other than that, I don't know, folks. But that's not my problem. That's not my issue. That's none of my business. I'm opting out. I'm an NFL free agent. And the thing about the NFL, like I could talk to you about any team right now. Somebody call up and name a random team. We'll talk about that team. 888-808-1019. I mean, I guess I could do that in every sport. Probably in hockey, I would struggle the most. Definitely could do it in Major League Baseball and NBA. But I think NFL the most, you guys all know the starting quarterbacks. For the most part, you all know the starting running backs. You can name at least 1 or 2 wide receivers. You could probably name a corner, safety, somebody on the D-line on every NFL team. Every NFL team. You probably tell me how many years they've been in the league. It's just NFL is different. I think, more than ever, you can be an NFL fan that is far away from the city that the team that you root for plays in. And you can see everything. You can follow along on Twitter. You can follow their reporters. You can follow their accounts on Instagram. You can follow podcasts. You can be fully entrenched. You could be a Minnesota Vikings fan in New Jersey. You can be a Chiefs fan in Long Island. You can be a Raiders fan in Connecticut. It doesn't matter. We can stream everything. We can see everything. We can follow along. And the NFL is like that. I'm very much looking forward to this season. I think this is a season that nobody knows what's going to happen. It's too hard to go back-to-back. I don't want to believe that the Eagles are going to go back-to-back. I think they have a good shot. That's something I wanted to talk about tonight with the Giants. Not to rain on your parade at all, but here is where I think, and it's not going to really rain on your parade. There is no rain on your parade because I think this is going to materialize. So there's a part of the Giants' schedule that no matter how they come out of the gate, Commanders on the road, Cowboys on the road, Chiefs at home, September 21st, Sunday Night Football. I'll see y'all out there at the tailgate. More details on that coming once we get, inside a month. Chargers, then they go to New Orleans and face the Saints. And then here is where they did them no favors. October 9th, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and the Philadelphia Eagles will come to MetLife. I have no idea what the Giants' record will be at that point. But that's October 9th. I believe that is a Thursday night football game. Let me double check the calendar. Correct. So that's a short week, right? After you go down to New Orleans, which New Orleans shouldn't be good. But I don't know. There's something about the Superdome. Did y'all see the fight that broke out? Buddy literally beat the pants off him. There was a fight right at the door of the Superdome between a Jaguars fan in a Travis Hunter shirt and, I don't know, a dude wearing a polo. I guess he might have been a New Orleans fan. Go look that up. Literally beat the pants off, buddy. Like, his pants came off at the end of the fight. That's embarrassing. You could never leave the crib after that. Anyway, October 9th. This is when 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, week 6. Depending on how this stretch goes, is whether we're going to see Jackson Dart or I don't know, Jameis Winston, because you have a short week to prepare for Philadelphia at home. Then you got to go out to Mile High. You got to go out to face Bo Nix and the Broncos, who I think they're sneaky. Gallo coming up is a Broncos fan. He's not disowning his team because better days are ahead with Peyton and the Broncos. You got to go out to the altitude and face them 10 days later. And then you got to go down to Philly. So that 3-week stretch where you play the Eagles on a short week, then go out to Denver to face the Broncos, and then come back and got to go to Philly to face the Eagles. I think that's make or break time. I think that is make or break time, week 6, 7, or 8. And depending on what the Giants' schedule is or record is, then, like if you don't have more than 3 wins, which where are the 3 wins coming from? Who are you beating? The Commanders. Let's say the Giants surprise Jaden Daniels. Not for nothing, Jaden Daniels on my screen right now. Like he is. There is no sophomore slump. He is like that, bro. Like he's gonna be tough to beat. And even if you're rushing him, like this kid is a football player, a quarterback. Okay, maybe you go to Dallas. The Giants are due to go to Jerry World and knock off the Dallas Cowboys week 2. Maybe you go to Dallas and maybe you're 1-1. Are the Chiefs going to lose to the Giants on Sunday Night Football? I just don't see it week 3. So then you're 1-2. Maybe you can beat the Chargers coming across the country. Who knows what they're going to be? They've already suffered a massive injury. So maybe you could beat the Chargers. I'll give you that. You're 2-2. And then I'll give you can go down there and beat the Saints. You're 3-2. That is you got to be 3-2 before you enter the gauntlet of the Eagles, the Broncos, the Eagles, week 6, 7, and 8. 888-808-1019. When we come back, I'll do a Tell Me Something Cool, and we'll wrap this thing up. Keith McPherson on the Fan. BRB.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 1019 FM.
He's wearing a shirt that said he's golfing. And then yesterday she put on the shirt, go ask your dad. So what I deduced from this is she wants me to stop playing so much golf and do more stuff for the kids. I'm just waiting for the next shirt. I hired a lawyer.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. When you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
Connect with a local divorce attorney today. Text Joe22 to 32 32 32. 866-323-7529. 250 Paley, Saddlebrook. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Bob's had the same car, Betty, since high school, and that was a while ago. Bob's dealt with wipers, slow starts, and a few warning lights. And every time, Bob went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped with free services and the right parts to keep Bob and Betty on the road. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This August, Route 22 Toyota is closing out the season with end-of-summer savings. Flip your current car into a brand new Toyota with available zero-down leases on the area's largest selection of new Toyota models. Qualified buyers can score 0% APR financing for up to 72 months on select new Toyotas. Huge savings over the life of your loan. And if you're shopping pre-owned, Route 22 Toyota has all makes and models of used cars starting under $10,000. Get them while they last. End-of-summer savings at Route 22 Toyota in Hill Hillside, New Jersey.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
Some things are hard to commit to, like learning how to surf or saving for a family vacation. But one commitment that's easy, switching to Fios Home Internet with a 5-year price lock guarantee. That means 5 great summers of fast, reliable internet at the same low price. All with the Fios 1 gig internet plan. Plus no hidden fees or equipment charges. Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch today. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for new and existing My Home customers.
Record numbers of residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you recently had a major life event such as marriage, pregnancy, or insurance loss, you may be eligible to enroll now. All health plans include preventive care, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Find out if you qualify at getcovered.nj.gov. That's getcovered.nj.gov.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your tri-state Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Well, now it's time for Fanalist Keith McPherson. Hey, Keith, tell me something cool.
There it is. Hey, John, good to hear from you always. Couple cool things. I mean, the coolest thing tonight is the Yankees not playing, but gaining ground in the standings. Toronto loses, Boston loses, and we're waiting to see if the Guardians mess around and lose. They're up 3-0, but even the Astros got smoked, shut out 10-0. So that's a good night. It's a good night for the Yankees fans as we are at the top of the wild card and 5 games out of first place. We've got 2 at our home away from home, and then we come home for Seinfeld night. Yes, George Costanza sleeping under his desk bobblehead night. One of my boys hit me like, bro, can you get me one of those? I'm like, I guess. Because, the secret is out about me watching movies. I never saw an episode of Seinfeld either. Yeah, sorry. But I did go to YouTube, and something cool on YouTube, you can search on YouTube, Yankees, Seinfeld clips or highlights, and they have a whole thing that shows you Paul O'Neill, Bernie, Derek Jeter, the fake George Steinbrenner, Buck Showalter. Yes, Ray, you've seen Seinfeld, no?
Just real quick about Seinfeld. It's a bit overrated, but if you want to watch a really funny show in the vein of Seinfeld, watch Curb Your Enthusiasm.
No, I've seen a ton of Curb, and I know Larry David used to be a writer on Seinfeld. It's funny. I think I was listening to Evan the other day talk about wanting a comedy that him and his wife could binge, but I think they were looking for something older. I think somebody suggested The Cosby Show. I'm like, yo, watch Curb. Curb never misses. You can go to HBO Max. You can watch any of those Curb episodes. But yeah, first 18,000 guests will get a George Costanza sleeping under his desk bobblehead. And I think I got to go pull up to get one of those. What's this quote? I don't watch the show. It says, I love a good nap. Sometimes it's the only thing getting me out of bed in the morning. Yeah, I need that. Because with my sleep schedule and my baby, I love a good nap. I've become a professional nap taker. I can literally hit a 30-minute timer on my phone, take a nap, and I don't need to sleep. Even last week, people were like, when do you sleep? I fake slept from 11:30 to 4. Alarm went off, came in, did Boomer and Geo, went home, couldn't fall asleep, but laid in bed from like 12:15 to 2:15, and then went back to Yankee Stadium. So yeah, that's coming up. What else was there? Something for the Met fan. Even though John Sterling would not want me to tell you something cool for the Met fan. He'd say, Keith, my boy, you know you don't have to. You can leave that out. Tomorrow, something is brewing in Queens or from Queens. I think it was in Queens where they shot this. Donovan Spider Mitchell, Met fan, New York's own, plays for the Cavaliers. The Knicks never actually went and got him. He will be on Cafe Con Lindor, episode 2 tomorrow. So you go from Action Bronson to Donovan Mitchell, whose dad worked for the team. And, he'll sit down and have a cup of coffee with Francisco Lindor. And I know there were a lot of people saying, Lindor can sit down and talk to a rapper about Cleveland pizza, but he can't get a freaking hit. No hits. No, he actually did get some hits. He did string together multi-hit games and some homers and some doubles. And he's player of the week. So good for Francisco Lindor, player of the week. And now he will sit down with Donovan Mitchell on Cafe Con Lindor. All right, folks, I think that's all I got, man. But I don't think, I know something else. This isn't cool, but this is something that I wanted to bring to the table. And I got a couple minutes here. My last call dropped off. And I'll probably go right up here until we go to Pico de Gallo. Fox Sports came out with a contenders rankings as of August 18th, today. Here's their rankings. Number 1, the Milwaukee Brewers. Number 2, the Toronto Blue Jays. Number 3, the Los Angeles Dodgers, who got walked off tonight by the Rockies. Number 4, the Philadelphia Phillies. Number 5, the Detroit Tigers. Number 6, the Chicago Cubs. Number 7, the San Diego Padres. Number 8, the Boston Red Sox. Number 9, the Seattle Mariners. And number 10, the Houston Astros. You guys need me to read that again? Rowan Kavner from MLB put together a contenders ranking. They ranked 10 teams and did not add one New York team. I think that's obviously for clicks, but that's also valid with the struggles of these two New York teams. Here we are in an echo chamber. Here we are biased. Here we are going to fight and think that the Mets and the Yankees are in it and they're going to get right and this is it. And I do think that both teams will make the postseason. But there's somebody that just put their name on a contenders ranking of a top 10 list, and they left the Mets and the Yankees out. I mean, the Mets just beat the Mariners, who came in at number 9. I'm pretty sure I saw the Yankees sweep them. We'll see what happens with the Red Sox, who came in at number 8. We'll see what happens with them this weekend. There's not nobody else I can really check on this list. The Dodgers shouldn't be that high at 3 after the struggles they've had. But they're the Dodgers, and they're going to get healthy, and you know they'll be there. But yeah, the other thing I didn't really talk about is conference realignment, division realignment. I think I asked Rec about it as a player. As a fan, I don't care. As a fan, I think it will help some things. It will obviously change some things. I've lived long enough. They changed things in 95 with the wild card. They're going to keep changing things. Evolve or dissolve. If we want the game to stay prominent and we want people still interested, we want the younger generation to care, you got to keep evolving and changing things. And Major League Baseball is going to look to do that. I have Jim Bowden's proposed realignment. The East will be the Red Sox, Mets, Yankees, Phillies. The North will be the Reds, Guardians, Tigers, Blue Jays. A Mid-Atlantic group will be the Orioles, a Charlotte expansion team, the Pirates, the Nationals. The Southeast would be the Braves, Marlins, Rays, and a Nashville expansion team. The Midwest would be the Cubs, White Sox, Brewers, and Twins. The Southwest would be the Astros, Royals, Cardinals, Rangers. The Pacific Coast would be the Rockies, Athletics, Mariners, Giants, and the West would be the Diamondbacks, Angels, Dodgers, and Padres. I'm fine with it, man. So be it. They've changed the game so much and we forget about it. Can they get the automatic balls and strike system available for October? Why not? We need it, and I think it would add a flair to the game. We've already forgotten about the pitch clock. I'm never looking at that in the ballpark. I don't care about that until somebody has a violation or until the umpire steps off to be like, hey, make eye contact, whatever. The bigger bases, banning of the shift, whatever. The expanded postseason, fine, so be it. You know, they're trying to make changes that are going to push the game into the future, and I want the game to exist in the future. I want the game to be alive and healthy, where my son has an interest in it when he's 10, when he's 15. I would really hate for me to do all this work to be who I am, and then by the time my son is 10, 15 years old, he's like, I'm not going to the game. Like, really, bro? You don't want to go to the game? You're bugging. All right, guess I'm going to go by myself. Have fun with your video games. You know, this younger generation, that's what they do. Shout out to the younger generation in his YouTube chat. Younger generation's like, we want to watch the live stream. We want to be on our phones. We want to be anonymously in the chat. Roasting Keith. Making fun of what Keith looks like. Like Scott says, we knew Keith had a face for radio, but this is taking it to the next level. Scott, you... Scott, you a funny guy, Scott. You got me. I have a whole modeling contract. I was signed to BMG Models. What are you talking about, bro? I chose not to pursue the modeling, acting lifestyle. So I could sit in this seat, take calls, and talk sports with y'all every night. My bad. My bad. I'll work on the face and the voice and the show and all that. Coming up next, Gallo, Pico de Gallo, rocking, filling in for Big Mac. I'll be back tomorrow. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.
The home of Yankees radio is WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. The Yankees moving up the standings without having to lift a finger. The Red Sox and Mariners both losing Monday night, so the Yankees jump up into a tie with both for the 3 wild card spots in the American League. Just another thing going right of late for the Bombers. They've won 5 of 6, and Ahmed Rosario is expected to return from the injured list for their series with the Rays starting Tuesday night. Meanwhile, the Mets snapped their ugly funk, winning over the Mariners Saturday and Sunday. Francisco Lindor was named the NL Player of the Week. Lindor hit .560 with 3 home runs last week. The Mets play 3 in Washington, D.C. starting Tuesday night. Still no word on the MRI that Francisco Alvarez underwent on Monday. Alvarez injured his thumb, sliding into second base Sunday night. The Reds, they enter the day a game and a half behind the Mets for a wild card spot, and they're up on the Angels 4-1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Mets also request waivers to grant pitcher Paul Blackburn his unconditional release. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Talk New York sports on WFAN, 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN.
Oh, that's right. It's your boy, Anthony Gallo, filling in yet again for the great Chris McMonagle as he traverses Italy, gets back to his roots, and we've got a lot to get to as I've got you all the way till 5 a.m. on this marathon to Tuesday morning. And there's a lot, this has been a very exciting week. The Yankees don't even play a game, and they gain a half game on basically everyone in the standings but the Tigers. They sit tied for the first wild card. We're looking at a Yankees team that can now host a playoff series when a week ago we thought this team was dead in the water. So we have a lot of hope here, possibly some hope with the New York football teams, and we will get into a lot of football today since there's not as much baseball to talk about. But I want to start with the Yankees. Like I said, even when they don't play, things are going right for them lately. We spent 2.5 months of putrid, downright awful baseball, not just from the Yankees, but from the Mets. And the Mets were even worse off. But when it comes to the Yankees, they're finally turning the corner. And when nothing went right for them, now it feels like everything's going right for them. They're playing good defense. They're pitching well, outside of Max Fried, and we'll get to that in a second. They're hitting. Guys are getting healthy. They're doing all the things they're running the bases well. They're doing all the things they need to do. And even on an off day, they gain critical ground on what was a tight wild card race. So now we sit here staring at a 3-way tie for that first wild card. And the Yankees currently sit, I believe the Red Sox would take it with a tiebreaker, but they currently sit tied for that wild card spot with a whole lot of baseball left. And nothing's guaranteed. As we watch the few games still going on, none of them really affecting the Yankees as the Guardians look about ready to wrap up their game against the Diamondbacks. But coming into the week, I was getting ready to do these shows, and all I wanted was some positivity. And the Yankees have delivered. 22 of their last 38 games. I know I've hammered this for a few nights now, but 22 of their 38 games are against teams under 500. They finished the season with 13 straight games against teams under 500. The last 2 series of the season against the White Sox and the Orioles. A White Sox team that crushed Spencer Strider today. He's never beaten the overrated allegations. They have 7 games left against Boston. They have a series left against the Blue Jays. Everything sits right in front of them. They, start a, semi-big series against the Orioles. Against the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. And then a massive, one of the first 2 of the last 2 series against the Red Sox. 4 games at home in the Bronx. If the Yankees take care of business in Tampa Bay, they should take both those games. If they take care of business in Tampa Bay, the Bronx should be rocking this weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And we get another classic Sunday night baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, as ESPN cannot help themselves. But we go into this stretch where they don't have an off day until, I think, the second week of September. The 8th. So they don't, after tonight, or, I guess last night, they don't have an off day until the second week of September. This is the most critical stretch for both these teams, for the Mets and the Yankees. But the Mets have a more daunting task with the way their schedule lines up. But you have 7 against Boston. You're tied with them tonight. Why can't this Yankees team go on a run? And I'm not just talking about a run in late August and September. I'm talking about an October to remember. Why can't they be the team that goes on a run? Why can't they get hot at the right time? They're finally healthy. Judge is healthy. Stanton's healthy. Goldschmidt's healthy. Bellinger's back. Ben Rice is hitting. Jazz is playing better, and he's more aggressive on the base paths. 7 stolen bases in his last 6 games. Volpe, although not hitting like he was a couple weeks ago, is playing the field better. As a team, they've been more competent when it comes to their fundamentals, playing with confidence in the field, running the bases aggressively but not recklessly. So the bats are getting hot. The bullpen's been lights out. Devin Williams has bounced back in his new role, that lesser leverage of a role. Bednar's been great. Hill's been great. De Los Santos has been great. Luke Weaver is back to being shut down. And with that back into the pen, with the bats hitting the way they are, with the starting pitching outside of Max Fried being excellent, even in what was an average start from Will Warren, they're still able to overcome, and he's still able to battle back. So Will Warren's giving consistent good starts. Luis Gil's finally getting healthy. And two of his three starts, his last two starts specifically, two of his three starts since he's returned from the IL have been great. Carlos Rodon, a guy that no Yankee fan gives credit to. You never hear the guy's praises being sung. His last 15 games have been great. So everything is gelling for the Yankees. Why can't they go on a run? Everything sits in front of them. There's one thing that needs to change. The one guy who's struggling right now. That's critical. Obviously, there's lesser roles like Austin Wells and guys like that who have struggled, Dominguez. But they've been picked up by their teammates. Starting pitchers have no one to help them when they're out there. Max Fried has to go out there and take the mound every 5-6 days and do his job. And yes, the Yankees can make the playoffs and host a wild card series. The division's not over yet. The Blue Jays can't even beat the Orioles. They're getting their feelings hurt because Tommy Pham is bat flipping a walk. Do we really think that we're all just all in on the Blue Jays running away with it? So the Yankees can host this wild card series. They can go on a run. But that run has to be with Max Fried being a part of it. So yes, it all lines up. The schedule is easy. Everything is clicking for them. But when it comes to October, and I'm feeling very confident about this Yankees team, and I've been very high on Max Fried the whole season. I think it's better he struggles now than in the postseason. And hopefully the 11 of 12 he retired, towards the end of that start in St. Louis is something to build off of. But in order for the Yankees to achieve their goal, and their goal is still viable, nobody in the AL is running away with it. No one in the AL is a killer. There is no dominant team. It is a deeper AL than most give it credit for, but it is not an AL with a team that's just outright running away with it. So why can't the Yankees be that team? And in order to be that team, to go deep into October, they're going to need Max Fried to be Max Fried. 888-808-1019. 7 games against Boston. The Yankees take care of their let's just say Boston doesn't lose the next 2 days. And the Yankees take care of business in Tampa. On the minimum, winning that series over the weekend could put them 2 full games ahead of the Red Sox. And not only have the Yankees built a cushion that they don't have to worry about the third wild card spot and falling out of it, as the Yankees, Red Sox, and Mariners currently sit 3.5 above the Guardians, who are about to wrap up their game in Arizona. Why can't this team go on a run? That's the theme tonight. Why can't they? A lot of positives all across the New York landscape. I got called delusional last night for thinking the Mets might actually have a shot at turning things around. This Yankees feeling that I have, the way that I've seen them play 7 of their last 10, I feel way more confident about. Like I said, they're the healthiest they've been all season. They're probably the healthiest they're going to be all season. Outside of a couple guys returning from injury, the Ryan Yarboroughs of the world, Ahmed Rosario, Fernando Cruz, these kind of guys, all effectively good players. All these guys that are getting healthy, the ancillary pieces. This is probably the healthiest the Yankees have been all year. Stanton's hot, and he's healthy. Goldschmidt's starting to hit, and he's healthy. Judge is finally rounding back into form, and he's healthy. And yes, I don't think he's winning the MVP, but let's not just call it yet. If the Mariners fall out of contention and Aaron Judge is carrying this Yankees team to a deep October run, don't be shocked. But everything's right in front of them. Again, 22 of their last 38 games against under 500 teams. 13 straight games against the Twins, Orioles, White Sox, and Orioles, in that order, to finish the year. Those last two series are at home. If they do not get the job done, if they somehow miss the playoffs, it'll be an epic disappointment. Not just on top of the fact that they've missed the playoffs, but the fashion that they've done it with everything right in front of them and easy teams that are going to be mailing it in and starting to book their golf outings for the winter. This Yankees team can go on a run, and it's okay to start believing. But in order for them to reach their ultimate goal, and no, they will not be the favorites. They will not go into outside of maybe opening wild card series where they host a team. They will not be the favorites for most of the postseason. So I'm not telling you that just lock in a ALCS, World Series berth. But for them to achieve that goal, everyone's doing their jobs right now. Max Fried has to do his. I'm confident that eventually he'll figure it out, but it can't be too late. Are you guys? I know he's got this track record of being a first-half pitcher, kind of tails off in September and then falls on his face in October. I'm very familiar with it. Hate watching the Braves every year. But I'm confident this Yankees team has the pieces. They have the key veterans. They have the back end of the bullpen. They have the starting rotation if Max Fried is pitching to his capabilities. They have the young players that have added some youthful exuberance, like a Ben Rice. Everything is right in front of them. When you look at what the bats have done, Cody Bellinger obviously was battling, whatever illness it was that he had. But I'm not worried about Cody Bellinger. But when you look at the rest of the team, Goldschmidt's hitting over his last 10 games. Stanton's clobbering the ball over his last 10 games. Judge is hitting. Ben Rice is hitting. Trent Grisham is competent at the plate, and he's playing great defense. Jazz seems to be coming out of it just a little bit. He's running the bases effectively. It was mind-boggling to think that Jazz Chisholm was not running when he was on first. He wasn't stealing bases. And now he's got 7 in his last 6 games. Ryan McMahon gets his first home run in St. Louis as a Yankee. Hopefully he starts to get hot. Caballero has given them flexibility beyond belief. His ability to play multiple positions, every position but catcher at first. He gives you an option other than Volpe at shortstop. He runs the bases well. He does all the little things. This team has the pieces. Everything is in place if they do their jobs. Why can't they go on a run? Everything is right there. And I think all of this is very important. But I think the biggest thing is how they look on a daily basis. They play with an edge. Even before this little hot streak that they're on, 7 of the last 10, they've played with an edge. They've been more aggressive on the base paths. They look like a competent Major League Baseball team in the field. Not just making the plays they're supposed to, but making the tough plays. Even their errors don't look as bad. Like that, the Jazz makes that diving stop and, throws it away at first. It didn't ultimately end up costing them. But even that aspect of it has changed. They're not running themselves in the outs. They're having competitive at-bat after competitive at-bat, and they're never dead. They've done that now for a while. I talked about it a week and a half ago before they started this 10-game stretch, and they were able to battle in games. They didn't overcome every game, but they were able to show that they weren't giving up and they had some fight. The first game of the Astro series, or, early in that Rangers series. Obviously, they start the month horrifically with the Marlins. But they've done enough. They finally got back in. You know, I am the forever optimist. Even as a Mets fan, my optimism bleeds into the Yankees. Are you starting to buy in? Can you see it? Everything is right there. Why can't they go on a run? 888-808-1019. We got a lot to get to. I got you all the way to 5 a.m. to the warm-up show, Boomer and Gio, all that. Filling in for C-Mac. Just a little programming note. Later today at, I think, 11 a.m., Boone will be on with BT and Sal, so stay tuned for that. That'll be great. I don't know if it's confirmed yet, but I think he may be on Zoom, so obviously those who watch on the WFAN and YouTube, you'll be able to watch on YouTube and Twitch because they stream there. But we got a lot to get to. Will we ever get an update on Francisco Alvarez? Will we find out before first pitch tonight? We'll get into the Jets, the Giants, do a comprehensive breakdown with them. All that on the Fan. Anthony Gallo till 5 a.m.
Mets or Yankees, Jets or Giants, doesn't matter. WFAN breaks it all down with passion, knowledge, and non-stop New York energy. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hey, New York! Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
If you're thinking about popping the question, don't overthink it. Go where generations of New Yorkers have gone. HL Gross Jewelers in Garden City. These guys have been in the diamond game for over 100 years. 5 generations of helping people find the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no games, just the best prices, real education, and one-on-one honest service you want when you're making a big decision. Don't make the ring buying experience stressful and trust HL Gross in Garden City. Visit online at hlgross.com.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope.
TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Anthony Gallo, back on the Fan. 888-808-1019. I got you covered all the way till 5 a.m. until the warm-up show. I think Jerry's back today. They had another golf outing, as they do, because they are all bougie on the morning show. I do love them, but it is a group of bougie men. But they had another golf outing, so Jerry should be back with Al on the warm-up show, and then Boomer and Gio to follow after that. Like I said, coming up at 11 a.m., I know it's a long time for now, but when you go to bed and you get back up, Boone will be on with BT and Sal at 11 a.m., and if you miss any of the show, obviously the Odyssey app rewind function, you can always hit up YouTube for all the day's content. For the Yankees, why can't they go on a run? Why is it so taboo to think that this team is dead in the water? I see so many Yankee fans, and maybe from the outside looking in, it's easy to talk about this because, I am just an observer, objective observer. But you look at the Mariners. They've now lost 3 in a row. They really should have lost 4 in a row. The Red Sox are 4-6 in their last 10 games. They've now blown a game to Miami and gotten beaten by the Orioles. The Astros lost. The Blue Jays lost to the Pirates. I know it doesn't matter to the Yankees, but the Dodgers just lost to the Rockies. Who exactly, outside of the Brewers, is that scary in baseball? The Yankees are healthy, which they haven't been all year. I don't think a team outside of maybe the Astros, as of late, maybe the Phillies too, because they've been pretty banged up. But outside of the Astros, I don't think another team in baseball has been as banged up, as injured as the Yankees. And they're finally getting healthy. They're finally getting guys back. Things are pointing, and everything is pointing in the right direction. A little update also for the Mets fans out there. Guardians beat the Diamondbacks, so the Yankees don't gain any ground there. The Reds close out their game against the Angels, so they've gained a little bit of ground on the Mets. So not the greatest of news for Mets fans. The Yankees didn't play a game today, and they were able to gain ground on multiple teams. They're playing confident. They're playing with an edge. Everyone is firing on all cylinders. Devin Williams has adjusted to his new role well. No runs in his last 4 outings. Luke Weaver and Bednar have been locked down at the end of the pen. Hill has been good. Outside of Duvall, who's been shaky lately, everyone in that pen is doing their job. Starting rotation-wise, Luis Gil's getting healthy. His last 2 starts have been encouraging. Carlos Rodon's been good over a 15-game stretch. And then when you look at, Cam Schlittler, he's here to be a back-end guy. He's rounding out that rotation. He can be a guy in the postseason when they get there. He can be that swing and miss, long reliever type. Something that I think the Mets thought that maybe Tyler McGill could have been last year in the postseason. It didn't work out as well. Will Warren's been excellent. Even his last start. I think there's something to be said when a guy is going right. Everything's going his way. And he's able to recover in a start where he doesn't have his A stuff. Battle back, give his team a chance to win. And Will Warren did just that. They need Max Fried to get going. The bats are healthy. The lineup is deeper. The bench is deeper. Having Ben Rice hitting the way he does. I remember earlier in the year, I was like, when Stanton comes back, how are they going to fit him in the lineup? Well, you know what? Austin Wells has fallen on his face. And the Yankees are now clicking on all cylinders. They've done their job. And now Fried needs to pick up the slack. And this team can achieve anything. There's a lot of work to do, but it's all right in front of them. 888-808-1019. Kevin in Westchester. What's going on, Kevin? Kevin, going once. Going twice.
Anthony Gallo, the Big Zoo, the Sports Weekend Review, baby. And listen, when Wetson's went out of business, it became Nathan's, except for the one on the boardwalk down at Coney Island. And go Buchanan, go Buchanan, go Buchanan, go Buchanan, go Buchanan. Go!
And that's how we kick the show off. Kevin's buttered me up now. I don't know if his name is actually Kevin. That's why, Fleegs put Buchanan in there. And the last 9 times I've taken Kevin's calls, he's actually given me a good call. He butters me up. That's what he did. He knew I was on to him. He buttered me up, and he got me. The first time Go Buchanan Go ever, I think you were working with me, with Zoo, when we did the show. And Zoo got so nervous that he dumped the call. I was like, why'd we dump that?
And he got you today because yesterday you cut him off before he could get to it.
But previously, I've let him talk a little bit because I wanted to see if he ever got to it, and he gave me a real call. He's clearly an actual sports fan.
Oh, yeah, listen, when he wants to give you a good sports call, he can. I remember CeeLo one time let him go for 3 minutes just waiting for it. He was so excited to get his first one, and it never came.
It never came. Wow. He gave me it tonight. Thank you. And the YouTube audience gets introduced to him. He also gets me, he talks about the food. He'll talk about rainbow cookies and cannolis, and he gets me going there. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo, the Fan. Let's try this again. Andy in Miami. What's going on, Andy?
Oh, I'm so lucky to get you. I have really been enjoying listening to you, and I love the contrast when I heard you last week after the Mets blew back-to-back 5-run leads, and you wanted everyone fired.
Yep.
To then saying, am I right? A week later saying, not even a week later, it was 2 nights later. Maybe there's a little bit of hope, and you wanted to unfire everybody. I love that about you.
Yeah. Well, listen, we are living the ebbs and flows, and I'm glad you pointed that out because I think people think I was being a homer last night. I was like, no. When you got to go by what's on the field. That's all I could do. I can't go by what happened in September and June and July. All I can do is what's going forward. And if it's
a fluid situation.
Right. And if they blow, let's say they lose 2 out of 3 against the Nationals, the next time you hear me after that, I'll crush them.
Yeah, exactly. So here's my question for you. Clay Holmes, I thought he pitched great last night. And my concern is this. He has, I know he doesn't have an innings limit, but he has blown by completely any year he has thrown this much. And I know that he stretched himself out, but there has to be a limit to that. Don't you think, Anthony? And
I was thinking about that yesterday, Andy. I don't know because he's at 25 starts. He's at 131 innings. And I went through his game log yesterday easily, like sorted it. He's hit 5 innings in all but 5 starts. And he's clearly going to a certain point. I don't know what, we've never seen something like this before. Seth Lugo a little bit, but I don't think Seth Lugo had the amount of years and innings under his belt when he made that transition to starting pitcher. But we also saw Seth Lugo come up as a starter. For Clay Holmes, I don't think we've seen something like this before, and they can only go until the wheels fall off. I don't think they're shutting him down anytime soon.
And you may be right, but that's why, I think Jonah Tong may be ready. I really do. I think that his stuff is unreal. I know your buddy Al thinks he's ready.
Well, my only fear is, Andy, and I'll let you finish your point in a second. My only fear is that if they go to Jonah Tong early, and I would rather go to Brandon Sproat before going to Tong, because why rush this guy into a situation where next year he's probably going to be a month, maybe 2 months into the season, the latest, on this Major League roster. I don't want to rush him up here where it's double. We may stunt his growth, and he may cost us playoff position.
I mean, but there's a flip side to that coin, right, Tony? I mean, look at Francisco Alvarez. They waited until the freaking playoffs to bring up Francisco Alvarez, and he was terrible. Where at least if you bring him in a little earlier, you can get something. And look at what McClain did.
Right.
Look at the jolt he gave. And you're not going to be getting that jolt from Tyler McGill, okay? But you can get that jolt from Sprout. You can get that jolt from Tong. And I just think at some point for Clay, the wheels are coming off.
Well, and Andy, I appreciate the call. I have no evidence to push back on that claim. I'm not worried about Clay Holmes right now. And the way I look at it is, let's say Nolan McClain is everything we think he is. I hope he is. Your 4 starters going into the playoffs, they obviously have to get the job done. They have to, finish the season. They have a tough stretch, and we'll dive a little bit deeper into what that stretch involves. But let's say they make the playoffs. And McClain is who we think he is. I am comfortable with the rotation being Senga, Minaya. Obviously, they have to improve too. And it seems like Senga's improved a little bit. Senga, Minaya, Peterson, and McClain. And then Clay Holmes can slot into the pen. He can be a long reliever type in the bullpen. I don't think because you have 5 starters right now that should be able to get the job done. And who are you DFAing? And who are you moving to the pen to call up one of these guys? And that does matter. You're not eating Montas's contract. It's not a major long-term contract, but you're not eating it right now. I guess you could DFA Stanek. You could DFA Reed Garrett. But then you're putting guys in positions. Clay Holmes doesn't want to go to the pen. I can tell you that much. He didn't sign to be a starting pitcher that in the middle of the season where he's been good. I mean, we can argue about it all you want. He's 10-6 with a 3.6 ERA. He's made 25 starts. He's been good. I know he's only gone past the 5th inning a handful of times. He's a modern starting pitcher. That's what it is. No, he is not a top-end guy. But they don't pay him like a top-end guy. To be fair, they only pay one guy semi like a top-end guy, and that's Minaya. Senga's making 15. Clay Holmes is making 12. But if you call up Tong and he stinks, you're not only just hurting this kid's development, you're hurting yourself. The problem with Alvarez is they had to call up Alvarez. They had no other choice. And luckily, that hasn't been what stunted his growth. It's been more the injuries, I feel like, that have stunted his growth. So, yeah. Well, if they called up Jonah Tong, I'm not going to lose my mind. But let's just go from here. Let's see how the rotation is with the addition of Nolan McClain. McClain, whatever it is. Because if they could get him going, they've not only not gotten length out of their starting pitching, they also haven't gotten consistently good starts, even in the guys that are going 4 or 5 innings. They're supposed to have this deep pen that can cover their tracks when these guys don't go deep, and I know a lot of them are overworked. Also, I get it. Guys like Stanek and guys like Reed Garrett are overworked. Could they not come in and immediately pour gas on the fire? And you hope that Helsley builds off of his last outing. So not as much as the Yankees, but the Mets have it all right in front of them as well. They have a much harder road. Their stretch is a lot harder. They play the Phillies multiple times. They play the Tigers, the Reds, even the Marlins, who are not just a cakewalk. They're not a good team, but they've been better in the second half. They've got a winning record, I think, since the end of May. You also play the Padres, the Rangers, the Cubs, all in that stretch. So it's not easy for the Mets. For the Yankees, 22 of their last 38 games, more than half of the remaining schedule is against teams under 500, and they end the season on a 13-game run against teams under 500 with 2 of those series to end the season at home. They have 7 games against Boston. Yes, the Mets have games against Philly to get back into the division. They have games against the Reds to bury the Reds out of the wild card. It also helps the Yankees are 3.5 games safe of missing the playoffs. 888-808-1019. Bob in Bayside, what's going on, Bob?
Anthony, before I get to my point, let me say that I want to give you a compliment. You are right down the middle of the road. There are hosts on this station, Met hosts that who are Met fans, and the partiality shines through. There are Yankee hosts on this station where their partiality
Bob,
comes
don't
right
give me
through.
too much credit because,
No, you're right down the middle. As you just said, I'm going to quote you. You said I'm an objective observer, and that's all the station wants.
Well, I'll put it this way. I grew up hating the Yankees. I'm not going to lie. After 2009, where they beat the team that probably I hate the most of my lifetime, that Phillies team with Chase Utley and Rollins, that hatred went out the window because they basically saved me more misery in that time frame. And I hate the Marlins. I hate more than the Yankees, the Nationals. But, everyone is just doing their job. We're all fans here. It's not that serious. But I appreciate the compliment, Bob.
I grew up hating the Mets. Actually, when I grew up, the Mets didn't exist. Just to give you an idea of how long of a Yankee fan I am, I was a Yankee fan before Stewart from Brooklyn. So let me tell you that much.
Okay.
Just to give you how long.
You sound great, Bob.
Just to tell you how long. I saw Mickey Mantle's rookie season in 1951 as a 7-year-old. So that's how long I've been a Yankee fan.
Okay.
Now let me say one thing. Now let me be fair. The Mets have a good chance, and here's why. Even though there's a real problem, they have 15 games in a row without a day off.
Right.
But they still have 7 games with the Phillies. Number one. Number two, the Phillies lost Zach Weaver. As you said, they're a little banged up. 5.5 is not insurmountable.
No, it's not. Now, for me, I'm going to be honest. I don't think they're catching the Phillies. They can catch the Phillies. Anything is possible, and I appreciate the call, Bob. I do think it's possible. Yes, it's possible with the amount of games they have left. And I don't know. I got to look at this Philly schedule to see who exactly they have left on the schedule. But I'm looking at more the wild card. And on a lesser note, just surviving, the Reds and getting in like we did last year and being able to, the one thing about the Mets positioning right now, they did half game on the Padres tonight. They're only 2.5 back of that second wild card. They're 4 games back of the fourth wild card. They play the Cubs. They play the Padres. So even if the division is out of reach, which it's not yet, but it could be, if the division is out of reach, this team could still achieve what they want to achieve. It's just about getting in at this point. The Phillies come to town next week. I'll be there at the Tuesday game. The Phillies come to town next week. If you take care of business and you win 4 of 6 or 5 of 6, which I know, I'm not saying they will, but they have to do that. You can't go 3-3. You go 3-3, kiss the division goodbye, no matter what the Phillies do. But the Phillies come to town next week. If you could go, let's be super positive here. Let's say they win 5 of 6. You now are sitting in a position where you can gain games on them. And the worst part about all of this, as positive as I try to be before we go to break, they blew the game, the 2 games against the Braves, the 3 games against the Brewers, and the game against the Mariners. If they could have just taken 3 of those games, they'd be sitting 2.5, 3 games behind the Phillies. That's the most frustrating part about all this. But you can't go back. All you can do is go forward. And right now, I feel like I can see the light at the end of the tunnel for them. For the Yankees, It's bright. And they can achieve something. So hopefully we have an exciting end of the baseball season, and maybe hopeful that there is so I'm not a Jets or Giants fan, I'm a Broncos fan. But, watching both these teams, I'm starting to get excited about it. It's nice for once to not have to talk about Daniel Jones, Aaron Rodgers, or Zach Wilson. And as much as I love the story about Tommy DeVito, it'd be nice to not have to talk about Tommy DeVito this season either. But there's a lot to be excited about with them. We'll get back to your calls. We'll take a quick break. I'm filling in for C-Mac all week, obviously. 888-808-1019. Will we ever get an update about Alvarez as we sit and wait? Met fans sit at the edge of their seat, hoping to hear some good news about their catcher. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo till 5 a.m.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Oh, yeah, pitchers can't go 115 pitches. Oh, yeah, they're conditioned at 5 and take a shower. The game has been overrun and is now controlled by geeks.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Anthony Gallo, back on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Filling in for the great Chris McMonagle as he traverses the hills of Palermo, which I was taught yesterday that there are hills there. You know, I had a couple people call in. They were a little upset that I didn't know there was hills there. But I live in Bay Ridge. I don't live in Italy. But I got you for the rest of the week. Al Cintron's got you next week for CMAC while he continues to eat cheese and drink vino in Italy. You know, he's the big star that he is. I'm sure he's singing on like a gondola somewhere, you know, with the way he loves to, you know, show off the pipes. I always say everyone's got that one friend. You go and do karaoke and everyone's having a good time. No one can sing. And then the one friend that sings starts singing and it's like, you just ruined it for everybody because you're showing everybody up. We're still waiting on a Francisco Alvarez update. Hopefully, we all wait very nervously. Outside of that, and I guess Max Fried's pitching, it's been very positive in the New York sports scene. You know, you've gotten happy Giant fans. You know, obviously you can't get ahead of yourself with Jackson Dart playing against third stringers, but it's good to see. It's all you can ask for this early in his career. You got the Yankees are playing well. Hopefully the Mets are starting to turn a corner. That's the goal. You hope they turn a corner. And we'll have some fun with the football. We'll dive into that. We'll jump into the schedule. You know, look at some props. See where the, Vegas is viewing certain guys. Because it's right around the corner. We got 2 more weekends, and it's football season. So, very exciting. And, it's always right now, no matter what. And it goes for every sport. Outside of, the NBA and the NHL is a little different. Football and baseball, when it gets to, week 1 or opening day, everyone's got a shot. You don't know what to expect. 888-808-1019. Chris in Farmingdale, what's up, Chris? How are you, dude?
Hey, Mr. Gallo. How's it going, brother?
It's good. How are you, man?
Well, we didn't get any help from Manners or Angels tonight, but I'll take it.
We did.
We're still running off that high.
I'm sitting here. We're sick as sports fans. I have an off night. Maybe I could watch a TV show as I'm prepping for this, and I'm sitting here and I'm watching Reds Angels like a lunatic.
Yeah, I just watched the final inning.
Yeah,
friggin' Neto striking out. I'm like, what? I think he killed us in the series, if I remember correctly.
And then you sit there and you're like yelling at guys for the Angels, a team that you could care less about, and you're sitting here like, just get it, God damn it. But we are. Listen, the Mets have to take care of business. They can't expect help from anybody else.
Exactly. I've been checking Twitter, I've been checking Google, everything. YouTube Mets videos. Yeah, nothing on Alvarez, but Fleegs. I trust when Fleegs says something.
I was just gonna say Fleegs kind of walked me off the ledge before the show too.
He's like, come on, man. He goes, I don't know why everybody's getting upset. He seemed like he's a little upset about it. Like, everybody should know. Like, the reporters are on the road. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. I think the last time the Mets guy was hurt, they could have been on the road, and the update came in with like mid-afternoon. I don't know. I was like, look, it's the Mets. When like they say, no news is good news. I was like, but it's the Mets. So I'm thinking like,
well, I'm the opposite. I think no news is always bad news when it comes to injuries. And you know what? I'll put it this way. Because I know you're a Knicks fan. When the Knicks, I think it's partially because of what the Knicks did to us this year, where every time someone gets hurt, whether it was Julius Randle 2 seasons ago or OG Anunoby this year, you're sitting waiting for weeks for an update, and they give you nothing.
Yeah, well, Rose doesn't like to talk to the media. You know how that is.
Well, yes. Well, I just deliver a championship, and I don't care if he never speaks to the media. I actually don't even know how he sounds, to be honest.
Yeah. It's funny because I wanted to actually tail off with the Knicks. I like that we're opening up against at home against Cleveland. Hopefully, I can take us to that game. And it's just over 2 months now. I think it's 9 weeks. I want to say, maybe give or take. I'm like, yeah, I'm excited. The East could be open this year, but the Knicks got to do their thing. I like their bench. We might have to wait until the trade deadline to see how we can how we're going to build this year and
I actually
see what we might need.
Chris, and I appreciate the call. I love where the Knicks are right now. I love what they did in the offseason. I've trusted the Leon Rose era of Knicks basketball to actually develop young talent. And great call by Chris. That they are building guys up. We've seen it with Mitchell Robinson. We've seen it with Deuce McBride. Guys have grown. We've seen it, if the Jalen Brunson played for the Miami Heat, all we'd hear about is how Heat culture created Jalen Brunson. So I'm expecting, with Yasabelli and Jordan Clarkson, those additions, I expect them to be already better because of that. And then you hope that Dadier, Hock-Purdy, and Kolek can take steps forward and the roster could grow. I don't need to see Ben Simmons on this roster. I'd rather go out and get somebody who's more of a specialist, like a three-point shooter or something, that gives you a more concrete feel than having a guy that's a lottery ticket at this point. I just want to see them, grow some talent, and I'm confident. I'm very excited. I like the hire. I don't know where, Knicks fans expected to go, and obviously it's going to be the same thing with Boone. Whenever Boone, let's hope that Boone never gets fired and they win World Series and it's like he's here forever, kind of like a Joe Torre situation, which it's not looking that way. But just like when Boone gets fired, everyone hates him now. And then when he gets fired, everyone's going to be like, well, why did we do that? Who are we hiring? This is ridiculous. So everyone wanted to fire Tibbs. And then when he got fired, everyone was losing their minds. They have a great team. And hopefully with it's tough to just bank on this, but it is what it is. The Yankees lost Garrett Cole. Nobody's giving back, division wins or anything like that. So if the Knicks are benefiting because other teams are hurt, no one cares. When it happens to your team, no one cares. When it happens to other teams, no one cares. The titles still mean the same. The Warriors won a lot of titles. This is not taking away anything from them, where they ran into teams that would lose guys. Chris Paul getting hurt, up 3-1. Kevin Love being hurt. It happens to everyone. 888-808-1019. Ed in Poughkeepsie. What's going on, Ed?
Hey, nice show. I love the way you approach things. I am a Met fan. No, I was listening last night, and I do have a solution to one of your problems, though. And our problem, actually, someone on Mr. Alvarez should call Mr. Met, Bob Usler. I guaranteed he would have a breakdown on the injury.
We all miss Bob. I don't know if maybe he's tapped in more than I realize.
Yeah. No, yeah,
But you had a take about the Mets pitching staff?
Yes, I did. I wanted to say that with the September call-ups coming, what do you think the Mets are going to do, and what do you think they should do? I think they, of course, should call up one of the kids.
Well,
I'm worried that they're going to call up McGill instead.
Well, I think,
understand?
Ed, I don't want to break your heart, but I think it's going to most likely be McGill, possibly Brazoban, or, Luis Angel Acuna. I don't think we're seeing Sproat. We're definitely not seeing Tong this year. I think Met fans need to get that out of their head. We're not seeing Tong this year. And we're not seeing any of the young bats outside of a very critical injury. We don't know when Jose Siri or Winker are getting back, but that's where, the latest update was neither of them have even progressed towards coming back yet. But I think it's July 31st was the last time we got an update on Winker, and it was nothing. And, July 27th was the last time we got an update on Siri, and it was nothing. So I think that, it's probably going to be McGill, and I would say Brazoban or Luis Angel Acuna probably are the guys who get called up because they're going to be looking, one, to elongate that pen to give guys like Reed Garrett, Stanek, and Brooks Raley breathers. And I'm assuming McGill will probably get spot starts, but they're also probably going to groom him to be a relief pitcher. They did it in the postseason last year, and I don't really know if I trust him more than I trust anyone in the rotation.
Yeah, it's true.
Now, I'm curious, it says here that you friendlies. Did you have a thing about friendlies that you wanted to talk about?
Yes, I do. My wife, who's going through some health problems and, wakes up frequently at night, woke up to you last night talking about friendlies.
Okay.
She's a Springfield, Massachusetts was her hometown.
Okay.
And guys, you talked about the friendlies there, and she was so joyed by just waiting for your list with all the ones that are still open that I heard you say later in the show.
Yeah, and I appreciate the call. If you didn't hear, I used to work at a Friendlies, and me and Fleegs were going down memory lane talking about Central New Jersey malls. And I was under the assumption there was only one Friendlies opened still, and it was in Massachusetts. I thought it was Boston, so clearly it was Springfield. It turns out there's 105 still open, so not my best work. That's why I flipped burgers, and that's why I talk about sports. I'm not not a mathlete. Not an athlete either, to be fair. But as far as the September call-ups, and I'm glad he brought that up because yesterday I did the whole show, and I'm sitting here talking about the roster, and I'm completely forgetting that we're 2 weeks away from the expanded rosters, and they're able to call up two people. And it feels like McGill is 100% going to be one of them, and I would assume either Brazoban or Luis Angel Acuna is the other. That's where I feel like they add to the roster. They're not calling up. Sproat has a chance to get called up. I will say that. I'm not going to say it's completely out of the realm of possibility, but I do not think we're seeing Jonah Tong at all this year. And shout out, we are starting this, overnight WFAN YouTube. Shout out to Walt in the chat who said the Yanks technically have the first wild card right now because while tied with the Red Sox and the Mariners, they are one ahead in the loss column and 2 games at hand. So I was wrong earlier where I said I thought the Red Sox had the tiebreaker because of their head-to-head. But right now they do, even same win percentage, they do have a better record. So thank you for that. We'll get back to your calls. We'll jump into a little bit of the Mets conversation. We have to get to the football because that is right around the corner. 888-808-1019. The Mets, is it possible they're building something? Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 5 a.m.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. The Mets sitting on the results of the MRI on catcher Francisco Alvarez's thumb. Alvarez injured himself Sunday night sliding into second.
Concerning, I'm not going to lie, because that's, the third time. But I'm not going to sit here and speculate because we don't know what we're dealing with.
And manager Carlos Mendoza, courtesy of SNY, after their win on Sunday night. Alvarez has been hitting since returning from a stint in the minors, racking up 11 extra base hits in 21 games. The Mets start a 3-game series in D.C. tonight. And shortstop Francisco Lindor was named the NL Player of the Week. The Mets' lead for the final wildcard spot in the National League is shaved to a single game thanks to the Reds' 4-1 win over the Angels. The Yankees, they had much better luck with the out-of-town scoreboard. The Red Sox and Mariners both lost, so the Yanks are now tied with Boston and Seattle for all 3 wildcard spots in the American League. Also, Blue Jays slugger Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will undergo an MRI after exiting the Jays' loss to Paul Skeens of the Pirates with hamstring tightness. The Yankees trail the Blue Jays by 5 games in the AL East. Also, the Yankees expect to return Ahmed Rosario from the injured list for tonight's game against the Rays in Tampa for Brian Hoke. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Anthony Gallo on the Fan. 888-808-1019. I'm filling in for the great Chris McMonagle, and I've got you all week. You know, I thought it was Wednesday for a second. My sleep schedule is destroyed. I also hosted Sunday morning, so that didn't help either. So I am just, you know, it's a blur. You know, when the show, I'm going to show up one night, and they're going to be like, "You're not on tonight." I'm going to be like, "Oh, okay. Well, I guess I could go home." But I got you. Chris is in Italy, eating cheeses, you know, discovering his heritage. You know, he's in Palermo. There are hills in Palermo. Thankfully, you know, Victor straightened that out for me last night. And Al Citron's got you next week. Your favorite T.O. Al will cover you then. And then Chris will be back just in time for Giants and Jets football. If you miss any of the show, use the Odyssey app, the rewind function. You can check us out now on YouTube as well if you don't have a radio dial. If you want to follow me on X, Pico_Day_Gallo, and on IG, Pico de Gallo 24. And, you know, this week has been positive. It's been all positive. I had this long stretch of, you know, shows, and I was sitting there complaining to my girlfriend. I was like, if the Mets and the Yankees don't turn this around, it's going to be a miserable week, and I'm gonna jump out the window at some point. And thankfully, you know, the Yankees have been legit playing good baseball. The Mets finally had a good weekend, you know, winning their first back-to-back games since July 27th. And that streak of, you know, 2 or 3 weeks really felt like a month, 2 months, you know, forever. It felt like a full season, to be honest. But they are building something. They have not figured it out. They have not locked up the wild card. They have not gained any ground in the division. But you can sit here and think that just maybe this team is starting to build something in the right direction. You know, the bats are starting to hit. It's like 6 of their last, you know, 6 games in August. I think it was 14 games in total. They've scored at least 6 runs. They've scored under 3 runs, I think, twice. I got to double check it. But they are continuing. I guess it was 3 times. So they have continued to hit. They've gotten timely hitting. So Thursday, they lose to the Braves, heartbreaking fashion. And the bats weren't electric, but what they did do is they lost the lead and they got it right back. And they were getting the timely hits they needed to get. And then Housley blows it. You know, Rogers not great either. But you hope that the offense is now hitting a groove. Lindor's red hot. Alonso's hot. Beatty's hot. Soto has been very good. And, you know, Alvarez, you hope he's okay, and we'll get an update at some point today. I know I've been complaining about it, but we're going to get an update at some point. So you hope that this is the start of something. You get a fun weekend in Williamsport that maybe the guys can let their shoulders down, be a little less stressed. You get a big home run from Vientos, who had a big game in general. You hope he starts to do something. And this offense that's already hot can take the next step with the Vientos. The pitching is the key right here. Diaz and Gregory Soto and I like Rogers. I don't distrust Rogers. Every other pitcher on the staff has a question mark next to them. If they could build off of what was 3 or 4 good starts, Sangon Thursday, McClain and Clay Holmes on Sunday, And you build off those starts. And realistically, if Senga could field the ground ball in Milwaukee, we probably win that game, first of all. But also, you're looking at back-to-back good starts from Senga. So they have to build off of that. I still trust Peterson. If anyone in that rotation I trust, it's Peterson. Sean Manaea has to show you something. Senga has to continue to pitch and build off of what was a good start. Clay Holmes, I've trusted. He's a little inconsistent, but I trust him. His numbers are his numbers. Outside of Peterson, he's the only other guy who's been here all year when it comes to the starting rotation. So if they could build off of that and the starting pitching pitches well and could get into the 5th, 6th inning, or at least start the 6th inning, as a bare minimum. And Helsley can get back on the right track with a good inning in Williamsport, and Brooks Raley had a good inning in Williamsport. You could start to see them build something. And they have 2 road series back-to-back, the Nationals and the Braves, before a huge series against the Phillies. Go and it starts with Washington. Take care of business. Because if you start this road trip off with a sweep, you start to build some confidence, and hopefully they can take that into Atlanta, their house of horrors, and slay some demons in Atlanta. I heard Tommy and Tiki talking about it today, and Tiki made a good point. It's fitting that this team has to start this brutal stretch with the second series being on the road in Atlanta. They don't have another off day. Last night was their last off night until Thursday the 4th. And they only have 2 off days. They only have 3 off days the rest of the season. The 4th, the 15th, and the 22nd. In that stretch, the Tigers, they play against the Phillies twice, the Reds, the Rangers, the Padres, the Cubs. It does not get easy. With the Yankees, you're looking at a very winnable schedule. With the Mets, this is not going to be easy, but I see the light. We're starting to go down that long tunnel, and finally, the dog days of August are turning around. Though terrible June and the June swoon that we had, the terrible July, and the June swoon. I was trying to be cool there. It didn't work out. They have 16 straight games here. Forget the other, chunk that I talked about. They have 16 straight games here. They have to start right. But let's say they could get 10, 11 wins in this stretch, 12 wins in this stretch. We could start to feel better about this team. They could win series. Start chipping away at the teams in front of them and start building on the team behind them. This 16-game stretch leading into that Red Series is going to define this season. Because they might have a shot going into that Red Series to bury the Reds. They may not clinch anything by then, but they'll have a chance to bury the Reds. And this Reds team is extremely flawed. All these teams that they're battling with, I think the Phillies are great. I think, the Brewers are amazing. They refuse to lose. The Dodgers are the Dodgers. And I don't trust the Cubs as much, and I know the Padres have struggled as of late. The Padres scare me. But as far as the Cubs and the Reds battling with them, and you could say the Padres because they are in this position, these teams are flawed. They're going to have to play just as well as the Mets do to continue to solidify their playoff spot. 5-1 is what really I feel like needs to happen over these 6 games. Because if you go 3-3, you get kissed the division goodbye. And if you go 3-3, there's a chance you lose ground on the Reds. I know the Reds are going into, a tough stretch. I think they're on the road on the West Coast. I know they started with the Angels today, obviously. They get the Diamondbacks next. So it's not like they're playing, a gauntlet of a schedule to start. But then they play the Dodgers. They come home. They have a tough little stretch after that. After they play the Angels and the Diamondbacks, they play the Dodgers. They get the Cardinals, the Blue Jays, and then the Mets, all at home, followed by the Padres. So this stretch for both teams is going to define the series and the season. And hopefully you gain ground on the Phillies. You get that 3-game series. And in the middle of September, when we're all celebrating one of those starts for the football teams here, we can talk it into existence. They kick off the 8th with the Phillies for a 4-game series. That is going to be mayhem on this station that week. Jets and Giants week 1. Phillies Mets. Let's see. Do the Yankees play the Red Sox at that point? I have it right here. They play. Oh, they get the Tigers. So they'll be coming off a Blue Jay series. So there'll be a lot to talk about. That Monday is going to be bananas. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Chris in Astoria. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, what's up, Gallo? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. It's Chris, the guy who's up to the comedian.
Oh, what's up, Chris?
What's up, buddy?
A little bit better than last time. Not everything is perfect, but at least we've taken a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I was pretty miserable last time. I did not see any light at the end of the tunnel. It's still a little better now, but I am nervous about going to Washington. That place always scares me.
Well, I can tell you this much: it feels like if we're all getting ahead of ourselves. Like, the tough stretches after that. This feels like very 2001 or even like 07, 08-ish, where they would play a bad team and get smoked.
Irvin scares me. Irvin's good. He pitches well against us every time.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say is they fared well against the Nationals the last, few times they played them. I'm pretty sure the last time they swept anyone was the Nationals. I think it was the series.
It was, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was the series.
It was series here.
Yeah, Senga got hurt the last game, and that's really where everything turned. That was the 12th, and then June 13th was the next day, the Friday the 13th.
Yes.
So that's where everything
the Tampa
turned.
Bay game.
Yeah, so hopefully this is a turn in the right direction. So are you feeling a little bit of positivity like I am?
Listen, I know you got to be positive for the air. I don't know. It's still up in the air for me. Like I'll tell you at the end of this week, because if we go to Atlanta and get clobbered 3 games, which could happen.
It could happen.
This team. It could. I could see us losing 10-2, 7-1, and then 5-4 in extras in the Sunday night game.
All right, so I'm working Thursday night. I'm on Thursday night next week. So I'm on all this week, but next week we'll have the Atlanta series will be done. We'll have survived the Philly series. I expect a call to get an update from you.
Oh, yeah. The Philly series, actually, I'm positive about. I think we're taking 2 out of 3 from them.
I'll be there Tuesday night. I got these tickets.
I'm going Monday, too, so it'll be a fun. The Philly, it doesn't scare me. Atlanta scares me.
Well, I think it's the difference between the Phillies and the Braves are a bad team this year. They own us. This iteration of this Phillies team, the Mets have had great success against.
We have their number a little bit. They're boom or bust, too. They could go boom, and they're unstoppable, or they're busting, and they stink. They're striking out everywhere.
Well, they've lost Wheeler. And also, the other thing I'll say is I think the Mets are like 30-22 against them since it might be 2021 or 2022, including the playoffs. So they own them. So you have any shows coming up anytime soon?
Oh, yeah, I have shows all weekend in the city. But, I mean, I could care less about the shows. I'm watching the Mets game before I go on stage. That's how crazy it is.
That's hilarious.
Before I go on. And then I'm thinking about the game the whole time I'm on stage. It's not fun.
It's so great. Tell everybody your social accounts so they can follow you. If you're a Mets fan, Chris is a great follow. He's hilarious. He makes me laugh through the tears.
Oh, yeah. Last week I had a few videos go viral, but just ranting in my car. It's at Chris Copo on all social media, SCOPO.
Awesome.
But I'm also nervous about Alvarez. I haven't heard anything about Alvarez, which is making me paranoid.
Yeah, so hopefully we get something soon. But I will talk to you next week, Thursday. I better get a call from you.
I'll give you a holler.
All right.
I'll give you a holler, buddy.
Awesome.
I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you soon, Chris. Thank you. Chris is great. Very funny. I followed him for a little bit, and then, I guess he realized who I was, and he messaged me, and I told him, well, call in. He's a stand-up comedian. He's great. He's got one bit where he's literally in the middle of doing his act, and the guy next to him is checking his phone, and he's like, "Are you a Mets fan?" And the guy's like, "Yeah." So the whole time he's getting updates. Very funny. He's got some other, funny, a lot of sports comedy, which is right up my alley. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Peter and Lawrence, what's going on, Peter?
How are you, Mr. Gallo?
I'm good. How are you, Pete?
Well, basically, I don't have the only team I am afraid of with the Mets is the Reds, but I think they'll take care of them.
Well, I hope so.
If the Yankees get back to what they were, they should have no problem. I don't think they'll win the division, but they'll at least get a wild card.
Well, they're sitting in the first wild card right now.
True. Now I'm looking forward to the Jets-Buccaneers on the 21st of September.
Why that game specifically?
I'll be there.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I appreciate the call, Pete. Very riveting. Exciting stuff there from Peter and Lawrence. I mean, the Bucks are... This is what I'm talking about. I have the Jets schedule here. I want to go through it later. Some of these teams, even my Broncos, people are just guaranteeing that these teams are what they're going to be because they had a little bit of success last year. It's the NFL. Anything could happen. And Pete will be there. So if you're there, go say hi to Pete. As far as the Mets go, I'm not even going to say I'm afraid of the Reds. What I'm afraid of is this team not executing against the bad teams that they face before they get there. The fact that it is 2025 and we still have to talk about how this Braves team owns them is infuriating. They're a bad team. Spencer Strider has given up 15 runs in his last 2 starts. They're trying out Carlos Carrasco's lifeless body to pitch games. I just want to get... It would feel really great if they go 5-1 and, let's say they take 2 out of 3. Hopefully they sweep the Nationals. But let's say they take 2 out of 3 against... I'm getting ahead of myself, but just bear with me. They take 2 or 3 against the Nationals and they can sweep the Braves. Wouldn't that feel great for all Met fans? Hell, if they win 1 game against the Nationals but go out and sweep the Braves, wouldn't you feel really good about yourself? And the most embarrassing part about it is they're a bad team. But they have to take care of business. If they want any hope at the division, they have to go 4-2, 5-1, bare minimum. If they want to stay alive, you obviously have to just stay at 500 then. But they have to be better than that. You're playing 2 teams who are severely under 500. The Braves are 13 games under, and the Nationals are 24 games under. You have to take care of business against these teams. I don't care how hot the Braves are. I know they lost today. And that's what I'm talking about. We sit here and we're saying these teams are unbeatable. They can't do this. The Dodgers lost to the Rockies. The Braves got beat by the White Sox. The Orioles beat up on the Red Sox. We watched the Marlins beat the Red Sox the night before. I mean, the Rockies walking off anything can happen any night in this sport, but the Mets have to take care of business. And Gio talked about it. I don't know if it was this morning or last week, but he was right when he said if they miss the playoffs, this may be the biggest disappointment in the franchise's history. I would still put 07 and 08 in that class, but the difference is if the playoff format was what it was today, those 2 teams make it. This team has 2 extra playoff spots, and they're not locked in yet. But everything is right in front of them. Somehow this turned into a negative conversation after I was so positive. We got a lot more to get to. 888-808-1019. Francisco Alvarez Watch continues. We'll get back to your calls. And can Francisco Lindor do it again? Is he currently doing it again? Our guy, the guy who's supposed to be the captain, finally carrying the team again. Is it possible he could do and replicate what he did last year? We'll get back to your calls. Anthony Gallo filling in for C-Mac. Back after this.
Here's a high drive right field. Line drive, goodbye.
The Yankees head to Tampa to play the Rays. 7:35 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all of the action. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. When you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
Connect with a local divorce attorney today. Text Joe22 to 323232. 866-323-7529. 250 Paley, Saddlebrook. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hey, New York. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right. Just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Back on the Fan. 888-808-1019. The number to call as always. Stay tuned. Later today, 11 o'clock, Aaron Boone is on with BT and Sal, so that should be fun. I don't think they'll be playing the baseball card series this time. I think it'll be a little bit more business and serious Although it was great to see that in the offseason, which I think it lives on our YouTube page, which we are live on right now as well. CMAC will be back in 2 weeks. So I got you the rest of this week. Al Citron's got you next week. If you miss any of the show, you can always use the Odyssey app, the rewind function. You can also hit me up on social media if you're too shy to call. On my X, it's Pico Day _Gallo. And IG, it's Pico de Gallo 24. We've been talking mostly Mets and Yankees. We will get into the Giants and Jets eventually. You know, for some reason, Friendlies has really stuck. Me talking about working at Friendlies has, driven some of the conversation. But the Red Sox lose tonight. The Mariners lose tonight. The Astros and the Blue Jays lose tonight. So when things are going right for the Yankees, even the days they're off, it goes right. So the Yankees end up gaining ground. They went in last night after the win, or 2 nights ago after the win, with a half game behind the Red Sox and the Mariners, and both those teams lost. The Red Sox to the Orioles and the Mariners to the Phillies, which, sorry, Yankee fans, but, the Mets could have used a little help there. And for the Met fans that maybe weren't caught up, the Reds did end up winning earlier today, so no help there. And the Guardians also won, so the Yankees got no help there. The Mets did get some help. The Giants did beat the Padres. Our guy, Wilmer Flores, hit a 2-run shot, which ended up being the deciding factor. So you could tell I am locked in right now. I am, I'm a sicko. The finally a night off from both baseball teams where maybe, I could watch something nice. Or, maybe I'd read a book. Instead, I'm watching Angels, Reds, and Giants, Padres. Hopefully praying for you. Yelling at guys I would never think about the rest of the year. But for the Yankees, it's all right in front of them. 22 of their last 38 games are against under 500 teams. They finished the year on a 13-game streak against bad teams. They finish, I think it's Twins, Orioles, White Sox, and then Orioles again. Those last 2 series against the White Sox and the Orioles at home. So when the Yankees finish up this week, they get the Rays, and it goes into the Red Sox. And think about it this way, Yankee fans. You could call me delusional. I'm not a Yankee fan, so you can't call me a homer. But if you take care of business, you win these 2 games in Tampa Bay, and the Red Sox come to town for 4 games. You then, after that series, get a breather with the Nationals and the White Sox before you have that tough stretch of, on the road against the Astros and then home against the Blue Jays and the Tigers. So the Yankees could be sitting in a very comfortable position going into next weekend. When they face off against the White Sox, the 28th to the 31st for a 4-game stretch. And if it wasn't any added bonus, it's Seinfeld night, the Thursday they kick off the Red Sox series. Also, they're giving out a Yankees beach tote. I wanted to mention this last night. I know it's stupid, but they're giving out a Yankees beach tote on the Sunday against the Red Sox. Beach season's over. You should have did that at the beginning of the year. I see teams give out beanies in June. You give those out in September. The beach tote, you got to give that out in April. So when you get ready for the beach season. So if only I would focus on that. Before we get back into the Yankees conversation too, I thought it was worth noting, we're all just completely enamored because they've beaten up on the Yankees this year with the Blue Jays, who have cooled off. They're 5-5 in their last 10 games. They've lost the last 2. They lose to Pittsburgh last night. And in that loss, they get bent out of shape with Tommy Pham flipping a bat on a walk, which I thought was a pretty G move. And regardless if Tommy Pham provoked it or not, this is the team we're afraid of. And that guy, talk about an old school throwback. He is ready to throw down at any moment. You don't want to be in a fantasy football league with him. You clearly don't want to be in a clubhouse with him because you might have to go to war any night. But they all lose. And it sets up what looks like a fun end-of-season stretch. They have 7 games left against Boston. If the Yankees win, think about it right now. You're tied with them. If you take care of Boston, let's say bare minimum, you go 4-3 against Boston. You're a game up on them before you play any other games. Obviously, you're going to play some games before that. But before you play any other games, you're a game up with them, finishing the series against them, the season series. 888-808-1019. And why am I so positive about the Yankees? Everything is gelling in the right direction for them. The bats are hot. The bullpen is starting to groove. Bednar's been awesome. Everyone ripped Cashman after one day of seeing these guys after the deadline. As ridiculous as that sounds. And outside of the Jake Bird situation where he gets sent down, these guys have been, and obviously Slater is hurt, these guys have been great. Bednar's been locked down. Luke Weaver is back to being the great setup man, high leverage guy that he's been. Duvall's been a little shaky, fine. Devin Williams has benefited from these additions, slotting into a new role. No runs in his last 4 outings. Realistically, 3 innings because, he only pitched a third of an inning the last time he was out. The starting pitching outside of Max Fried has been legit. Will Warren's been awesome. It is well known, I guess, I just ripped the Blue Jays. I didn't realize Paul Skeens was on the mound tonight. So, you know what? Well, I'll pump the brakes a little bit on ripping them. But the starter rotation has been great. 15 games for Carlos Rodon. He's been awesome. I think he's got like a 3.3 ERA in that stretch. He never gets the credit. He'll get ripped. Similar to the manager, he'll get ripped. But we'll not give him the credit the way most teams would for a pitcher like that, who's been very good this year. Will Warren has been good. His last start he struggled. They were able to win. Also worth noting that Vladdy left the game with left hamstring tightness. Thank God I put on these highlights because I did not see that part of it. So that is worth noting. So the starting pitching has been good outside of Max Fried. Cam Schlittler has been great. Great for what his role is. And I envision him not being in the rotation in October and being a guy out the bullpen that you look to get swings and misses with. He throws hard. Looks like 10 years older than he actually is. It looks like he smokes like a pack of menthols every day. And Luis Gil is finally healthy. And for the lineup, they're all finally healthy. Judge is healthy. Stanton's healthy. Goldschmidt's healthy. Ben Rice is hitting. Jazz is looking to get more comfortable. He's starting to hit. It's all coming together. They're playing more confidently in the field. They don't look as inept and incompetent playing defense. They're running the bases fundamentally well. They're being aggressive without being reckless. And I mentioned this a lot. I've been harping on this the last 2 days. I was crushing them for not stealing more bases with Jazz. And, Caballero, they've been doing more with. But Jazz has 7 stolen bases in his last 6 games. So there's a lot to be excited with there. And when you look at their last 15 games, or 15 days to be fair. So most of these guys have played 12 or 11 games in that span. McMahon's hit a little bit in that stretch. Bellinger finally got, done with his illness thing. He's starting to hit again, turn the corner against St. Louis. Jazz, you hope, is turning the corner, but Judge has been hot. Ben Rice has been hot. Caballero's giving you a little bit. Goldschmidt's been hot. Stanton's been awesome. And the addition of Ben Rice getting hot, that is an awesome thing to look at when you think Austin Wells has been a complete negative for them since the beginning of June. And now you have a guy who is not as good of a defensive catcher as Austin Wells. But Austin Wells is similar to what we saw with Francisco Alvarez earlier in the year. Austin Wells is taking his bad bat and letting it bleed into his defense. So where you think you're losing defense with Ben Rice, you're not losing as much defense as you think. So there's a lot to be excited about? Why can't this Yankees team go on a run? Why do I have to just hear about it's all over? You know, we always look back. We never look forward. And I'm not saying touch the money. I'm not saying get ahead of yourself or jinx them. I'm just saying we'll focus on that bad 2.5 months. But if they go out there and continue to play well, if they beat the Rays and they take care of business against the Red Sox, it's okay to get excited. 888-808-1019. We'll take a break. We'll get back to your calls. Filling in for C-Mac, Anthony Gallo on the Fan. We got a lot to get to. You know, is there possibly hope on the horizon for the Jets and the Giants? We'll get to all that. Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
The Red Sox are not making the playoffs despite their hotness lately. Write that down.
What, you want to bet on that?
Yeah, what do you want to bet?
I don't know. But I want to bet that because they're making the playoffs.
Okay.
Well, we'll think of something.
Loser can't leave the room until they complete the 999 challenge.
Oh, I like that.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
We are proud to serve our country, to serve our local communities, to wear the uniform, to be a soldier, to serve abroad when and where duty calls. We are ready to stand with our brothers and sisters to defend, to serve, to fight. We're always ready, we're always there. We are the New York Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the New York Army National Guard.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
With baseball in full swing, there's never a dull moment or a shortage of thrills in this league. The thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it into Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at bayridgemazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019.
Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Anthony Gallo back on the fan. New York City, the greatest city on the planet, and don't forget it. 888-808-1019 is the number to call. I'm trying to catch my breath right now because I went to go run to get some ice for some water. And, you know, I am getting in the better shape, but I flat out sprint. You know, I'm surprised I didn't pull a hammy, and I'm dying right now. I was trying to have a conversation with Fleegs in there, and I'm like, you know what? I got to catch my breath. But before we get back to the calls, you know, we've been talking a lot about, you know, my previous work history. Me and Fleegs got into it. You know, I used to work at a Friendly's. And I also, because shout out to my buddy Miles, who's in the YouTube chat right now, and he's talking about Chicken Bazaar. And for you, those of you that don't know what Chicken Bazaar is, maybe you know like Chicken Holiday. It may be Chicken Holiday, thank you. A very Jersey thing. I worked at a fried chicken spot that turned into a place called Chicken Bazaar. So, you know, I smelled like fried chicken every summer, all summer, you know, wear a hairnet, a beard net. It was a disaster. But the food was fire. Corn poppers, you know, a 4-piece. You know, I ate probably more food than we sold because no one would ever come in. One summer, the AC broke. So we're sitting there and you're cooking hot chicken all day. So the temperature is rising. And to put it this way, the business was going so bad that we would have 10-piece, $10 Mondays for chicken, and we'd run out of chicken like 3 orders in. So not the greatest. Friendly's also not the greatest. It was very easy to know what I wanted to do, and it definitely was not working in. I guess is that considered the service industry, the food industry? I wanted to be a chef at one point. I couldn't even handle short order cook. So I think I made the right decision. Hopefully. 888-808-1019. Dave in Rockland County. What's going on, Dave?
I think starting this postseason and eventually going into next year, I think the Yankees starting catcher job should go to Ben Rice. Should bench Wells.
Well, I agree with you, Dave, because at this point, I don't think the trade-off that people are like so afraid that Ben Rice's defense is going to fall off from Austin Wells' defense is going to hurt them as much as the positive of putting his bat in the lineup would. I thought you are still there, Dave.
Right. Yeah, I'm still there. But the main issue I have with Ben Rice, that guy keeps on hitting for power.
Well, he does.
It's like either.
I appreciate the call, Dave. He does keep hitting for power, but he's also showed you the ability to come up with big hits and timely hits. I mean, he had the huge home run on Saturday, but he followed it with an equally big bases-clearing double. So I think that right now, you went from having a huge dilemma, and they've lucked out with the emergence of Ben Rice in the second half. Or not even in the second half, in August. Because he started red hot, and now you've gotten to the point where he's hitting again. And my biggest thing was at the beginning of the year, he won Rookie of the Month or whatever it was in April, I think. I might be wrong about that, but he was having a great start. And I'm like, well, how are they going to get him in the lineup when Stanton's healthy and he's eating up the DH position? And now you're finding that they can get Stanton in the lineup in the outfield. And we'll get to him not being able to. I don't want to get off on a tangent. We'll get to that in a second. Him having to take a rest after playing one game in the outfield. But you can put Stanton in the outfield. When Judge is healthy, you'll put him in the outfield and put Stanton back at DH. And you could put Ben Rice at catcher. And if you need to give Goldschmidt a breather, you play him at first base. Because Goldschmidt's healthy now. Judge is healthy now. Stanton's healthy now. But you have to play Ben Rice. You cannot gift at-bats to Austin Wells over Ben Rice. We're past the point for the Mets and the Yankees gifting anyone at-bats. Whether it's, Vientos or Mauricio and McNeil or, Austin Wells and, Jason Dominguez and Anthony Volpe, you got to play the hot hands. If you're giving me nothing, you're sitting on the bench. At this point, they should honestly think about, because you cannot carry all three guys going into the postseason. The Yankees do their job. They get to the postseason. J.C. Esquera, I may trust him more than I trust Austin Wells. I know he hasn't played at all, really, in the past 2 months. In the past 2 weeks. But I trust him almost more than I trust Wells at this point. But you're not carrying all three, so he's probably the odd man out when you get to October. They have to play the hot hand. It goes for both teams. And with Bellinger, he had, I don't even know what the illness was. I know he sat out that one game. But you got Bellinger back. You've got Stanton healthy, Judge healthy, Goldschmidt healthy. Ryan McMahon has hit a little bit. He's starting to turn a corner. He's been getting on base more than he's been hitting. And his defense has been great besides that one error on Sunday. But you have to start moving forward with the guys that are playing well. It's my same complaint about the Mets. I do not want to see Jeff McNeil every day at DH just because of the lefty-righty matchup. I'd rather see Marte in there. I'd rather see, if Vientos keeps hitting, Vientos in there. Mauricio can't be put in the lineup. This isn't the time to teach guys things. You got to win games. So whoever the best 9 hitters are, the 9 batters fitting into their positions, you have to play those guys. 888-808-1019. Rob in New London, what's going on, Rob?
Hey.
Hello.
Matt, how's it going today?
How are you?
I am doing splendid. Thank you very much. So how are you doing? Are you doing pretty well?
I'm doing great. I'm talking to you.
Well, I like that attitude. I feel the same way. So anyway, let's talk about the Giants real quick.
Let's do it.
So I know the prognosticators, at least some of them are projecting, very few wins. Okay, like Colin Cowherd.
Right now, their over/under number is 5.5.
Okay, 5.5. So I think they would have to purposely try to win 5 games. I think they would have to, shoot themselves in the foot and sabotage themselves to win as few as 5 games. But here's the argument.
I didn't know where you were going with that. To be fair, Rob. But continue.
So the entire look, I'm going to turn 50 in less than a month. Okay. And I started watching the New York Giants play football in 1983. Matter of fact, the first preseason game I went to was against the New York Jets, and a young Joe Morris, who was a graduate of Syracuse University, where I'm from.
Okay.
Played his first game. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is you're always, it's ingrained upon us. Defense wins championships. Special teams wins championships. There's 2 out of 3 phases of the game: defense, special teams, and offense. So right now, look, the Giants have pretty much, I think, 2 out of 3 of those phases pretty much well in hand, especially their kicking game.
Rob, I got to let you go just because it's going a little long, and I appreciate the call. Yeah, they have good special teams. And I understand the old cliche that you got to win, 2 out of the 3 phases. But special teams cannot be something you're relying on for this team to be good. I think they're going to be better than a lot of people are giving them credit for, and we'll dive a little bit deeper into that. But the old adage that got to win 2 out of the 3. But if you're trying to boast a great kicking game or a great punter, okay, let's relax. You definitely have a underrated roster at this point. I think both teams, I'm not saying either of them are light years better than they were, but I think they're going to be a lot better than what the pundits are giving them credit for. Although I do see a turn, and it has nothing to do with Jackson Dart, I do see a turn from the national media a little bit on the Giants because of what that defense looks like on paper. And they're going, it's like, what was the baseline for the Giants the last 2 years at quarterback? And it was like Daniel Jones and Tommy DeVito, and whether they're, terrible quarterback play, they trotted out there. So I think a lot of that too, and part of my thinking is they are, by default, going to be much better at the quarterback position. So I don't want to dive deep into it just yet, but I want to get to it in the next hour. But I'm very confident about both these teams being better than that 5.5 number we see Vegas boasting. And I think they both hold similarities to the team I root for in the Broncos, what we looked at last year. The Jets not as much just because of the quarterback. It's not a rookie quarterback, but there's a lot to be excited about. There's a lot to be excited about in general with New York sports right now. More so on the Yankee side of things. And, I've been hammering it home day in and day out for the last, 3 or so days. They have a easy, winnable schedule going forward. And you could complain that, they're not beating anyone good. Well, it won't matter. 22 of their last 38 games. So if they go 22-16, they're probably making the playoffs when you look at it that way. I think my math is right there. So you go 22-16 to end the season, you're making the playoffs. No one's going to care if you didn't beat anybody good. Last year, those records go out the window when it gets to October. If the Mets back into the playoff, I don't care how you get there and make a run. It's not just about getting into the playoffs. The baseline for this season for both teams, the expectations were not just to get into the playoffs. They were to have deep runs. Now, obviously, expectations can change, but these teams are still expected to contend. And for the Yankees, why can't they go on a run? Why can't they finish the season strong? Why can't they make a deep October run? Like I said, they're basically firing off on all cylinders. No, not everyone in the lineup is hitting. A good chunk and the most important guys are hitting. Not everyone in the bullpen is on fire. The majority of the guys are. Not everyone in the rotation is perfect. Max Fried has to be better. But their starting rotation has been way better than it's gotten credit for. And if Max Fried, who had a rough start this weekend, can bounce back, and they were able to win it, which I think is a key that we keep leaving out there, but that Saturday night start, he was able to bounce back. He got 11 of 12 out at one point in that game. There has to be something there to build off of. And I do think Yankee fans are, 50-50 on this. I know that's not a big sample, but I put in a poll in the YouTube chat, and, it was about 50-50. Can the Yankees go on a run? I am pushing my chips into the middle, and I think this team is gearing up for a fun late August, September run. Hopefully translating to fun October baseball. They have 7 games left against Boston. They have a series left against the Blue Jays. They play all of the teams in front of them. Outside of the Mariners, they literally play all the teams in front of them. Let's just look at the end of August stretch that they have here. They start tonight against the Rays. 2 on the road. It's essentially a home game every time they play at Steinbrenner Field. Then they come home for 4 games against the Red Sox. They finish up that homestand with 3 games on Monday through Wednesday against the Nationals, and then they end the month with 4 games against the White Sox. Bare minimum, win 3 of those series. If you win 3 of those series, you're looking really good going into September. And then, like I said, let's just take a step back. If they go 4-3 against the Red Sox, before we look at any other results the rest of the year, they'll sit a game ahead of them. So you've already gained a game there. And that's just a bare minimum approach. But the bats are hot. The bullpen is gelling. It looks like it's stabilized and going in the right direction. The back end is legit, one of the best back ends in baseball. The starting pitching outside of Max Fried has been great. And don't get it twisted. They need Max Fried to be Max Fried. And with the schedule, the way it's set up, why can't they go on a run? Why can't they be that team that gets hot at the end of the season? And we're talking about them playing late October baseball. And I think most people from the outside looking in see it that way. I think it's the Yankee fan that needs to be sold on it. Obviously, they have high standards. I get that. And I'm not saying they're going to win the division. They still have a 3-game series against the Blue Jays in early September. Who's to say they don't gain ground on them and maybe they make the divisional race an actual race? So it's all looking up right now. They're 7-3. If you can't enjoy this right now, how can you enjoy anything? Allow yourself to believe a little bit. Maybe it's the Met fan in me. You know, and I don't think this is false hope. You know how I know it's not false hope? Because I'm not talking about the Mets like this. I am optimistic about the Mets. But I'm not coming from a place of, bias. I think this team is about to make a run, and they've already started it. It's okay to believe in this team a little bit. 13 straight games to end the season against under 500 teams. And this isn't like, oh, you're playing an under 500 team at the end of August or the beginning of July. This is the end of the season in baseball. Most of these guys are looking ahead to their offseason. It's a long year. For the bad team, I know Yankee fans aren't used to this. Watching the Mets, I've seen a lot of bad teams, limp into the final week of the season. But we're finally, getting to a point where we could definitely be optimistic about the Yankees. Maybe we could just be optimistic about the Mets too. And we're gearing up for a fun, entertaining, end of August, September run, an end of the season that will hopefully be memorable. And for the Mets, they have a tough schedule, but all of these games are going to feel high stakes. For the Yankees, games that would utterly be boring, you playing the White Sox, who cares? They're all going to be excited. The one thing I like, as much as, sometimes he bothers me with some of his quotes, Brandon Nimmo's been talking about it. He calls all these games playoff baseball. And that's how it has to be treated. These are must-win games. 888-808-1019. For the Yankee fan out there or the baseball aficionado, Aaron Boone will be on with BT and Sal at 11 a.m. No confirmation yet, but I think it may be on Zoom. So check out the Twitch or YouTube if you can't get to a radio dial as well. Maybe you're at work and you want to sneak on the phone for a little bit. If you missed any of the show, hit the Odyssey app, the rewind function. After the update, we finally get into some football. Is there optimism on the horizon? Is it time for Jets and Giants fans to get excited? I'm just excited to talk some football. Anthony Gallo on the Fan, filling in for C-Mac all week. I've got you till 5 a.m. Back after this.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Brought to you by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Both the Yankees and Mets with Monday night off. Aaron Boone's Yankees finally feeling some relief after a 5-1.
Got a long way to go in this, and it's always really good, obviously, getting a sweep and heading into an off day. But we got to keep going, and we're not a finished product.
Boone after Sunday's win over the Cardinals, courtesy of Yes. Well, there has to be some more relief after the out-of-town results. The Red Sox and Mariners both lost, leaving the Sox, M's, and Yanks tied for the 3 wild-card spots. Not only that, but the Blue Jays lost to the Pirates 5-2, and first baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr. left with a tight hamstring. Guerrero's going to undergo an MRI on Tuesday. The Yanks are 5 back of the Jays in the AL East. Ahmed Rosario expected to be activated from the injured list tomorrow ahead of the Yankees series in Tampa. As for the Mets, they'll be in D.C. for a 3-game series starting tonight. Still unclear if they'll have catcher Francisco Alvarez. Alvarez underwent an MRI on Monday after jamming his thumb sliding into second base. Shortstop Francisco Lindor named the NL Player of the Week. The Mets lead on the Reds for the final NL wildcard spot shrinks to 1 game after the Reds win in Anaheim. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Anthony Gallo, back on the Fan. 888-808-1019 is the number to call as always. Missed any of the show, you know the deal. Use the Odyssey app, the rewind function. You can always hit me up on WFAN socials. I monitor them all night. On X at PicoDay_Gallo. On IG at PicoDeGallo24. So if you're too nervous to call, you can always hit me up there or in the very exciting new YouTube chat, which is a new thing. Obviously, C-Mac, Keith will be on every night. That's the plan, at least. And the plan here is to talk some football. We're at that time. We've got 2 Sundays left with no NFL football. I believe we have 1 weekend left without actual meaningful football because I think college football starts the weekend of the 31st, if I'm correct. That's Sunday the 31st or the Saturday the 30th, whichever day it is. But we have football. And for once, I can tell you this much. As a fan of a team that doesn't play in this market, it's miserable. Night in and night out, day in and day out, whenever I do these shows, have to talk about the miserable play. And we're finally, for the first time, have some optimism about the Giants in a long time. We have some optimism about the Jets that's a little different than prior because a lot of the Jets' optimism was overinflating what we thought was a good football team. Buying into Aaron Rodgers. But there's a lot to get excited about with both these teams. And I think they're both severely underrated. I think they both have drastically different goals, and we'll figure out what that is a little later. They sit 5.5 is the number for both these teams. I don't think it's changed at all. That's the number Vegas is putting out there for the over-under. And I like the over on both these teams. I'm not saying either team is a playoff team. I'm not saying either team has actual playoff hopes. But we finally have some optimism. You look at the schedules. The Giants' schedule is tough. And it's more the travel that scares me earlier. But their second half of the year is not the grueling schedule everyone's making it out to be. And I think the Jets' schedule is grossly overrated. I think they have a very winnable schedule where they can surprise teams. But the goal for both of these teams is to build. The Jets coming into the year with a first-time head coach, first-time GM. The goal is they have drastically, where the Giants have to really show you something. They don't have to win 10 games, but the Giants have to show you competent football. They have to show you a game plan. They have to show you that this is not the same Giants of the last 2 years. 7, 8, 9 wins. And for the Jets, this is year 1 of the Aaron Glenn era. And they have to start on the right foot. I'll put it this way. Rami made a great point. Rami Lavi, backup producer, host of whatever Jets podcast it is he hosts. He made a great point when I was working with him the last time that, the Jets get finished with the same record as they did last year and have the same outcome in the games and would feel drastically different because of the expectations. I compared it to the Mets from last year to this year. Last year's Mets and this year's Mets are kind of on the same pace wins-wise, but last year's Mets were a feel-good story. It was an evaluation year. And this year's Mets, there was expectations. So it just doesn't feel the same. So for the Jets, last year, it felt like the last chance for them to get something done with Aaron Rodgers. Because if they didn't compete, we knew they would move on. I felt they should have moved on a year earlier. I think that the Steelers are in for a rude awakening with Aaron Rodgers. But that's a conversation for a different day. But now this year, the Jets, it's young and it's refreshing. And I don't just love what they've done with the coaching staff and with the roster. I like what they've done in extending guys. We always hear about maximizing a rookie contract for a quarterback. So the Jets locked up their best young defender. Obviously, Quinnen Williams is probably their best defender. But you lock up Sauce Gardner. And you lock up your best offensive weapon in Garrett Wilson. So maybe the hope is Justin Fields is the quarterback. But if he's not, when you eventually do find that quarterback next year, your roster is starting to build around him. Your offensive line is starting to build up around him. That's another key. Both teams have massively improved offensive lines. When I look at this Jets team, this offensive line may be a strength. It may be one of the better units, a top 10 unit, maybe even better than that in the league. I loved Fashanu last year. Tippmann is a great center. Vera Tucker, if he could stay healthy, has proven he's a very good guard. I love the signing of Membo. Or the drafting, sorry. They have depth. The Jets can really build. And it all is going to come down to, obviously, what Justin Fields does. And I think Keith actually made a good point, too, earlier. We always say, these guys can't throw the ball. Well, they don't get to the NFL if they can't throw the whole route tree. It's just what level can they throw the ball. And at times last year, it's funny. The games that Fields threw the ball the best in, they lost, the Steelers. I think it was against the Chargers and the Colts last year. And the games where he was less than optimal with the dropping back, one of them against the Broncos, so I remember it vividly, he did not throw the ball well. But there's similarities with both these teams. Great running back rooms. Massively improved offensive lines. I think the Jets could be a strength for their team. The Giants, it's going to be improved. It's going to be a good unit. I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to the strength for that team. They have defenses that I think are being underrated. The Jets, I think they're being underrated on defense because they were so overhyped for the last 3 years. They went from being one of the best defenses in the league. They're going to be the 85 Bears, blah, blah, blah. And now it's like we've overcorrected. And we're saying the defense isn't that good. They lost too many key pieces. And I'm sitting here saying they could be a lot better than people are giving them credit for. And then when I look at the Giants, on paper, I love that defense. The pass rush made up of Burns and Thibodeau and Abdul Carter and Dexter Lawrence. Middle linebacker with Micah McFadden and Bobby Okereke. Bobby Okereke is going to thrive with this group. You have young pieces in the secondary, like Tyler Newman, who's going to take a step. You signed one of maybe, in my opinion, one of the 4 best free agents in Javon Holland. You add a Debo, who's a really good, underrated corner. You have guys like Drew Phillips. You hope that Deonte Banks, can be serviceable. I really like this Giants defensive unit. their pass rush is going to give teams hell. And if the secondary isn't as good as we think, when you have a good pass rush, it can mask an average secondary. So there's a similarity there. There's similarities on the offensive line. There's similarities in the wide receiver room. I do think the Giants have a little bit more when it comes to weapons in the wide receiver room. But there's guys like Malachi Corley. I know he made that blunder last year when he dropped the ball at the goal line. But you have Malachi Corley. You have Garrett Wilson. Josh Reynolds is a serviceable wideout. You finally feel like you have something at tight end. Andrew Beck is a very modern fullback type. He's essentially a tight end. He started as a tight end. For the Giants, Malik Neighbors is there, Garrett Wilson. You have Darius Slayton and Wan'Dale Robinson. You hope one of these other wideouts sticks. Maybe it's Collins. Jalen Hyatt is a speedster. They're going to throw the ball deep a lot. So they have the pieces, even if they're not exciting, they have the pieces to impress. And offensive line has improved. And the one thing that both of these teams have, and I don't think there's a question about it, is good running back rooms. For the Giants, it's more quantity over quality. And for the Jets, it's more quality over quantity. Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary, and Scadaboo. I know Dante Miller has kind of garnered some hype in the preseason with his special teams play, but those three guys are all serviceable running backs. And for the Jets, I still trust Breece Hall. I still think he's a dynamic back. And for Braylon Allen, you hope he takes another step. Last year we were at Jets camp, and the one thing that stood out, outside of Fashanu being a giant, the one thing that stood out was how big Braylon Allen was. I've seen Derrick Henry play in person. This was like 2019. I went to Broncos, Titans. Ironically, it was when they benched Marcus Mariota, and that was when Tannehill really took off with that team. But, pregame, you see the guys doing all their things, and I'm like, where's Derrick Henry? And I couldn't notice him because he was blending in with the offensive linemen because he was that big. Braylon Allen is like that. He may not be as tall as Derrick Henry. I'm not sure what the measurables are, but he is a big back. So this Jets team is going to thrive in the run game. And how many times have we heard a team with a good offensive line and a formidable defense and a good run game can win football games? And the quarterback has to do his job. If Justin Fields is god-awful, they're not going to do anything. But there's also a guy who's rushed for 1,000 yards in a season before. So even if you don't trust his arm, maybe they could sneak some games out with some wins. And I hate this notion. I hate when the first thing that goes to people, it's the lamest thing to me, is tanking. And the way people are like, oh, they're going to win too many games. They're not going to get their quarterback. That's not true. The Giants got Jackson Dart at 20. Let's say he ends up being their quarterback. Yes, I get that they had the third pick, but they took Abdul Carter. Patrick Mahomes was like the 12th overall pick. Bo Nix was the 12th overall pick. I mean, the book is still out on him. So you want to win games. You want to build habits. I saw Carl Banks talking about it online, and I loved what he had to say because he was being like facetious, kind of being sarcastic about, somebody was talking about the roster and how the Giants are finally having to decide between good players to cut and not like the last few years where they're rounding out the roster and you're like, well, who cares who makes the roster and who doesn't? And now they have to make tough decisions. And he's like, oh, man, it's such a bad thing that they won games last year. It's like, no, these young players were able to build winning habits. So let's say, the point, I'm getting off on a tangent. The point is, let's say they do win too many games, quotation marks, that Justin Fields isn't the guy and they win 7, 8, 9 games. Well, you're building habits and you don't have to lock into this guy for the foreseeable future. But I think they can win games on the ground with a good defense, not turning the ball over, with good offensive line play. The expectation for both teams is different. when you look at the Giants, it's not about the season cannot be playoff or bust. The season has to be improvements. You know, on the baseline, just the baseline of quarterback play. You could say all you want about Russell Wilson. You could say all you want about Jameis Winston. And we'll get to Jackson Dart too, but I hope we don't see him this year. It has nothing to do with his ability, but the hope is you don't see him this year. Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson are, in my opinion, a great upgrade over what you had been trotting out there in Daniel Jones and Tommy DeVito. Think about it this way. Giant fans clamored for Tommy DeVito. All we heard about was Tommy DeVito, Tommy DeVito, Tommy DeVito. That's how bad the quarterback position had gotten. So this is going to be an upgrade no matter what way you spin it. You're very excited about what you've seen from Jackson Dart in the preseason. And I know a lot of people want to pour cold water on it. And I don't think Giant fans are anointing him to the Hall of Fame. I think they're excited about their quarterback, similar to, Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix in preseason last year. I've been very down. As a Broncos fan, I was very down on Bo Nix. I'm excited this year. They're not a guarantee for anything, in my opinion. But in the preseason, what got me excited was watching him look competent. For the first time, it looked like we had competent quarterback play. So you can be excited about that. It can be both ways. You don't know what he is and you still got to see, but you're excited about what he's giving you in meaningless preseason games. It's okay to say that. It's also okay not to overblow the struggles Justin Fields has had in the preseason. He's working on stuff. Another thing that has been exciting has been what I've seen from Evan Neal and Marcus, I think it's Mbow. I'm not sure how to say it, but the fifth-round rookie the Giants had. Yes, these guys are playing against more backups, but when it comes to the offensive line, there's intangibles and little things you like to see that can translate to the regular season. Now, their offensive line, as it sits right now, is Hudson, Runyon, Schmitz, Van Roten, and Illuminor, left to right. That's a good offensive line. Now you have two very serviceable backups. Obviously, I have to do my homework a little bit. I don't like Schlottman. I mean, I'm more familiar with him than most because of where he's played. But Evan Neal moving, look at what the Eagles did with Mekhi Becton, moving him to guard. And how much that helped them. And helped him in his maturation. And then he gets signed and he ends up with the Chargers where now he might have to play tackle. With the injuries they've had to Rashawn Slater and others. But Evan Neal looks way better, way more serviceable. Outside of one play where he got blown up on, I've liked everything I've seen from him. And I know I bring this back to my team a lot, but Garrett Bowles is one of the best tackles in all of football. And I hated him for 3 years. He was awful. And finally, he grew into his position and he flipped the switch. And now he's one of the best and all-pro caliber left tackle. So maybe, just maybe, Evan Neal, maybe he won't live up to the hype of being a first-round pick, but maybe he's a guy that's going to be a serviceable impact player on this offensive line. And you always need like 5 to 7. You need 5, obviously. You always need 6 to 7 guys on a line that you could count on at any moment. And that can't be your entire depth. So there's excitement here. The quarterback play on a baseline should be better than what it's been in the past. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to the Giants conversation, the Jets conversation, Mets, Yankees, all that. For Jackson Dart, is there a quarterback controversy actually happening with the Giants? Or are fans getting ahead of themselves? We'll dive into that. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 5 a.m.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off.
I like Soto. I mean, I like his attitude.
The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
The More to Move You summer sales event is on at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Don't miss exceptional offers on our most popular models. The versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 is just $229 per month for 33 months. Or lease the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50, now only $239 per month for 33 months. There's more to move you at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Click, shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Anthony Gallo. Back on the Fan. New York City. The number one city on the planet. Don't forget it. We've been talking football, baseball. We even talked a little bit of Knicks. It's a little too early to talk Knicks. Oh. Yeah. So we did talk football, and training camp coverage on WFAN is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. If you haven't noticed, I am not a pro when it comes to reading reads. I'm not a pro to reading in general, but I do have super producer Michael Fliegelman to tell me. It is why, if you did not notice, I'm not taking a shot at Chris here, but when Chris did the mornings, you know, it's one of those added things. I could do this with no prep, whatever I want. You know, it's very easy, and then you put something to read in front of me, and I get a little frantic. But yes, training camp football coverage on the Fan brought to you by Geico. And maybe, just maybe, Friendlies is listening. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to your calls in a second. For Jackson Dart, because I see it's brewing, and it's okay. It's totally fine I'm laughing. Somebody in this chat said I showered and got a haircut. I did not get a haircut. I have a man bun in right now. I always shower. You dunce. But thank you. I appreciate it. It was very kind. I look at the Jackson Dart situation, and I think there's two ways you could look at it. You can want to rush this kid into this spot, which I see a lot of guys pushing for that. Our guy Sean Marash already stomping his feet for that. I don't want to see Jackson Dart at all this season. I don't care what their record is. You have two veteran quarterbacks that can help, mature this kid, build him into something. If you're going to let him play, let it be week 17. Let it be week 16. I do not want to see this kid anywhere near football before late December. I get it. Some guys are just ready to play the game. So I'm going to use, Bo Nix as an example. Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix, there were no other options for these guys. Those teams were underachieving previous years with rosters that, many in the media and around the league thought were better than they actually were. So they stepped in day one. The option for, I don't know who the backup was for the Commanders last year. Mariota, thank you. Again, super producer. They had Mariota, and for the Broncos, it was Jarrett Stidham. Did we really think those were better options than trying the rookie quarterbacks? And both teams excelled well beyond they thought they would. I don't care what anyone tells you. There's no way the Commanders thought they could get to the NFC title game, and the Broncos thought they were going to make the playoffs. I do not believe that. So going forward, I don't think that the Giants rushing Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, I'm an idiot, Jackson Dart into the picture is good for anyone. You play Russell Wilson, you hope you win enough games to be in the hunt late or to show that this team is better than what it is, and you save Daboll and Shane's job, you're able to progress different guys, whether it's Malik Neighbors or Theo Johnson, the offensive line. You're able to build this team up so that next year, when you're ready to hand over the reins to Jackson Dart, he's ready to go, the roster's ready to go, and you move forward. So again, I don't want to see him week 1. I don't want to see him week 4. I don't want to see him at the bare minimum week 16 or 17, and that's it. Or 17 and 18, sorry. They play the Raiders. Honestly, you could throw 16 in there now that I'm looking at their schedule. They play the Vikings, Raiders, and Cowboys. If they're out of it, 2 wins, 3 wins, fine. And at that point, Dayball's probably gone anyway. But the goal is to build something. And you also do not want to stunt this kid's growth by throwing him into the fire. And if you don't see him at all this year, that probably means one of the 2 veteran quarterbacks has stepped up and done their jobs. 888-808-1019, Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Phil in Tom's River. What's going on, Phil?
What's going on, Anthony? How you doing tonight, my brother?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
I'm doing good, bro. I think I called you up before the draft, and I said the Giants got to be bold. They got to move up, take a quarterback, and they got to do something with this team. Well,
you did, Phil. I actually remember it because I think, what my discussion was, is it possible that they could get one of Hunter and Carter and then trade up to get a quarterback, and they did.
Yes. Well, anyway, so you said that Washington didn't have anybody, Denver didn't have anybody. The Giants signed Russell Wilson because they didn't have anybody. They weren't going to reach for a quarterback, and if Jackson Dart didn't fall to him, I think Russell Wilson is your starting quarterback all year, no doubt about it, if you have another guy. This kid, now listen, I'm a Giant fan since 1982. I've been watching the Giants. I've never seen a quarterback for the Giants in my life have control of a second team with guys that probably aren't making a team. They had a good offensive line out there. Mebo and those guys are good. But the Giants signed Russell Wilson just in case they didn't have the rookie quarterback.
Phil,
now they got him. Now, I'm not saying I want to see him right away, but listen, man, week 6, week 5, week 6, you saw Tomlin, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields started. I'm not saying Russell Wilson was hurt, though.
To be fair, Russell Wilson was hurt to start the season. And Phil, you're making a good point. I'll say this much. You are making a good point. I do think that the Giants, you're right, they did sign both those guys. I don't think they signed Russ or Jameis individually because they weren't sure they were getting a rookie quarterback. I think they signed both just in case they didn't get the rookie quarterback. But also...
Oh, exactly. I agree with you.
I think that they were steadfast because I've heard the reports they don't want to trade Jameis Winston. They want a big haul for Jameis Winston if they're going to trade him. I think that's because they want to gel this kid and mold him into the player they want. And you've heard Dayball. He's not even letting it creep into the minds of fans that anyone but Russell Wilson is starting week 1. But you're not, Phil, you are as right as you could be. I am not pushing back on that. I do think that they had a plan and they're executing it right now. But, if they're out of it, if they have 2 wins going into week 16 or 17, sure, I'll start him then. I don't want to see him early in the season. I want them to develop this kid the right way.
I listen, if everything falls into place and it's the Giants are 4-5 after 9 games, I'm keeping Russell Wilson in. But if the Giants are 3-6, 2-7, now they got to see. Now Dabo's got to prove to Mara, listen, I got this rookie quarterback. Watch him. I told you I needed my rookie quarterback. Now throw him in there. Now, I'm not saying it's going to equal into wins, but I think that's why Mara brought him back because they saw what he did with Josh Allen.
Yeah, I agree.
Now he's got his rookie quarterback.
Well, that's the thing is too, Phil, and I appreciate the call. Great call by Phil. Even if we differ a little bit on where they're going, they need to develop this kid the right way. And I think that the key to doing that is also being able to retain consistency, continuity, and keeping Dayball, keeping Shane. I like Dayball a little bit more than Shane, but I do like Joe Shane. I think he's done a better job than most have given him credit for. Because when they stepped in, they were behind the 8 ball by so much. The Cap, Daniel Jones, all of these things were working against them. And I'm never going to criticize a team for winning like they did early. But you have the guy. This is the tough situation they're in because they can't win 5 games. And Dayball's not. If they only win 5 games, no matter how competent they look, Dayball's gone. Shane is gone. So that's the question I ask you guys. 888-808-1019. What constitutes a successful season for both these teams, the Jets and the Giants? And for the Giants, is it just winning enough to retain the coach and the GM? And as far as their season is, the schedule, I look at some of these teams, the Commanders and the Chiefs, their first 5 games, the Commanders and the Chiefs are the teams that scare me the most. What do we think the Cowboys actually are right now? We don't know. Yes, they were ravaged by injuries last year, but it's not like everyone was sitting so highly about them. And the Chargers are banged up. I think Justin Herbert is severely overrated. And just like the Broncos and the Steelers in the AFC, I don't think the Chargers are one of those teams I don't think is a lock to get back to the playoffs. So who's to say the Giants can't beat them at home? And then the Saints stink. So if they go 2-3 to start the season, is that not a win? It's also, we always hear about it, the first 4 weeks of the season are like the new preseason. Okay. What if they start the season off and steal a game from the Commanders, the Cowboys, or the Chiefs? I think you got to win one of those first 3 games. And then the Chargers and the Saints, you got to take care of business before you face off, Eagles, Broncos, Eagles, and Niners. And the Niners, too. They had to pay a lot of guys. They've lost a lot of guys. After that, you have the Bears. They're not a lock for anything. And then later in the season, you play the Patriots, you play the Vikings, you play the Raiders. Are any of those teams a lock for anything? And I'm not saying the Giants are going to be favored in these games, but we act like we haven't seen teams win games that, we did the old Mike and the Mad Dog thing. That's a win. That's a loss. We act like the preseason predictions are always how they turn out. Week 1, handle business against the Commanders and watch how differently the season changes. That Commanders team should be one of the 4 best teams in the NFC. But if they take a huge step back, I would not be shocked. And it doesn't have to deal with the quarterback, just the team in general. They played a schedule that was favorable to them last year. They have a lot of new pieces. Anything can happen. Dave in Franklin Square. What's going on, Dave?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, man?
I agree with a lot of the things you said about the Giants. I just think there's a blueprint in place, and I think too many people are getting overzealous. Jackson Dart, I think, is going to be great. Patrick Mahomes learned behind Alex Smith. I watched an interview with him.
He played that last game of the season, I think. That
last game of the season. But what he learned from Alex Smith, who never won a Super Bowl, he was a great professional, but he learned which tapes to watch on Tuesdays. He asked a lot of questions of Alex Smith. He's going to get to watch Russell Wilson play ball and ask questions while it's happening next to Jameis Winston, who's a Heisman Trophy winning. Wasn't the greatest professional, but he is a Heisman Trophy winning. They got 2 of the best things in place for this kid, who's got all the talent in the world. The Giants don't expect to make the playoffs. If they go 7 and whatever how many games they play now,
7-10.
There's a blueprint in place. I don't think Shane and Daboll are in trouble of losing their job this year because they had a great draft. This is their team now. You can't put a 22-year-old kid. Look at how many times the Jets drafted a Geno Smith, a Sam Darnold, a Zach Wilson, and it gave up on him because the coach was in trouble or the GM had pressure on him to win now. And now look at these guys, what they're doing. I wouldn't doubt Zach Wilson to come out when Tua Tagovailoa gets another concussion and have a great season because he's got good people in place.
And I appreciate the call, Dave. I'll push back on that last thing. Zach Wilson stinks. But I agree with what he said. Jameis Winston, I'll put it this way. Everyone loves Justin Herbert. They love this kid. He could do no wrong. He's accomplished nothing. He could do no wrong. I saw this graphic the other day, and it was like, Justin Herbert has like the most yards in NFL history through like a certain amount of games. Jameis Winston was 3rd on that list. So, how do we evaluate the quarterback position when we cherry pick these stats for some guys? But my point is with that, any chance I could take a shot at Justin Herbert, I will. Jameis Winston is an accomplished quarterback. He's not a winning quarterback. He's been in the league a long time. He's been a veteran. He loves the game of football. He knows how to prepare. That is good for Jackson Dart. I actually think that Jameis Winston is looking at a coaching career in the future, too. So I do think that he wants to coach this guy up. I saw him at training camp. He's clearly friendly with DeVito and Jackson Dart. He's clearly talking to them. You could see it when they were running drills, and Russ is taking the first team snaps. And Russell Wilson, for all his flaws, is a Hall of Fame, well, I think a future Hall of Fame quarterback. It's not really a debate. And we can debate it if you want, but it's not something I want to get into. But he's a guy who's won Super Bowls. He's had ups and downs. His first year in Denver was a disaster. That second year in Denver was not as bad as people make it out to be. They were in the playoff hunt late with a severely flawed roster. And he made the playoffs last year with a good run game and a good defense and a decent offensive line. Is that not something we could see the Giants being this year? And I'm not saying to get ahead of yourself and think they're making the playoffs. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Eric in Ronkonkoma. What's going on, Eric?
I'm in Gallo. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
I'm doing all right. Nice early morning, nice and crisp out here. Excellent. We got a kind of sleeping weather, really, but I got to work, unfortunately. But, but before I get into the football that you were just talking about, and I'll throw a couple of fun football movies out there since that was the theme yesterday for a lot of movies. I don't know if they were brought up. Maybe I missed it, but one is The Replacements.
Oh, yeah. It did not get brought up, but it's a great movie.
Okay. Yep. And the other one is Necessary Roughness, if you've ever seen that. With,
very good.
Scott Bakula.
And you texted me about the program, which I mentioned a little bit. Program's great. Underrated movie.
Yeah.
The football's there's a lot of good ones up there.
Yep.
So what about the Jets and the Giants?
Look, so you touched on it, and I've been saying it as well, too, as far as the early part of the schedule, because, as we've seen, look what happened 2 years ago. Rodgers gets hurt in the first series, and yet they still end up beating Buffalo, right? You had the Giants ended up winning that week one against Tennessee. Nobody figured that was, that would happen. All I've been hearing now, look, I don't know what to expect, from the Jets this year. You've heard a lot of somewhat just kind of blah about the Jets preseason so far performance. But, everybody's sitting there saying that they're going to get annihilated and Rodgers is going to throw 5 touchdowns in week one. And I'm like, it's week one.
Exactly. It's week one. It's not like Rodgers. I think Jeff fans overblew how good Rodgers was last year because he wasn't that good. He wasn't. And he wasn't the reason why they missed the playoffs or didn't win games. Early on in the season, he was killing them. He had one really great game to end the season. And I'm not saying he's not better than Justin Fields. What I'm saying is that team is not a lock to win anything. Just like I was saying with the Chargers, the Broncos, the AFC has like 3 teams, maybe 4, because you have to include one AFC South team, whoever it is, the Colts, the Texans, whoever wins, the Jaguars.
Right.
But then the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Bills, in whatever order or whatever way that they get in, they're the only teams I'm saying are locked to make the playoffs. Everything else is wide open.
Oh, absolutely. And look, I know you're down on Herbert as far as, saying he's overrated. I'll tell you one thing, I certainly would want him on the Jets, though, for sure.
That's fair, but everyone anoints this guy God's gift to football, and I understand
he's a check
down king. They consistently, he's blown playoff games, he's lost playoff games. It's not like that team is lacking talent. When he came in, it was this elite offense. Oh, look, they got Keenan Allen and they got, Williams, and look at the defense on the other side with Bosa and Mack and all the corners. And then it was when they didn't succeed, it was everyone but his fault. And he got 2 coaches fired. Now he's on his 3rd coach. I'm sorry. I'm not saying the guy's a bad quarterback, but I've heard people try to say he's better than some of the elite guys in the league that win. He needs to do something for me.
Right. But, you mentioned as far as the Giants, again, going back to the schedule, if you're going to want to see Kansas City, it's definitely within, with the beginning of the season. that's when teams get picked off.
Right.
I mean, who knows if Cincinnati didn't start off so poorly last year, in the first month, who's to say that they wouldn't have been?
Well, look at them at the end of the year. They were red hot, and I thought they were.
Yep.
And everyone could get mad, but you have to play who you're playing. And everyone got mad at the way the Broncos got into the playoffs. I didn't. And you got to play who you play. They didn't play well early, right. But perfect example. I want to go back to the point you made about the Chiefs. How many times do we start the year and we're like, I don't think the Chiefs are that good this year? And that's usually the range. They'll lose a game to the Giants, and we're all going to be questioning Patrick Mahomes and is Travis Kelce focused on football, blah, blah, blah. So, of course, anyone can win any of these games early. The Ravens lost some. They lost to the Raiders early on last year. Like, anything can happen early in the season, and those early wins can change a team's fortune going in. The Steelers and the Broncos are perfect examples. Last year, they won games early they probably shouldn't have won. The Broncos blew out the Buccaneers. They were not better than the Buccaneers last year.
Right. And if you could steal a couple of wins in the beginning, let's say the first 5 weeks, you grab a couple of wins no one expected. Next thing you know, you're playing a team that seemed dominant but might have picked up a couple of injuries along the way. And now the whole season is looking different. So,
well, I appreciate the call, Eric. I got to let you go just because we're up against it. The Chargers are banged up right now. The Chiefs just lost one of their pass rushers. The Cowboys, Cowboys are a perfect example. I'm down on the Cowboys. I was a little bit higher on the Cowboys last year. I'm down on them this year. But the Cowboys were decimated by injuries last year, and it completely changed their entire season. Before anything ever happened to Dak, they lost 1 million guys on defense. And the experts are always picking these games. Like, the experts are never wrong. Of course. You can look at this schedule all you want. The strength of schedule, predictions go out the window after week 1. And I'm not saying the Giants are a playoff team. I'm not saying the Jets are a playoff team. I am saying they're both better than people are giving them expectations for. And this notion, I keep seeing it a lot, that they may not win a game before November. They play the Saints. The Saints might be the worst team in football. And again, the Chargers and the Broncos are not locks for anything. And they play the Chargers at home. Do we really believe the Cowboys have it all figured out? On paper, yeah, sure. I think the Cowboys are better. And the Commanders had a great year last year. How many times have we seen teams make that giant leap and then the next year take a huge step back? If the Texans didn't play in the AFC South, they wouldn't have made the playoffs last year. And we were all in on C.J. Stroud. Remember Blake Bortles? Like, we got to take a step back and realize that we can't get too crazy and say the Giants are a lock to make the playoffs, but you also don't have to just write them off. This is the best Giants team on paper. Yeah, you could say Saquon isn't here. This is the best Giants team on paper in the Shane and Daboll era. And that's a fact. It does not mean they're going to win a playoff game or make the playoffs, but they are going to be competitive. 888-808-1019. What is a successful season to you guys for the Jets and the Giants? Their expectations are different. Their goals are different. They're at 2 different points in the roster building, culture building process. Daboll and Shane have been here. Aaron Glenn and Darren Moogie are just starting. One team has multiple, long-term vets at quarterback. The other one has a project in Justin Fields, who's going into, his 5th season. So what is a successful season to you? For me, for the Giants, 7 to 9 wins, competent football. If you win 7 games and 3 or 4 of those losses were one-possession games, you look like you're in it to the end, that's successful to me. It's about growing and getting better. You can't just have a never-ending cycle of coaches and GMs. And for the Jets, I don't know I guess 7 to 10 wins, but the goal for the Jets should be somewhere in the hunt when you get to those last 5 weeks of the season. Because they have the makings of a good defense. Not a great defense, but a good defense. They have an offensive line that should be massively improved. They should be a top, 10 unit in the league. And for their, they have a good run game. They have the stud wideout. They finally have something at tight end. You hope that Justin Fields does his job. But with a good run game, a good offensive line, and a formidable defense, anything can happen. But for the Jets, here's the differences. If the Jets win 5 games or win 4 games, and they look a little bit different. If they're winning 5 games and they lose like 3 or 4 games where they're in it late or it's one-possession games, we're going to look at it a lot different than if it's the Giants. The Giants might be at the end of the road with the coach and the GM. Let's hope not. 888-808-1019. Charles in Rumson, what's going on, Charles?
Jeez, I want to talk about the Giants.
You can still talk to the Yankees. If you want to get your Giants point in too, you can.
Okay, cool. All right, so I was talking to a super producer, and I just came up with a list, barring the Yankees make the playoffs.
Right.
So one Trenchy, 2 Judge. This is a starting lineup.
Okay.
3 Bellinger, 4 Stanton, 5 Rice, and he's catching. 6 Chisholm, 7 Goldschmidt, first base. Obviously, McMahon, 8, and Volpe. So on your bench, you're going to have Wellesley, Babby, Rosie, and J.Z. Dominguez.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean,
that's strong. It's strong.
Who was your leadoff hitter again? I'm sorry. You said it was Trent Grisham?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I mean, that's strong. I'm towards the end of the season, they got to start pulling this lineup out. It's a powerhouse lineup. That's the best lineup I think that we have.
Well, and what you said there that excites me is when you look at the bench, you're like, all right, earlier in the year, we were like, they're kind of thin, but now you have a lineup that we could trust. The back end gets a little weak, but every lineup does. And then you have guys like Caballero, you have Austin Wells, you have Dominguez, where you're not relying on them every day, but you do have them off the bench.
Yeah. Absolutely, too. It's and to be honest with you, if you a lot of these, are Yankee fans that listen to your show or whatever it is, they don't know the other teams' rosters, really. They know the Yankees or the Mets rosters. They don't know
but
Boston's that's fine. Or the Blue Jays. So they don't know their depth as well as they know the Yankees' depth. So they can sit here and complain all day. But
I'll tell you this much:
it's a pretty strong lineup.
Yeah, it is, and I think I guess it's a little easier too because I am not a Yankee fan for me to be a little bit more optimistic. But when you look at the Blue Jays, listen. The stats don't tell the whole story, but you look at that Blue Jays lineup, and it's not like their stats are jumping off the page that there's some juggernaut of a lineup. Their starting pitching,
they're not.
Their starting pitching's been a little bit more reliable the second half of the year and consistent, but it's not like they're trotting out 5 aces out there.
Well, they're not, but also, like you said, their lineup, too. It's Bichette stepped his game up this year, so his power numbers are up. Glad, no. His power numbers are actually down. He's come up, halfway through the season. He's playing much better. Springer, he's reliable, but, after those 3 players, who else are you really scared of? You know what I mean? Those are your guys that are going to scare you.
Right. And real quick, just because we're about to go to break, do you have a Giants take too, you said?
Yeah. I thought they put in Daniel Jones a little early, and they should have let Eli play that season out. I think they should let Russell play as long as he can, and I think he's going to do well for the Giants. And Jackson Dart he's a prized possession. Let's baby this kid.
I agree.
Just let him.
Charles, I agree. And great call, man. I agree. And listen, he played 13 games, Daniel Jones, his first season. And he was probably better than, outside of the 2022 season, it was probably his best season. He threw the ball a lot more. they had 450. He had 459 attempts in 13 games, as opposed to 16 games in 2022, where he had 472. 24 touchdowns to 15 touchdowns. He was a bit more accurate the later he goes, but it wasn't terrible. The goal should be not to see Jackson Dart. That should be the goal. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to the calls. Everything's on the table. Jets, Giants, Mets, Yankees. What consists of a positive season for you if you're a Giants or Jets fan? Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 5 a.m.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
As a manager, getting to know his potential closer, I'm pretty sure this guy's going to get the first crack at it. He let this guy go out and finish the job, and I'm telling you, that type of stuff the team can build off of.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
With baseball in full swing, there's never a dull moment or a shortage of thrills in this league. The thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it into Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. The Yankees moving up the standings without having to lift a finger. The Red Sox and Mariners both losing last night, so the Yankees jump up into a tie with both for the 3 wildcard spots in the American League. Just another thing going right of late for the Bombers. They've won 5 of 6, and Ahmed Rosario is expected to return from the injured list for their series opener with the Rays tonight. Meanwhile, the Mets snapped their ugly funk, winning over the Mariners Saturday and Sunday. Francisco Lindor was named the NL Player of the Week. Lindor just hit .560 with 3 home runs last week. The Mets, they play 3 in Washington, D.C. starting tonight. Still no word on the MRI that Francisco Alvarez underwent yesterday. Alvarez injured his thumb sliding into second base on Sunday night. The Reds, they are now within a game of the Mets for that final wild card spot. It's the Reds with a 4-1 win over the Angels. Other Mets news, they requested waivers to grant pitcher Paul Blackburn his unconditional release. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Anthony Gallo, back on fame. 888-808-1019. If you miss any of the show, check out the Odyssey app. Use the rewind function. We can always hop on the YouTube stream if you're too scared to call, or hit me up on the socials. I'm on X at @PicoDay_Gallo and PicoDeGallo24 on IG. You know, we've talked Mets, Yankees, Jets, Giants. There's a lot of exciting things happening. It's always exciting. You know, it's twofer. It's bittersweet. The football season means the end of summer, but then it's football season. But the Mets give you a glimmer of hope this weekend, and you hope it leads to something bigger than that. And the Yankees are finally playing consistently good baseball for the last 2 weeks, and you hope that continues. But both teams have everything right in front of them. And for the Jets and the Giants, it's okay to dream a little bit. It's okay to get a little excited. You don't have to jump from Jackson Dart being an exciting prospect to Hall of Famer. But you can get excited about the prospect of competent football for Big Blue. About the Jets starting a new era and feeling like they're doing the right stuff. They're not trying to rush from A to Z. 888-808-1019. Tony in Montreal. What's up, Tony?
How you doing, Gallo?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
I'm doing well. I like your walk-up music. I always love your walk-up music. It's great. Last time it was, I think, Earth, Wind, and Fire, right?
Yes,
Am I right about that?
I'm a huge Earth, Wind, and Fire. This was Tommy Rickman, who, you know, I do enjoy. You know, I'm very eclectic. The only thing I don't listen to, and this is not a shot at people who like country music, I don't listen to country music. That's about it.
I like I like it all, man. My son got me into country music, but it's all right, man.
I can't do it.
I love the vibe, though, on that tune that you just played. I don't know what that was, though. You said it was what? Tommy what?
Tommy Rickman. It's The Devil Is a Lie is the name of the song.
Yeah, it might apply to me. The Devil's Alive right here in Montreal, man. I love that.
No, Devil is a lie, like liar.
Oh, a lie. Okay, sorry. I thought it was The Devil Was Alive.
No.
Anyway, listen, Gallo, you put a smile on my face. So I just want to ask you a question. You know, they sat Volpe, and I know you're a Mets fan, and I'm a Yanks fan, but okay, they sat him down. They made it sound like it was like the catastrophic event. Is it just like to give him a break because he played 46 in a row? Because I've been following the Yanks, and they drafted a kid by the name of George Lombard Jr.
He's their top prospect.
He's rated. Yeah, he's rated 26, and he was drafted in 23, and he's in Double A. And they're saying, well, he's doing okay, not as well as he did in High A. But is he a real prospect, Gallo? Is he something that could fit at third base? Or they call him an infielder. I don't know what that means. Is he a second baseman, a shortstop, a third baseman? What's going on with that?
So first, let me answer the first question. Volpe really just sat Sunday. I think they were giving him a breather because he played Friday, he played Saturday. For Lombard. Yeah. And shout out to my guy, Hector Beauchamp at Latino Sports. He kind of put me onto this. They drafted Lombard in the first round the year that they called up Volpe. And it doesn't mean that it was an indication on what Volpe was doing. And, Tony, I got to let you go, unfortunately, because there's a lot of background noise there. It's not that it was an indication on anything that they might have believed in Volpe. But for all intents and purposes, this guy, Lombard, if they would have let him go to college, and I think it was Vanderbilt he was going to go to, if they would have let him go to college, he would have been a top 3 pick the next year. So the Yankees believed in him. And I also think it was an indication that, not that they didn't believe in Volpe, but maybe they thought Volpe wasn't going to reach the heights that they hoped for. So you get a Lombard. So let's say Volpe's fine. You can move him to third. You can move him to second if you really wanted to play Lombard at short. Or if Volpe is serviceable and a good role player, he doesn't have to live up to the status that he once had. But if he's a good role player, you play Lombard at second or third. But that's looking down the line. He's not, I got to break the Yankee fans, I don't think he'll be here next year. Spencer Jones, yeah, he should be here next year. But as far as Volpe goes, I don't think we see him, move from that position until he's completely done with, controllable, the Yankees controlling him. For Lombard, I want to he's young. You don't want to rush these guys up. It's like how Met fans are with Jet Williams. Jet Williams will probably be up next year, but the guy hasn't played a full season yet, healthy. And we're talking about him saving the season. And for Volpe, he's not going to be the starting shortstop guaranteed next year. I'll tell you that much. But they're going to have to address third base, whether it's McMahon or somebody else. But for Volpe, he's still got 3 years left of arbitration. So they're not going to rush away from him if they still have any faith in Anthony Volpe. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Stuart in Brooklyn. What's going on, Stuart?
The tickets are still there, baby.
The tickets are still there, Stu.
Hey, Anthony, I'm a little bit more confident now. Now that they've started to put things together, string some wins, get a sweep in St. Louis, which it wasn't a great accomplishment, but they got it done.
You got to beat the teams in front of you, Stu.
And that's what they have to do. And one more thing. Maybe the fact that they put him in a low leverage situation, he might be able to succeed, Mr. Williams.
Oh, I agree. Devin Williams is way more suited for what he's in right now to get his confidence back than being the closer or high leverage guy.
No, he can't be high leverage. Mr. Alonso took care of that last year.
But also, to be fair, Stu, before, and I know I've repeated this a lot, before they traded Josh Hader in Milwaukee, he was the setup man, Williams. He wasn't the closer. And he only had one full season of closing. Last year, we didn't see him, I don't know if it was late July or early August, but we didn't see Devin Williams till late.
No.
So I don't know. I think that And I appreciate the call, Stu. I think that they've benefited. They bring in Bednar and you bring in Duvall. Obviously you bring in Jake Bird as well, but he is not on the roster right now. But you're bringing Bednar and you bring in Duvall, and I think it's benefited guys like Devin Williams and Luke Weaver, De Los Santos. You're eventually going to get back Cruz. You're going to get back Cruz, hopefully, in the next couple weeks. Ryan Yarborough, either now or early September. Loizaga, hopefully. He should be in play. This is the reports as of August 12th, that Loizaga should be in play by the 1st of September. Yarborough had a rehab game earlier last week, so you hope that he's probably going to get a little bit of work. It might even be today. I got to look. And then for Fernando Cruz, he pitched on the 14th. He pitched on the 17th, and he's going to pitch today, hopefully, and then he might be activated. So they are getting guys healthy, and their bullpen is now stacked. Devin Williams hasn't given up a run in 4 outings. I know one of those is a very short outing. Luke Weaver's been great. Bednar is your closer. So the hope is, like I said, the Yankees have everything out in front of them. 20, let me get the number up here for you. I think I would memorize it by now. 22 of their 38 games are against teams under 500. The last 13 games of the season are against teams under 500. And the last 6 games, all at home, against teams under 500. The bullpen is pitching great. The rotation outside of Fried is pitching great. And the bats are hot. Everything is right in front of them. They're going to make the playoffs. The goal is, or the question is, how far can they actually go? Where will they be when the playoffs start? They're currently tied for the first wild card spot, but because of the fact that they have one less loss than the Red Sox and the Mariners, they have the tiebreaker for now because they technically have a better record. But if every team, they're all, the Yankees are 67 and 57, the Red Sox and Mariners are 68 and 58. If they were all 68 and 58, the Red Sox would be in first, I believe, because of the fact they hold the head-to-head against the Yankees. They are 2 games back, 1 in the loss column, of having the 3rd best record in the AL. They're 5 games back of the Blue Jays with 3 games left to play against them. They got 3 games against the Blue Jays and 7 against the Red Sox. They could do some damage against these division opponents. Division opponents that they've struggled to keep up with. Why can't this team go on a run? Everything is working in their favor. Even if you went by the eye test, take away going by stats and the record. If you went by the eye test, you see when they're in the field playing defense, they're more competent. They're making the easy plays. They're making the hard plays. When they're running the bases, they're fundamentally sound. They're being aggressive without being reckless. They are not getting thrown out. They aren't running themselves in the outs. They're gelling at the right time. Literally, the only guy of importance right now that's not, I guess you want to say Volpe, you could throw that out there, but the only guy really not doing his job right now is Max Fried. And if they get Max Fried going, this is the team we thought they were. This is the team I thought could compete for a World Series. And I'm not saying they're at that point yet, but it looks like they're building towards something. Maybe they go on a run. Max Fried also, in his last start, struggled early. He settled down late. He retired 11 of 12 batters at one point. You got to think that builds a little bit of confidence going into his next start. I think it would be against the Red Sox. So let's look that up. Pitching probables. So we have today it's Rodon versus Shane Baz, and then Cam Schlittler against Drew Rasmussen. Rodon's been great. Over his last 15 starts, he's had a sub 3.5 ERA. I had to double check it, but it's something about that. Let's see. Actually, I can just click here and tell you the exact number. His last 15 starts, he's got a 3.31 ERA. He's 7-4 with a 1.1 whip, and his opponent's batting average against is way down. I mean, on the season, his opponent's batting average against is 186. That's the best he's had in his career. 2021, he made 24 starts and had a 189 average against. His whip was crazy good that year, though. But his whip's a 1.06. That's nothing to frown upon. And then you get Cam Schlittler to end the two-game series. He's been serviceable. He's a good back-end guy. He's got a strong arm, maybe a guy that ends up being in the bullpen for them. And then you go from there. I mean, it doesn't list the exact order of the Yankees rotation, but you're obviously getting Will Warren, Luis Gil. It'll probably be Gil, Fried, and Warren. So you get Lucas Giolito, Bayo, and Garrett Crochet in that series to start against the Red Sox. So you like how they match up. And for their rotation, Will Warren's been great. Like I said, Rodon's been great. You know, Luis Gil's just coming back from injury. But his last two starts have been really good. You know, he's made 3 starts this year. The first one, 3 1/3, 5 earned runs. He had 4 walks, which is really what killed him. But then against Houston, 5 1/3, 6 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and a strikeout. Against St. Louis, where he got the win, 5 1/3, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. You have to be excited about where this team could go. And before we go to break, let's bring up Will Warren's stats just so I can hammer home the point a little bit more. I mean, Will Warren, in his last 7 starts, has a 3.16 ERA. You know, against St. Louis, he had 1 earned run in that start. It was 4 2/3, 6 hits, 1 earned run, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. The error is what cost him. Against Minnesota, I know a lesser opponent, 6 2/3, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 7 strikeouts, no walks. Against Texas, 3 hits, no earned runs, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. How can you not start thinking that maybe they're building something here? And if Max Fried gets going, the sky's the limit for this team. When you look at what the bullpen's turned into and how elite it's been, in 6 2/3 innings, Bednar hasn't given up any runs his last 6 games. Weaver in his last 7 games, 8 innings, has not given up any runs. I mean, Cam Schlittler's last 2 starts have been great. Camilo Duvall is the guy in the bullpen that struggled the most in that time frame. Tim Hill's been good. Mark Leiter's getting back to healthiness. There's reason to believe that maybe, just maybe, the Yankees are turning a corner. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan, filling in for C-Mac. The city's biggest indoor pickleball event is coming back October 10th and 11th, and it will sell out. Sign up for the fun or for the cash prizes. Go to 1010wins.com/pickleball for all the info. The pickleball tournament is presented by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today at shopnissanusa.com. We'll go to the break. We'll come back. We'll continue the calls, all the conversation. Anthony Gallo till 5 a.m.
Here's a high drive right field. Line drive, goodbye.
The Yankees head to Tampa to play the Rays. 7:35 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all of the action. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. When you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
Connect with a local divorce attorney today. Text Joe22 to 32 32 32. 866-323-7529. 250 Paley, Saddlebrook. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
At Hanover Bank, we're more than just your bank. We're your neighbor. Our decisions are made locally by people who live and work right here in your community and who understand what matters most to you. And your deposits, they stay local, benefiting the businesses, homes, families, and futures that make our towns thrive. We believe in true relationship banking, individual service, and commitment to community. Visit HanoverBank.com to learn more today. That's HanoverBank.com. Hanover Bank, forward together.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Anthony Gallo, back on the fan. Filling in for C-Mac. Don't forget it, Gallo. Make sure if you talk to him in 2 weeks, you let him know that every night I let you guys know that I'm filling in for the great C-Mac, Chris McMonagle, as he traverses the hills of Palermo, searching for Maximus's statues he buried in the sand. Is it Maximus, right? Because I couldn't remember if that was the bad guy, Joaquin Phoenix's character. Or
no, he's Proximo.
Proximo, okay, yeah. So, Maximus, I always laugh because the first time I ever went to Italy, my uncle's like, you think we could find those statues he buried?
So he's Commodus. Joaquin Phoenix is Commodus.
But Maximus is Russell Crowe's character.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the second one yet, but it's on my list.
It's bad.
Bad? Man. Well, that's disappointing.
Maybe not. I shouldn't say bad. It's not as good as anybody was hoping.
No.
Denzel is incredible. He's about it.
It's baseline. Denzel's. You know what? I'll put it this way. I think Denzel's better than Pedro Pascal, but Pedro Pascal can do no wrong in a movie for me. So I've seen some bad movies with him.
He's horribly underused in Gladiator 2. He's good. He is just barely
Denzel?
in it. No, Pedro Pascal.
He's in that also?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I got to watch it.
This is not a spoiler because the one really main returning character from the first one is Connie Nielsen's character, Commodus' sister, who obviously had the fling with Maximus.
Yeah.
He is now her husband.
Okay. All right. So that makes sense.
And I knew Proximo was something. The old guy who, like Maximus, who he ran the Gladiators, that was Proximo.
Okay. Look at you, man, at pulling these out here. I was so nervous yesterday to say Maximus because I was like, I don't know if that's the character's name, but I want to watch it still. Denzel and Pedro Pascal. I mean, all you need is De Niro or Leonardo DiCaprio, and you have my 4 favorite actors in there.
It's worth watching just for the Denzel performance.
I'll check it out then. Well, before I have a question, I want to talk to you about the Jets real quick, but Pedro Pascal is in a horror comedy that is like C-level. It's called Blood-Sucking Bastards, which is actually funnier than you would think, but he's great in it. So it's like he's one of those guys who is funnier. I don't think anyone's in it that's notable outside of him, and it's such a weird movie for him to be in. Like, I don't know if he directed it or had stake in it, but he's in it, and it's weird. It's a very, low-budget comedy.
I'll give him credit. 1, he's good in everything I see him in. 2, the man must work a lot because he's in, 4 or 5 movies that came out just this summer, plus The Last of Us.
He was in The Last of Us, which I loved, and everyone who crushed the second season is a loser. I mean, you're allowed your opinion, but you're wrong. But and then he's in. I saw Materialist, which he's like a co-star in it. It's really Chris Evans and the girl from
Dakota Johnson.
Yes, I couldn't remember what was it, 50 Shades of Grey that she's in, and then he's in Fantastic Four. Was he in something else? I feel like there's one other movie he's in.
He was in Eddington.
Which is supposed to be awesome.
And that was with Joaquin Phoenix, Commodus. We brought it back full circle.
Oh, how about, that's what we call being professional radio stars. Also, he's in one other movie that came out this summer. It was something, I looked crappy. It was like it's on HBO Max, I saw. Freaky Tales. I don't know what it's about, but I saw that too. He must never take a day off. But more so, look at that. It's full circle. And Pedro Pascal is going to play the Jets quarterback this season. I haven't gotten to talk to you. My favorite part about doing this shift this week, when I actually saw the schedule and you were on it, was that we got to hang out a little bit. I could bother you in break with all my terrible takes. But where are you with the Jets this year? What is your expectation?
So I renounced my Jets fandom earlier in the offseason. I'm done until Woody Johnson is gone. And now I can just sit back and laugh. These people trying to talk themselves into Justin Fields as a quarterback. Have fun, man. The guy stinks. He's been bad his entire time in the NFL. We know he's not a pro-style quarterback. There are good pieces on this Jets team. I think the worst thing that could happen to the Jets is they surprise and maybe win 6, 7, 8 games, especially if they play well towards the end of the season, because I think Aaron Glenn is going to tighten up a lot of the nonsense that was going on there. I don't think people truly understand how bad Robert Saleh was as a head coach and how bad the coaching staff was. Robert Saleh was and probably still is a great defensive coordinator, and he ran the defense well, but overall the elements of what he had to do as a head coach, both leading up to the games, leadership, and then during games, he was horrible at all of it. So even if Aaron Glenn is not that good, he'll be an improvement. And I think he has a chance to be good. That's the worst thing that can happen to the Jets this year is if they get that first-year bump. They need a quarterback. I'm so sick and tired of people pretending that other stuff in the NFL matters even a fraction as much.
I am one of those people. But my thing is here. If they show you that they have something, doesn't that mean the draft capital they have in the future is less valuable so they could just trade up to get the quarterback they need?
Yeah, but that doesn't always work out. You can want to trade up. The Giants wanted to trade up last year. What happened? The teams who were in front of them said, yeah, no thank you. Trading up requires somebody else being stupid.
I understand.
And I don't want to count on somebody else being stupid. There are a lot of stupid teams out there, so you might get lucky, but I would rather just be in position to take the guy that if I draft a GM, and it's again, I think Glenn will be better than Saleh. Ultimately, I think these teams hiring defensive coaches are wasting their time. You're not going to win a Super Bowl. You need an offensive coach. It's why I love what the Giants are doing. Offensive coach picks his quarterback. They build a team around him and that identity and that plan. That's how you win in the NFL.
And they're trusting him, which I think is tough to do in the NFL, but it's smart. Now, I got to ask you this, because you're wearing your Taylor Swift shirt. You got to do one thing for me. You cannot be like, I'm going to root for the Chiefs this year because Travis Kelce's on the Chiefs and you're a big Taylor Swift fan, because you'll break my heart.
Oh, no, listen, I'll be rooting for whatever my bets are, whatever the wallet, like that my allegiance will be strictly towards
can I interest you in a Bo Nix? No?
Nah.
Blue and orange, it's an easy, you already have the colors locked down.
Listen, I mean, the Jets are the only team I ever rooted for pro-wise that wasn't blue and orange, so it would be really easy to go Broncos in that regard. But, no, I don't see myself rooting for anybody except for whoever I bet in that game.
Okay, well, I tried. You know what's funny is, because now I'm thinking about it, the Rangers are the only team, I guess my soccer teams too, but even some of them, the Rangers are the only team I root for that.
See, I'm an Islanders fan, so I went as blue and orange as you could with the New York teams.
Right. You know what? I didn't even know that you've renounced it. It's been a while. I never get to see you anymore. I see you for like 10 seconds if I'm doing the overnight and you're filling in for Eddie or Al. So like, and I'm at that
and usually
point,
we're both in a rush.
Yeah. And well, you're getting ready and I'm like, I need to go home. Like, there was the one day we got to talk a little bit about Superman and that was about it. But now you're stuck with me. By Friday, you'll be fed up with me. And
no, listen, I'm still happy to have you here.
Yes. It's always good. And who else can I reminisce about? Freehold Mall and, what was the other one? Chicken Holiday, which I'm shocked you knew that one also.
Oh, there was a Chicken Holiday 5 minutes from my house. We'd eat there all the time as a kid.
Yeah, it was a deep pull for me. I'm surprised at how much the Freehold Mall and the Friendly stuff carried me yesterday. Even bled into today.
Well, Friendly's carried because apparently there's still a lot of them, and people are still going all the time.
Everyone wants to make sure they tell you you're wrong, which I am wrong a lot. 95% of the time I'm wrong. But I'm shocked with that. And the Giants thing I agree with, though. Like, I think that they have, hopefully they figure it out this year, but they've really built, and they have it, the difference between, Eric Glenn, it's year one, so it's different. The difference between when Joe Douglas and Saleh took over and when Daboll and Shane took over a team that was hamstrung with the cap, and then they made it worse by Daniel Jones playing above his head and signing him to that contract. And now they're finally able to build a roster that they want.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, what the Jets did with Douglas and Saleh, hired on different timelines, hired by different people, and the owner micromanaging both of them the entire time. The Giants, the worst thing that happened to them was having that success in year one, but I know a lot of Giants fans don't agree. There's no doubt in my mind that John Mara did the right thing this past winter, by keeping Shane and Daboll. Brian Daboll is going to be the coach that turns the Giants around. You brought him in here because of what he did with the Bills offense and developing Josh Allen. He finally has a chance. Like, I wasn't the biggest Jackson Dart fan. I'm a huge college football fan.
Yeah.
I wasn't the hugest fan of him as a prospect, but I trust that Brian Daboll, and we heard all the stories. There were people in the Giants front office that preferred Shador. Brian Daboll was banging the table for Jackson Dart. That was his guy. And it's very early. The jury is still out, of course.
Of course.
But the early returns are very promising that, you know what? Daboll might have known exactly what he was looking for. Similar to, your coach, Sean Payton, knew that Bo Nix was the guy for his offense and what he is trying to do. And if you do all of that, I'm not worried about, is he the franchise quarterback for 10, 15 years? Is he the next Mahomes? Is he the next Allen? Right. Let me focus on right now, is this a quarterback that I can develop enough to start competing for playoffs and even a Super Bowl, hopefully, year 2 through year 5 when he's on that rookie contract? And so far, again, extremely early, but I haven't seen anything from Dable and Dart and the rest of the Giants roster that Shane is building to make me think that they can't be that team.
Yeah, and the fact that they got Abdul Carter out of it as well. You're a Penn State guy. So, I don't know if you have were you high on him?
Listen, he's going to be incredible. I think he's a little undisciplined, and the only thing I would caution is, last year was the first year he transitioned full-time to being a pass rusher. So there's still a lot of rawness in his game.
You saw it this past week.
But he is just an unbelievable freak athlete that can take over a game at times. He has a ceiling too. It's the easiest comparison because it's another Penn State linebacker who transitioned to being more of a traditional pass rusher. His ceiling is higher than Micah Parsons. Obviously he has a long way to go to get there, but his ceiling is higher.
I think so too. And the funny thing is, you're talking about blue and orange. I wasn't a big fan of Jackson Dart either. I'm not as big of a fan of the Florida Gators as I was growing up because I've kind of lost a little bit of the
Chris Leak forever.
Yes.
We were both, that 06 team, Tebow.
And then
our
Tebow,
guys.
obviously, it was Chris Leak and the Tebow. Those teams I lived off of. Will Muschamp and all that garbage that followed. But Urban Meyer faking a heart attack. All of that. But I saw Jackson Dart. I was unimpressed, but you stole the words out of my mouth. The fact that that's the guy they wanted, then I'm okay with it. It was the same thing I felt with, like you said, Bo Nix. I think they only had Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams ahead of him, and Bo Nix was the guy that he knew they weren't getting Caleb Williams, and he liked Bo Nix just as much as he liked Jaden Daniels. So it's like, you know what? I hate the pick. I didn't like him in college. But I'm going to trust that the coach is building what he wants to build because that's the guy he wanted. It's better than, where it felt like the Broncos were going to force themselves. I'm going to, date myself a little bit. The year they drafted Drew Lock in the second round, if they weren't able to trade back, there was rumors they were going to draft him as high as, 12 that year. They traded back, got Noah Fant, and then drafted him in the second round. So it was a little different. But you never want to force a guy in there. You never want to have to just take a guy. Like, if the Giants didn't love Shador, but they took him at 20 or 3, it's like, all right, well, then what are you doing? You're making the wrong decision. Zach Wilson, it feels like that wasn't really who the Jets wanted, and they took him anyway, and it ended up screwing them.
Yeah, listen, there's so much that goes into we'd ideally like, and I do think for the most part this could be true that a coach has to adapt to his players, but when it comes to picking your quarterback, if again you have an offensive minded head coach that has his offense, why not find the guy? If they're similar prospects, why not find the guy who is better suited to do what that coach wants to do? And maybe it was probably the only thing that came out of last year's offseason Hard Knocks that wasn't embarrassing for the Giants was Brian Dable and us finding out that he was in love with Jaden Daniels and knew, hey, this is the guy.
Yeah.
And we watched that in the summer of, okay, cool. That's who Dable's guy was over Drake May. And then you go and watch the rookie season that Jaden Daniels has, and, maybe, just maybe, Brian Dable knows something about quarterbacks. He got more out of Daniel Jones than anybody who actually knows football. So sorry, most Giants fans who tricked yourselves into thinking the guy could be a good NFL quarterback.
Right.
That anybody who really scouts and follows the sport ever thought possible. He made Tommy DeVito a functioning NFL quarterback for a handful of games. He knew Jaden Daniels was a future star. So, yeah, I'm going to trust him with Jackson Dart, and that means trusting him this entire way through. If he tells me Jackson Dart should start playing week 5, okay. If he says week 12, okay. If he says, you know what, I want to go to the Mahomes route, and he plays one regular season game at the end of the year just to get his feet wet, and then he's the starter next year, okay, I am fully on board with Brian Dable's plan here for his quarterback room.
Well, yeah, I hope that we don't see him at all this year, and then you get a fresh start next year and another, group of, brought in to improve that roster. But we're lockstep on that one. And again, I wasn't crazy about Jackson Dart. And I'm not going to lie, I was all over Shador Sanders. The Broncos drafted Bo Nix, and I'm like, man, I hope they stink this year so they could get Shador Sanders. I'm glad I was wrong. And they went to the playoffs, and it was an exciting year, even if they didn't really deserve the playoffs with, playing Carson Wentz week 18. But they got their guy, and maybe Shador Sanders. He may not even be in the top 3 depth chart for them for quarterbacks. So it shows how much I know. So I'm very excited for the Giants, and I'm just excited as someone who has no dog in the fight to actually talk about something other than whether it's Daniel Jones or Zach Wilson or, how much more the Jets could sell their souls to Aaron Rodgers to appease them. And you still got a little bit of the remnants of Alan Lazard on this roster, and then once he's gone, you'll fully shed yourself of that. And maybe, just maybe, we thought the one good thing that would come from a Trump presidency would be Woody Johnson gets shipped to London and maybe the Jets don't have to deal with him anymore. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's happening.
Woody Johnson still owning the Jets has defeated me in a way, and stuff I've heard behind the scenes from people working in that building that just I can't get any energy up rooting for and hoping that the team is any good. I'm rooting for Aaron Glenn. Obviously, I liked him when he was a Jet, when I was a kid watching him play cornerback, but it's impossible for me to believe that anybody could succeed over there.
Well, I'll tell you this much, and I don't want to rub this in your face. I'm very glad my parents were never my dad likes football. My mom hates football. So the Mets, the Knicks, those were predetermined teams. I'm very glad that I got to pick my own football team because we know damn well that I would have been a Jets fan. And I would have been right there with you, miserable and all. And, you've shed the Wilpons. You've gotten what feels like a better owner in the Islanders. Yeah, I think he's great. I'm not.
He is, absolutely.
I'm not as locked in on hockey, but he feels like he's awesome. And now you just got to hope and wait. And, James Dolan's done no wrong. I've never doubted the guy. He's only done good things for me, obviously, in the last 5 years of my life.
Listen, James Dolan has turned things around, and if I ever saw a single sign from Woody Johnson that he was interested in doing that, then I might get back on board, but haven't seen that yet.
He might not give you any signs that he's turning things around, but he will show you a highlight from 2011 on his Twitter page, so you'll get that much out of it. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Shout out to Michael Fliegelman. Also, Penn State might be a juggernaut this year, so you have that. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll reset everything. I got you till 5 a.m. Filling in for the great C-Mac. Got you till 5 a.m. where Al and Jerry take over for the warm-up show. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
I need my glasses.
I was reading the wrong column.
I can't see a thing without my glasses.
Damn straight.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Back on the Fan. 888-808-1019. The number to call, as always. You missed any of the show, use the Odyssey app, the rewind function. You can always hit me up on my socials. If you're too shy to call, we are now testing out, the overnight YouTube. I've gotten a little lucky because C-Mac wasn't in this week. And, I am the one who sets it up, so I have the power. But I want to take a little shot at a friend. Our guy, Taco Frank, texted me. And it's nothing bad. But Taco is one of these guys who finishes a text. I have his number saved, obviously. And he finishes the text with, he's talking about Chicken Holiday. Obviously, no one ever texts me about my takes. It's always about the food stuff or the movies. But he texts me about it. But he ends it, he gives you the text that it's Taco. Like, I appreciate it, dude. I know it's you, though. So, and an update, on Francisco Alvarez, there is no update. We're still waiting. And if any of the Giants coverage or training camp coverage, Jets, Giants, NFL, the training camp coverage on WFAN is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. Back to the phones we go. 888-808-1019. Val in the Bronx. What's up, Val?
The good Gallo, what's going on, man? I haven't spoken to you in a while.
I know. I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't spoken to you. I've never seen you before.
Yeah, no, one day they'll be going to fix that. But, I was going to leave y'all alone for the night, but I heard the way you opened the show, you touched on something that's a little bit of a concern for me, but I don't know that I have the same level of concern that you have. Because I have some beliefs that I think can fix that.
Okay.
And I just wanted to share them with you.
Let me hear it.
All right, so I'm going to try to get it out. It's going to take a little minute. Just bear with me.
We got all the time in the world.
A while back, I had kind of seen something between both Fried and Rodon, and I thought at first it was like just the normal thing that goes on with a pitcher. Those two guys early in the season have been as much as people talk about not pushing past 5 and things of that nature, for the earlier part of the season and most of the first half, they've been the guys on my rotation that have been able to, push through and give me as much as they can within a game. And Fried especially has carried a big part of that load. So when the struggle, like him and Rodon started struggling around the same time earlier on, and I kind of thought it was just part of the normal wear and tear, the exhaustion and stuff like that that comes with a pitcher, and they hit this wall for a second or two, and then they come back. Rodon has managed to kind of come back from it a little bit, and in watching Fried, I'm seeing something a little bit different. But that being said, you know, what I'd like to see happen, what I think is already happening, because Fried has a habit, I heard it early on in the season where Ms. Wallman was saying that even in between starts, like he has a bad inning or two, and you would see him go back in the dugout, and he's looking at film trying to key in on what is that one thing that he's missing that caused that problem.
Right.
So I know he's already doing it. But what I would like to see is, or what I would like to see, and I hope is already happening, is that Matt Blake takes him on as like a little bit of a special project for the next few weeks. Because in the last start, I was watching it, and if I could see it, and I even heard commentary from, I think it was Girardi that was calling the game too.
Yep, who does a great job.
Whoever else was on, they also saw it too and were mentioning it. You could see, and I don't know if it was the blister that caused it, and I don't know if it was a combination of the same thing I was talking about with the, pitcher hits that wall a certain part of the season. But his mechanics seem to be just tick off. You could see it like the way he's finishing his pitches, and he's not getting that normal follow-through. And you even hear it. I heard Dr. E-Man, I call him Dr. E-Man, Mr. Babari, was also saying that like there were some stats that were coming through as far as his spin rate that he was getting on his pitches.
Okay.
I want to believe that because I've seen Blake do this before with Cole a couple seasons ago, and I even saw him do it last season with Rodon. I think he just needs to take Fried on as a little bit more of somebody that he gives a little bit more attention to as far as the rest of the rotation, and tries to work on that little piece that's missing from his mechanics. Both of them need to sit down and watch the film and see where he's losing that little touch.
Val,
thanks for the time, Gallo.
I appreciate you, Val. The great Val in the Bronx. He's not wrong. I would say that I'm not sitting here telling you that I don't believe in Fried. But the one thing that's held the Yankees back is Max Fried. Over his last 7 starts, he's been awful. And you could really go back 8 starts. Since since June 15th, he finished that game against the Red Sox with a 1.89 ERA. His ERA has skyrocketed all the way to 3.26. And you're saying, well, that's not that much. Yeah, it is. In a matter of 9 starts, he's basically squandered all the good work he did. In August, he's had 3 starts. He's thrown 15 innings. He's given up 15 earned runs. So I'm not sitting here saying I'm giving up on him, because I'm not. But if they want to go and achieve what they want to achieve, you have to get the best version of Max Fried. And we've seen it before with him. Last year, he started off real slow. He leveled out. He got better. April, he was good. Slow start to April, but then April, May was good. June was good. And then July, he slid a little bit. He got hurt. He came back. He never recovered. His August wasn't good. His September was average. Actually, I take it back. His September was pretty good. But if you go through his years, it's not that he falls off completely, but he starts to slow down the closer you get to, baseball, pennant race, October. Even in 2023, he started off red hot, tailed off in the second half, struggled in the playoffs. 2022, started off decent, tailed off at the end, struggled in the playoffs. The hope is that he figures it out in time for this team. They can't go into the postseason with a question. Luis Gil's going to be a question mark the rest of the year. I believe in Luis Gil. I'm very excited in Luis Gil being back and being healthy, giving you 2 good starts. You hope to see something from him in their next few games. Like I said, it's Rodon and Schlittler against the Rays. And then it's probably going to be Luis Gil, Max Fried, Will Warren. So Will Warren would face off that Saturday against Garrett Crochet. And then you have Rodon pitching the Sunday night game, unless maybe they go an opener or they go a different route there. But you have to get Max Fried going. Do you want to have to trust Will Warren, Cam Schlittler, and Luis Heel, all three of them, going into the playoffs, or would you rather feel better only having to trust two of them? I think the Yankees' best case scenario is Fried figures it out, and when you get to the postseason, it's Rodon, Fried, Will Warren, and Luis Heel, and you put Cam Schlittler in the bullpen. He could be your long relief guy. You know, a guy's inefficient, only gives you 4 innings, and you gotta piece together the rest of the game to survive and hopefully win it. And he's got swing and miss stuff. And again, I'm not giving up on Max Fried. I'm very positive about where the Yankees are going. The one blip on what's been a good 2 weeks for the Yankees, borderline great 2 weeks, has been Max Fried. So if he gets going, maybe it's the blister. Let's hope it's the blister. But also when you go back to, so look at this, his last 7 starts. Because honestly, if you go back to, you take it a little farther and you go to his last 15 starts, his ERA is 4.69. It's not great, but it's not awful. But his last 7 starts, he's given up 27 runs in 35 innings. He's walked 14 batters, struck out 35. His whip is closer to 2 than 1. You know, his last 3 starts, like I said, 15 runs in 15 innings. He's given up 24 hits. That's rough. So he has to get better. If they're going to achieve anything this year, he has to get better. And he will. If there's one guy that you could bank on, that's the one thing I'll say is, as much as I've been, very high on Rodon, and I've tried to praise him because, I don't feel like Yankee fans really give him enough credit. As high as I am on Rodon, there is way more of a track record with Max Fried being a good pitcher than Carlos Rodon. Rodon's last 5 seasons, so basically since 2020, Rodon's been very good. He had a bad first year with the Yankees. His last year in Chicago and his only year in San Francisco, he was good. And then the last 2 years have been servable. Last year, he had under a 4 ERA, made 32 starts. I can't absolutely say it was miserable. The key to Rodon is this year last year he gave 31 homers. The year prior where he got shelled, he only gave up 15, but the rest of his stats were horrendous. But out of all these guys, Rodon, Warren, Schlittler, Luis Heel, Max Fried's the one that you could count on to bounce back the most. So going into the postseason, whether it's Rodon 1 or Fried 1, however the season ends, 2 will impact that. And then following them would be Will Warren and Luis Heel for me. And you put Schlittler in the bullpen, and you have a deep bullpen. You're going to get guys back. I've already said it. I'll say it again. They'll get Fernando Cruz back. They'll get Yarbrough back. Jonathan Loaizaga will be back. And Ryan Yarbrough, he could be a potential starter for you. He was looking more consistent before he got hurt. We haven't seen him since June 18th, but he was coming off of a good start against the Angels and a decent start against the Red Sox. But he also could slot into the bullpen as a long relief guy. So there's a lot to look forward to. I'm excited about this Yankees team. I'm excited about the Mets too, and I'm hoping they turn a corner here. But there's more concrete evidence that this Yankees team is getting ready to make a run. And it starts today. Take care of business against the Rays in these next 2 games. You got Rodon going. You get Cam Schlittler. You're facing, Shane Baz is not great, but you do get Drew Rasmussen, who's been awesome for the Rays this year. So that is the one that you look for. But you got to you can't look ahead. You got to take these first 2 games and start that series with the Red Sox on a high note. You win these if you win the next 2 games, you're 9-3 in your last 12 games, starting a huge series against a Red Sox team that you just jumped in the standings without even playing a game. That's how well things are going for the Yankees right now. They didn't even play a game, and they gained 2 spots in the wild card. They sit 3 games up. All 3 teams are tied. Yankees, Red Sox, Mariners. They're 3 games up each on the Guardians. The Yankees have a real shot. The division's still in play, but they have a real shot at hosting a wild card game after we thought they may not even make the playoffs. They're healthy for the first time, and it's time to get excited. 888-808-1019, 4 hours down, 1 to go. Anthony Gallo, like I said, I'm in all week for the great Chris McMonagle as he traverses the hills of Palermo. And I can speak English. I almost nailed that there. We'll get back to your calls. We'll continue the conversation. Everything's on the table. Mets, Yankees, Jets, Giants. A little bit of optimism in this morning. Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 5 a.m.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Brought to you by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB, Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. The Mets sitting on the results of the MRI on catcher Francisco Alvarez's thumb. Alvarez injured himself Sunday night sliding into second base.
Concerning, I'm not going to lie, because that's, the third time. But I'm not going to sit here and speculate because we don't know what we're dealing with.
Fan manager Carlos Mendoza, courtesy of SNY. Alvarez, he'd been hitting since returning from a stint in the minors, ranking up 11 extra base hits in 21 games. The Mets start a 3-game series in D.C. tonight. Shortstop Francisco Lindor, who was just named the NL Player of the Week. The Mets' lead for the final wildcard spot in the National League is shaved to a single game thanks to the Reds' 4-1 win over the Angels. The Yankees, they had much better luck with the out-of-town scoreboard. The Red Sox and Mariners both lost, so the Yankees are now tied with Boston and Seattle for all 3 wildcard spots in the American League. Also, Blue Jays slugger Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will undergo an MRI after exiting the Jays' loss to Paul Skeens and the Pirates. Guerrero has hamstring tightness. The Yankees trailed the Blue Jays by 5 games in the AL East. The Yanks expect Ahmed Rosario to return from the injured list for tonight's game against the Rays in Tampa, according to Brian Hoke. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Anthony Gallo, back on the Fan. 888-808-1019. I got you for 1 more hour until the great Al and Jerry take over with the warm-up show, leading into Boomer and Gio as the whole gang is back. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back all week. We got another 3 shows as I fill in for C-Mac this week. And next week, you get the wonderful Al Cintron. And I'll be on at some point next week, too. I forget what the days are exactly. If you missed any of the show, use the Odyssey app, the rewind function. You can always hit me up on X at PicoDay_Gallo and Pico de Gallo 24 on IG. When I was getting ready to do these shows this week, I had, 6 straight shows. This is, number 3 of the 6 straight. I was sitting there begging for some optimism. Like, I knew we would get something out of the Snoopy Bowl on Saturday, hopefully, but I was begging for these baseball teams to give me something to get excited about. And the Yankees have delivered. The Mets have kind of delivered. And that's where I, direct my attention. They win their first back-to-back games since July 27th. And, it's something to get excited about. It should have been a sweep. They should have been coming off of, 6 straight wins. And I know that sounds crazy, but when you look at the games they dropped to Atlanta. They could have won all 3 games in Milwaukee. They should have won all 3 games against Atlanta, and they should have won the game Friday night where they put up 9 runs. But you get back-to-back wins. So you're building from there. You had an exciting start from Nolan McLean. And it's nice to finally have a young guy get called up and deliver. We always have these young players come up for the Mets and the Yankees, and it doesn't feel like they deliver right away. The highly touted ones. You always get like a Cam Schlittler or a Jacob deGrom, or deGrom comes up and gives you that great start, even in a loss against the Yankees. We didn't really know what he was going to be. But then there's the Ahmed Rosarios and the Dom Smiths and the Gleyber Torres types. And for pitchers, I would say, 1 start is, equivalent to a week's worth of position player, time where I could really get excited about something. And I'm excited about McLean. So you get that start from him. You get a good start from Clay Holmes. You get a big home run from Vientos, national TV, the Little League Classic. And I'm starting to feel like maybe the Mets can build something. Maybe they are building something. Starting pitching-wise, it has been probably the biggest blemish on this team for the last, 30 days, plus, maybe a month or more. But 3 of their last 4 starts have been good. Senga on that Thursday against the Braves should have walked away with a win. He probably should have been allowed to go one more batter, but he should have walked away with a win. He pitched great. McLean pitches great. And Clay Holmes pitches great. The offense is starting to hit. 6 games in August, they've played 14 games. 6 of those games, they've scored at least 6 runs. Only 3 of them have they scored less than 3 runs. They're getting timely hitting. The offense is starting to click. Now the bullpen fades. And if the bullpen can give them some consistency, can stabilize, this Mets team has it all in front of them. They do not have an easy schedule. They're not looking at what the Yankees are looking at with 22 of their last 38 games being against teams under 500. The Mets do have a difficult schedule. Yes, they get the Nationals here, but they play the Braves over the weekend. That is nothing to scoff at. Yes, the Braves are terrible. They own the Mets. The Phillies come to town next Monday. And then to start September, it's the Tigers, it's the Reds, it's the Phillies, all on the road. They play the Rangers. They play the Padres. They play the Cubs. It does not get easy. But it's all right in front of them. They have a series against the team trailing them in the Reds. They have 7 games left against the team leading them in a division. They sit currently 6 games back or 5.5 games back of the Phillies. Go take care of business in those 7 games you have left over with them. Because obviously they have 4 on the road next month, the 3 home in the coming weeks. But if the offense is clicking and you get a good inning out of Helsley, you get a good inning out of Brooks Raley on Sunday, and you probably didn't need Helsley if Reed Garrett doesn't give up the home run to BBL Raleigh. But if they could get the bullpen to stabilize, I trust Gregory Soto. I trust Rogers. I trust Edwin Diaz. If they get that bullpen to stabilize and the rotation can be more consistent, which starts with Senga and Minaya, because I trust Peterson. I trust Clay Holmes. All I'm looking for Clay Holmes is 5 solid innings. It's 2025. You do not see guys consistently getting out of the 5th inning. All I need is 5 innings out of him. And then we see what we get in Nolan McLean. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. The Post put out, or maybe it was Newsday, put out their headline, the sports back page was Generation K. Well, it's like you're setting this guy up for failure. Even though I work in the sports media industry, there's one thing I can't stand is when they set these guys up for failure. Can we let the guy just pitch? He had 1 good start. But you have to get the rotation back on track. You have to stabilize the bullpen. The offense is going right now. They have yet this season, all season, even when they were playing well, they have yet to have the offense, starting pitching, and relief pitching clicking on all cylinders. Francisco Lindor is carrying this team yet again. He's carrying this team like it's the end of last year, like it's the last 3 months of the season, like he did June, July, August, and early September. Soto's hitting. Alonso's hitting. You know, over their last 12 or so games, they have 3 guys in Soto, Alonso, and Alvarez with over 1,000 OPS. Lindor's got damn near 1,000 OPS. He's hitting 327. He's on an absolute torrid pace. Brett Beatty's hitting. To a lesser extent, Starling Marte's hitting. They got to play the hot hands. And we sit here and we wait for a Francisco Alvarez update, which we should get later today. As, you know, earlier, if you didn't hear, Michael Fliegelman walked me off the plank as I was ready to dive deep into ripping this team. You know, they are traveling. The press is not with them yet. So where would the update come from? You can't even look ahead to the minor leagues because they didn't play this Monday. So you don't know if Sanger got taken out. You know, so Fleegs leveled me out a little bit there. But you wait for Alvarez and that news. But if he's healthy, there's no reason to think the offense is going to cool off. They're too talented, and they're finally clicking. And if they can, God forbid, get Vientos going, this offense can take another step. You know, I think I've lost hope in Nimmo and Mauricio. I've never really been a big Jeff McNeil guy, and I'm sick of seeing him DH. I know he had a good day on Sunday. Marte's hitting. Play Marte. I don't care if it's against a righty. Just play Marte. And I'm not saying every time. You could still get McNeil at bats. If you're going to DH McNeil, you got to give Marte equal footing because he's been the better hitter since he's come back healthy. Him and Alvarez have been great since they came back from the IL. 888-808-1019. So that's where we sit. There's a lot to look for with this Mets team. Nothing is cemented. They have accomplished nothing. By the end of tonight, they could be tied for being out of the third wild card. They could also gain a game. You know, they sit 2.5 behind the Padres. They could still move up some spots. The division is tough. They're 5.5 back, but they still have 7 games against the Phillies. So they can always jump back in the divisional race. For a fan base that saw a team blow back-to-back leads, missed the postseason in 07 and 08, choking away massive playoff opportunities, and all of a sudden we think it can't happen to somebody else, they're hitting. It seems like the starting pitching is turning a corner. If you're being optimistic, it does. Now you need to get the bullpen in order. And this team can hopefully live up to expectations. And I forget what day Gio said it, and he was spot on. That this is one of the biggest, this may be the biggest disappointment if they miss the playoffs. And you could say 07 and 08, but those years, if they had the playoff format they had now, they would have locked up a playoff spot at the beginning of September. It's the fact that there was only one wild card. There was no wild card game. So they had to win the division. And then in 08, if they would have won that last game, CeCe pitched to a complete game. They would have been playing a 1-game playoff against the Brewers. But with the playoff format as it is now, they would have made it. You know, I forget which team it is in the early 90s, which was like the worst team money can buy. This isn't quite that because they'll finish with a winning record. But if they miss the playoffs, this will be the biggest disappointment in the franchise's history. I don't think that they are over yet. I don't think it's done. I feel more optimistic than I did 2 weeks ago. You know, this core has lost my trust at times. They've choked away a lot of, you know, major opportunities, whether it was the end of 2021 or the end of 2022 or not even showing up in 2023 or going back more with just Alonso, Nimmo, and McNeil in 2019 where they overachieved in the month of August. Todd Frazier hits that home run against the Nationals. We all think they're destined for a playoff berth, and then they fall on their face. 888-808-1019. It's okay to start believing a little bit. It's okay to start believing in the Mets. It's certainly okay to start believing in the Yankees. They're playing hot. They're playing confident. They're playing with an edge. And everyone in that team is performing outside of a couple guys. And the only major piece that hasn't stepped up in the last 2 weeks is Max Fried. Everything's right in front of them. 22 of their last 38 games against under 500 teams. They're healthy for the first time all season. Luis Gil's healthy. Aaron Judge is healthy. Goldschmidt's healthy. Stanton's healthy. They're going to get back Cruz and Yarbrough and Loaizaga. This Yankees team is healthy. They're deep, and they're clicking. 888-808-1019. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll reset. Everything's on the table. I got you for another 40 or so minutes until the warm-up show at 5. Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 5 a.m.
Baseball heartbreak, football glory. WFAN covers every win, loss, and headline from the Yankees, Mets, Jets, and Giants. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence. You read lips, right? And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
With baseball in full swing, there's never a dull moment or a shortage of thrills in this league. The thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it into Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Anthony Gallo, back on the Fan. 888-808-1019. You know, these 5-hour shows are growing on me. You know, luckily we only have 3 3-hour shows coming up the rest of this week. I feel like all of these days are just blurring together. I keep thinking it's Wednesday, it's Tuesday morning. I'm delirious right now. I don't know how C-Mac and Sal did this, but I'm glad to be here. I was very excited. Get to hang with my guy Fleegs. I get a little glimpse of Boomer in the morning and Gio, Eddie. You know, I could, give Eddie a quick Lord of the Rings take. 888-808-1019. You missed any of the show? Use the Odyssey app, the rewind function. You can always follow me on X at PicoDay_Gallo or on IG, Pico de Gallo 24. Make sure to check out at some point the overnight, Keith in the CMAC. I got CMAC this week, so I'll be on there on the YouTube page. Monitoring the chat, people telling me I look ugly, all that stuff, making fun of my man bun. The normal stuff. 888-808-1019, ripping my movie tastes. I've been very positive. It's been a positive week. I'm excited to be here. There's a lot to be excited about. And for the football season, for the first time, because I was not high on the Rodgers-Jets. If you know anything, I'm not a big Rodgers guy. I think he's been, a little over the hill since his last year in Green Bay. So I was never really high on those Jets team, and I thought they were a little overrated. And for the Giants, there's been nothing to be high about. There's been nothing to be excited about. I thought they've always been, I was wrong last year. I thought people were being a little too negative, and I feel the same way this year. And I'm not saying that the Jets and the Giants are bound for the playoffs. I do think they both have different expectations, and they're at different points in their rebuilds as the Jets are just starting and the Giants are looking to find continuity and build something. But I do think, both teams are headed to a more exciting year than people think. Their numbers at 5.5. That's the over-under for both teams, win total-wise. And I like the over for both. I'm not saying I like it by a lot. And I asked earlier in the show, 888-808-1019, what will you deem a successful season for the Jets and the Giants? And I think they have two drastically different answers. For the Jets, I think it has to look competent. You have to see that you see something in the offensive line, which I think could be a huge strength this year for them. It's a new, you got Fashanu, and you brought in the rookie, Membu, and there's a lot to be excited about with this team. And everything's going to come down to the quarterback. What's the quarterback giving you? The offensive line also has Tippmann, and if Elijah Vera Tucker stays healthy, The defense, which I think we overrated in the past, I think has been overcorrected to now underrated, and everyone's pointing to the pieces they lost on defense. I think they will be better than people give them credit for. So if the defense could be reliable, the offensive line is strong, and they run the ball well, and they don't turn over the ball, why can't they be in the hunt late? You know, there's a lot of teams that people are, I'm a Broncos fan. Everyone's really high on the Broncos. I don't know if I am. I like it. I'm excited. I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're a lock for the playoffs. Everyone's high on the Chargers. If you know me, I am not. I think they're severely overrated. I think the quarterback's severely overrated. The Steelers, again, a team that we look at the laundry and we just gift them a playoff spot. They obviously earn it a lot, but I'm not sitting here telling you they're a lock. In the AFC, I see 3 teams that are a lock. The Chiefs, the Bills, and the Ravens. And whatever team comes out of the AFC South. That leaves 3 positions up for grabs. Not saying the Jets can be one of them, but why can't they be in the hunt late? And unlike the Giants, the Jets don't need to be perfect this year. I'm not saying the Giants have to win. By perfect, I mean look competent, play good football. The Jets are building a culture. This is year 1. If Dayball and Shane don't show you any growth, they're going to be looking for jobs. When you look at that Jets schedule, they start with the Steelers, Bills, Bucks, and Dolphins. Outside of the Bills, those are 3 games that could go either way. I don't believe in the Steelers in general. You're telling me week 1, the Jets can't go out there and punch them in the mouth? And when you look at, they have the Bills. Then after that, you get the Bucks and the Dolphins. The Bucks are a good team. Do I think the Bucks are better than the Jets? Sure. Do I think it's a guarantee they're going to win? No. Same thing goes for the Dolphins. Same thing goes for the Cowboys. You're playing the Broncos at a neutral site. I'll be there in London. But you're playing the Broncos at a neutral site. International game. Anything can happen. And then you follow it up with the Panthers. If the Jets get off to a hot start, or a competent start even, after you play the Bengals, you get the Browns and the Patriots. And all of a sudden, everyone loves the Patriots. They had a great offseason. They added, they drafted the kid Will Campbell. They signed a bunch of big names. You get another year of Drake May. They get the coach everyone loved in Vrabel. But they're not a lock for anything either. Their schedule is very easy. I can't deny that. But I look at this team. Their offensive line is improved. It could be really good. They have a good running back room. They have a stud wide receiver. We hope that Mason is something at tight end. And defensively, this is the majority of the guys you lost DJ Reed. This is the majority of the guys you fell in love with as a fan base, thinking that they were going to be this major unit. I like Aaron Glenn as a hire. I like Darren Muji. I'm very familiar with him. He was the guy I wanted to be the GM if the Broncos moved on from George Payton after Nathaniel Hackett got fired. They obviously kept him and then hired Sean Payton. So there's a lot to be excited about. They can show you something as a Jeff fan. And yes, me and Fleegs talked about it. They have to get their quarterback. But they can also win games and build winning habits and not build bad habits and get the quarterback they want. The Giants have done the same thing. Everyone crushed the Giants. Oh, they should have lost more so they get the number 1 overall pick. Why didn't they lose more? Well, you know what? They won a couple of games you didn't want them to win, and they still ended up getting maybe the best guy in the draft in Abdul Carter and getting the quarterback they wanted. Dayball supposedly was in love with Jackson Dart, and they got the guy they wanted. Doesn't mean he was the highest rated guy. Cam Ward could have been the number 1 guy on their board. They were never getting Cam Ward. Dayball clearly knows quarterback talent. He wanted Jaden Daniels. They couldn't get him. The Giants' schedule is a bit more daunting. But they have room to grow. And their answer to that question, what is deemed a successful season, is a lot different than what the Jets is. Because for the Giants, they do have to show improvement, but if they only win 5 games this year, everyone's getting fired. They have to go out there and win 7 to 9 games. They have to go out there and be competitive. You win 7 games, you go 7-10, but you're in, 4 of those losses, or you lose on, late game drives or one possession games where you could see the competency. They have to show that. And for me, you look at what they've got on paper. Offensively, you're going to get better quarterback play by default. No matter how you feel about Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston, to start the season, you're getting better quarterback play than you had in the past few years. Giant fans were so desperate for good quarterback play, you were clamoring for Tommy DeVito. Even this version of Russell Wilson is 10 times better than Tommy DeVito. Daniel Jones, had 6 years to figure it out. He put together 1.5 good years. Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson are immensely better than Daniel Jones. And I was more of a pro Daniel Jones guy. Your offensive line, although not as good as I think the Jets could be at the offensive line position, your offensive line is improved. They have a good mix of veterans. Evan Neal, Marcus Embo, I think that's how you say it. You hope Andrew Thomas is healthy. You would think that they'll probably carry 8 linemen, and it'll be Runyon, Schmitz, Van Vroten, Illuminor, Hudson, Thomas, Embo, and Neal. I might have said Hudson twice there. And Neal's shown you something. So not only do they have an improved offensive line, they have depth at the offensive line position. I don't know how banged up they'll be in the middle of the season. I can't bank on injuries. But right now, that's an improved unit. Malik Neighbors, one of the best wide receivers in the game already. Theo Johnson, a really good tight end. Yes, they don't have a legit number 2, but Wan'Dale Robinson, Darius Slayton, Jalen Hyatt are all capable wide receivers. And with the way they throw the ball, the way Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston love to air it out, everyone's calling it a moon ball now for Russell Wilson. The way he loves to throw the moon ball. They could be surprising on offense. And I think their running back room, similar to the Jets, is very good. The Giants don't have the names that pop out. I like Tyrone Tracy Jr., Devin Singletary, Scatterboo. That's a good 3-headed monster. So there's reasons to raise your expectation. There's reasons to get excited. And defensively, I think this is the most underrated defense in the league. Yes, their secondary has issues. They are flawed in the secondary. But when you have a pass rush of Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, and Abdul Carter, and now Kayvon Thibodeau is a depth piece. And if you know me, I think Dexter Lawrence is the most underappreciated defensive player in the league. He might be the most underappreciated athlete in the city. When he's healthy, he's not Aaron Donald, but he's the next best guy at that position after him. Obviously, Donald retired. But there was years Donald would rate slightly better than Dexter Lawrence. I'm not putting them in the same group as far as, one is one of the greatest ever. But Dexter Lawrence is a monster. So that pass rush should be one of the best pass rushes in the league. And then you look at their middle linebackers and Bobby Okereke and Micah McFadden. You're asking them to do less. They're healthy also. Bobby Okereke is a guy I think is going to have a huge season. He's asked to do less. He can lead a bit more without having to pick up the slack for guys not doing their job. And in the secondary, there are questions. But you added one of the best free agents in all of football in Javon Holland. And Paulson, Adebo is a very, underrated corner. I like Tyler Nubin. I like Drew Phillips. I'm not the craziest about Deonte Banks. But when I look at that defense, they could definitely be a top 7, top 10 unit. So again, same thing with the Jets. How many times have we seen competent O-line play and a formidable defense with good run game and not turning the ball over win you games? And they also have a guy who could take the top off in Malik Neighbors. So I'm very excited about this Giants team. Again, I'm not saying they're making the playoffs. I'm just saying 7, 8, 9 wins is not out of the question. I'm hammering the over for both of these teams. And again, when you look at the Giants' schedule, I know they start off with the Commanders. Are we sure the Commanders are 100% locked in to replicating what they did last year? They don't have the schedule they had last year. Can we trust the Cowboys? I feel like every year we buy into the Cowboys' hype. And this is the first year people are finally starting to cool off. The Chiefs are the Chiefs. But how many times have we seen them start slow? The Chargers are banged up, and in my opinion, severely overrated. The Saints are one of the worst teams of football. If they go 2-3 to start the season, that's a win. So for this team, there's a lot to look forward to. Finally, you could get excited. And I want to reiterate it. No matter what the quarterback play is, I'm guaranteeing you the Giants will get the best quarterback play they've had in the Brian Daboll and Joe Shane era. So they have to, if you start fast and you hope that they come, if you get a couple of early, if they surprise people week 1 against the Commanders, it changes everything. You knock them off on the road, it's week 1 of the NFL in 2025. The first 4 weeks are a crapshoot. I'm not saying they're better than the Commanders, but to win one game, it can happen. Both of these teams have very similar makeups when it comes to, improved offensive line play, good running back rooms. The problem is for the Jets is you have a huge question mark at quarterback. They will be able to win some games on the ground. He's a guy who's rushed for 1,000 yards. You have Hall and you have Allen. The hope is he takes a step forward in the passing game. The funny part is, and we'll get to a break in a second, the funny part is with Justin Fields. The games they lost last year when he started were the games he threw for massive numbers. And the games they won when he started were the games that he did not play well. Week 1, he had 156 yards. They won. Week 2 against the Broncos, 117 yards. They won. Against the Chargers, a bit better, 245 yards. A defense that was one of the best defenses in the league. And then the week after, 312 yards, and he loses to the Colts on one possession. And then obviously not a great game the next week. And, they beat the Raiders while he played like crap. So he's clearly got it in him. But does he have it in him to show you consistently? His best game he lost last year. He beat two of the best defenses in the league last year. So no, am I banking on it? Absolutely not. Could it be a surprise? Maybe. Wouldn't that be something? That's where the Jets season's going to go. If he plays well, they could be in the hunt and maybe even shock some people and make the playoffs. And then you know what? You figure it out at quarterback. If you don't believe in him, we've seen it happen. I know he's not as bad as Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow went on one of the most magical runs. And I know it was Peyton Manning coming in, but the Broncos took 2 seconds to kick him to the curb. On a lesser note, Justin Fields was playing well last year. The second Russell Wilson was healthy, they slotted him in. Tyrod Taylor went to the playoffs with the Bills. The Chargers were expecting him to start. They liked Justin Herbert so much, they punctured his lung to get Tyrod Taylor out of there. There's ways, I'm not saying do that. That's a drastic example. But if they make the playoffs, that's a win. I don't want to hear about, now they're not going to draft their quarterback. You got to win games and build positive habits. When you tank in any sport, all you do is build bad habits. I'll never be pro-tanking. I hate it. I was never for it with the Knicks. I'm never for it with the Broncos. You don't tank in baseball. I'm not really crazy thinking about the Rangers possibly tanking, hoping for a unicorn in Connor McDavid. I want to win. 888-808-1019. Everything's on the table. Do you believe in the Giants and the Jets to be a bit better than people are expecting? Is it time to finally get a little excited about the Yankees? We'll come back. We'll take a break. We'll wrap up the show. I got you for another 20 minutes. I'll be back tomorrow night. Anthony Gallo in for CMAC till 5 a.m.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
I would never be so brazen to say that I know more baseball than Brian Cashman. And trust me, I'm very tempted to say that, but I'm not. Well, you know what? I'm going to amend it to an extent. He contracts, bylaws, rules, no doubt. General manager, absolute advantage. Brian Cashman. Baseball, absolute advantage. BT.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. When you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
Connect with a local divorce attorney today. Text Joe22 to 32 32 32. 866-323-7529. 250 Paley, Saddlebrook. Diana Magala, licensed in New York and New Jersey. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hi, this is Stu Leonard and my wife Kim, and we lost our 2-year-old son to a drowning accident. It's been our lifelong dream to open up a swim school. Drowning is the #1 cause of death for children under 5, but those who take swim lessons are 88% less likely to drown. Sign up for swim lessons today at stewietheduck.org, and all profits from the school will go to swim lessons for the needy.
Visit stewietheduck.org for your free intro lesson today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Anthony Gallo on the Fan. I'll be back all week. I got you. Filling in for the wonderful, the magnificent Chris McMonagle as he, eats his way and drinks his way through Italy or just Palermo. I don't know if he's going anywhere else in Palermo, but are in Italy. And as we learned yesterday, there are hills out there because I kept saying I'm not sure, but he's traversing the hills. Because he definitely looks like a guy who likes to hike. But I am honored to fill in for him. And I got you the rest of this week. Next week, Al Cintron's got you for the week. And I'm on, I think, next week, Thursday and Saturday. So I will talk to you then before a little mini vacay. And we lock in on the football season. And I'm hoping, I have some exciting news. I'm hoping to be able to talk about it soon, but I don't know when I'm allowed to. 888-808-1019. Also, if you missed any of the show, as always, Odyssey app, rewind function. You missed me or Keith, Tommy and Tiki, as Evan and Sean are off. Again, this is it. You're getting the last 2 weeks of the summer. Everyone squeezes in the rest of their, vacation before we all lock in for what should hopefully, again, be a more positive football season. And the craziest thing is, God forbid you talk positively. I mean, about any teams in this town, everyone wants to jump down your throat. God forbid you talk positively. Everyone just assumes the Jets and the Giants are going to be 3-win teams. And then when they're not, you're going to get overzealous instead of just having the even keel take that I have. Just because I'm not sitting here telling you, you think Russell Wilson sucks? Well, he's better than Daniel Jones. Yes, they do not have the deepest wide receiver room. Theo Johnson has a lot to prove at tight end. One injury to Andrew Thomas, and their offensive line might go down the drain. But I don't bank on injuries. Malik Neighbors, I'm not really worried about his injury. So to say that maybe I believe in the coach. And for the Jets, yes, I think the Jets' ceiling is a bit higher. And I think their basement is a bit lower than the Giants. But the Jets are in year one of a new regime. This could look, let's say the Jets absolutely, bottom, let's say they go 3, 4, 5 wins. You're going to see them make some drastic changes to the roster. Offensive line, your 2 tackles are locked in. They're young. When you look at the rest of, Tippmann is young. He's drafted in 2023. So you have, I don't know if after this year, I'm sure Elijah Vera Tucker, they would cut bait with because he's always hurt and you'd have to move on from him. I don't know what Simpson's contract is, but 3 of the 5, probably the 3 most important positions on that offensive line are going to be back next year. Your tight end will be back if he's worth anything, obviously. He's a young kid. But you didn't just take him in the second round to sit the bench. He's going to start. Garrett Wilson's going to be here. Sauce Gardner's going to be here. Breece Hall probably won't be, even if they do well. But you have Braylon Allen. But on the defensive side, yeah, they'd probably start to cut bait with guys. But it's year 1. So if they suck, it's not like it's the end of the world. And they go out and they draft a quarterback early. Maybe it's Fleeg's guy, Drew Aller, after Penn State totally doesn't have a disappointing season because they'll never do that. And I think this is the last weekend we don't have football. That Saturday before Labor Day, we're going to get some actual live college football. I'll be on. I think I'm doing 1 to 6 that day in the afternoon. But for the Giants, they have to show improvement. And I think this is the best roster in the Shane and Daboll era. That first year was a very flawed roster that overcame a lot. The defense played above its head. Saquon Barkley really carried the offense. And similar, this is something to point out, and it's not, I don't want to, it would be really tough if the Jets kind of went through the same thing where they overachieve. They give Justin Fields this big contract. They're winning because they're running the ball well and not turning it over, and then it hurts them. But that first year, the Giants overcame a lot. They ran the ball. They didn't turn the ball over. Their defense was good, borderline great, and Saquon was Saquon, the best running back in the league. Well, him and Derrick Henry. But this is the best roster that Shane and Daboll have put together. For the Jets, a lot of what I am talking about is what I thought this roster could be previously and what I think this offensive line could be. Because if this offensive line stays healthy and the kid they drafted this year is actually worth his draft slot, this could be their strength. This could be a top 10 offensive line in the league. And that changes everything. How many teams have good offensive lines and it masks poor quarterback play? I love Jalen Hurts. I think he's a little underrated. But part of why he was able to mature with the Eagles was because and I'm not saying Justin Fields is Jalen Hurts, so please do not get it twisted. But the reason why they were able to mask a lot of his deficiencies early is because of the offensive line. Bo Nix, because of the offensive line. They had the best offensive line in the league last year, and Bo Nix was able to flourish with it. The Steelers were able to overcome deficiencies with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields last year because they had a good offensive line. How many times have we seen good quarterbacks get derailed by their offensive line? Look at just what happens. I know it's the Super Bowl. Look at Patrick Mahomes in the 2 Super Bowls he lost to the Bucs and the Eagles. His offensive line was either decimated with injuries or gave him no chance to throw the ball. Caleb Williams, would you be shocked with the offensive line that they focused on in Chicago if Caleb Williams comes out and balls out? He was sacked. I think it was tied for the 3rd most sacks in NFL history. You don't stand a chance if you can't stand upright and you have less than a split second to throw the ball. Now, the one thing, I will say this, the one thing that could undo that Giants offensive line is if Russell Wilson's holding on to the ball too much. And we have seen him do that a lot. I'm not getting crazy. I'm not telling you these teams are making the playoffs or are locked to do anything. Specifically the Giants, I do think they're better than that 5.5 number that we keep seeing from Vegas. 7 wins is not that crazy. There's a lot of teams, the Giants, the Raiders, 2 teams that I think are going to surprise people. I think the Dolphins are up there. I think the Jets can compete. I'm not going to tell you that I'm picking them as a dark horse. I think everyone's kind of given up on the Dolphins. I like the coach. I like what they have there. I love the trade they made to bring in Minka Fitzpatrick. Everyone's thinking Jalen Ramsey. Everyone sees the name Jalen Ramsey. He was overrated in his prime. He's even more overrated now. Minka Fitzpatrick, when he's healthy, is one of the more versatile defensive backs in the league. So I like the Dolphins. But, the Dolphins, the Raiders, the Giants, I think they're all teams that could surprise people. The Raiders brought in Geno Smith. They've gotten better quarterback play. They have a dynamic offense. They have the great tight end. Jacoby Myers at wide out. They brought in Gentry at running back, who I'm a huge fan of. They have the coach in Pete Carroll. Their defense is lacking a lot, but they have an enormous pass rusher in Max Crosby. And again, not a team I'm telling you they're going to make the playoffs, just a team I think is going to outperform expectations, much like the Giants and the Dolphins. I'm excited for the Broncos for the first time in a long time. I think they're a bit overrated right now. Same thing with the Chargers. Same thing with the Steelers. Same thing with the Commanders. Now, out of those four teams, I think the Commanders are far and wide better than those other three. But I think, the Commanders could finish in the second wild card, and that's a step back for them. If they're not in the NFC title game, that's a step back for them. I think we're kind of just shooing them in as the second best team in the NFC, and I still think it's the Lions and Eagles. And the Lions have a lot to prove this year. Also, we don't even know if Terry McLaurin's going to suit up for Washington. A trade could still happen. Trey Hendrickson for the Bengals could get traded. That's still a possibility. I actually think the Commanders might be in on that. The Jets and the Giants should not be in on that. The Jets, I guess, could use a pass rusher, but what assets do they have to give up? Micah Parsons, I don't think he's getting traded. That's still a possibility. I'm excited just talking about this stuff. Another team that I don't know why they have a lot of expectations, but the Patriots, everyone seems to be high on. They had a good free agency, yes, and their draft, we perceive it to be good. Mike Vrabel, I'm not telling you he's a bad coach, but we anointed this guy as a savior when he rode the tail of Derrick Henry. We always talk about Ryan Tannehill. He had a great defense that performed really well, and he had the best running back in the league for 3 straight years. MVP-worthy running back. In my opinion, one of the best running backs in the history of the game. One of the most unstoppable forces in the history of the game. And when he didn't perform, the team faltered. So we're just locking in that the Patriots are back to being a good team? No. But if you say it about them, something positive, everyone believes it. But God forbid you say something positive about the Jets and the Giants, and you get attacked. You're selling hope. You're a homer. Well, I'm not a homer. I don't root for either of these teams. I root for competent football, so when I talk about it with you guys, that we can, have some fun. So it's okay. Just like with the Mets and the Yankees, it's okay to believe that maybe, just maybe, it's not as bad as it seems. Now, out of all 4 teams, the Yankees are the only one I feel 100% confident about. I hope the Mets are turning the corner, and I feel good about it. It does not mean it's going to happen. I feel good about this Giants team. If I'm ranking this right now on belief scale, it's probably Yankees, Giants, Mets, Jets. Because the Mets in a week could be driving me up a wall. 2 weeks ago, I was ready to burn it all down. For the Yankees, I feel like this is legit. I think they're about to go on a sustained, exciting run. They just need to get Max Fried going. Everyone needs to stay healthy, and they got to get Max Fried going. So sure, maybe as a non-Jets or Giants fan, maybe it's easier for me on the outside looking in to be a bit more positive. Another team, the Vikings, we're just anointing them as a team that's going to pick up where they left off last year. Now, do I think that they should be decent? Sure, but they're not a lock for anything either. Like I said, in the AFC, there's 3 teams. Obviously a team from the South has to make it. I think it'll be the Texans. It could be the Colts. It could be the Jaguars. But there's 3 teams in the AFC that I think are a lock. The Chiefs, the Ravens, and the Bills. I like the Bengals too. If you're asking me to rank those 4 teams, that's probably it. And in the NFC, it's the Eagles and the Lions for me. Yes, I do like the Commanders. I like the Rams a little bit too. I'll be back tomorrow night and all week for CMAC. If you missed any of the show, hit me up on X at Pico Day _Gallo, on IG at Pico de Gallo 24. Tune in tomorrow. Me and Keith will be